Puff kush clouds in the fast food parking lot, snot clogging nostrils. Cold air stars in the sky make you reconsider the gospel. But nah, you ask about the ethereal, everybody conjure up novels. But the realest shit is what'll really have you lose your marbles. Your peers slipping on a mass hysteria seems common. The 1% got money snipers, shit they're all marksmen. Fuck it, doesn't matter what you believe will never be pardoned. Your Bible claims I'm born with sin, I think the world hardened me, goddamn. Formerly religious, lost faith, wandering this path. Search for purpose, consume some shrooms, let my feet touch grass. Pocket vibrating, I'm always casting stones but never avoiding glass. Trying to figure out what happens to my soul if I die while at an impasse. I used to talk to God, now I wonder who was really listening. I know those stuck Christian despise my overcoming conditioning. I'm just desperate for salvation, walking purgatory soliciting. But for me to believe in a deity, I'd have to directly witness it. Shit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Indie Horror Speedruns Marathon 2023. I am your.
Attention. All security personnel report to the main cell block. This is not a drill. Please, remain calm.
Hello guys. Sorry. I am Symistry. I am runner of this game. I'm here with Sharkat and Topher. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Yeah,
Shark,
hey,
you wanna go
I'm
first?
Sharkat87. Oh, yeah. So I'm Sharkat. I run this game as well. It's pretty fun sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I am Topher Cakes. I have run this game last year, and yeah, it is a mixed bag, but it can be a lot of fun when learning it.
Yep, for sure. So let's get started here. So time starts when we move here. I'm gonna give a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright, so this is Callisto. Right off the bat, we're gonna do a big skip here that skips this entire level. If you guys want to talk about it while I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing you want to do right now is Sim's gonna run down these stairs here, hit a checkpoint, and then restart, and then immediately head back up the stairs. The reason for that is that there's some collision that changes once you hit this checkpoint, and it's not there before. But this basically allows you to get on top of a mattress. This was found very early on in the run, but you get on top of this mattress and you run into a wall. There's some weird physics that we use a couple times in the run where you are facing a wall and then you stomp. And I forget what the reason is, but it flings you away from the wall at a very high rate. Unfortunately, it's tied to a lot of things like your FPS and also like what point in the running animation that you're at. So it's very easy to get thrown off the wall, like thrown over the wall here. It might take a couple tries here, but like I said, it comes down to like where Jacob is in the running animation. So you're gonna see like Symmetry try to time it to the head bobs. It can be very tricky, but we're trying to get right on top of this bed here, so we can get around this piece of collision and then out of bounds. So, yeah, this is the biggest reset. Well, one of the biggest reset points, only because it's so early on in the run. So if you don't get in the first, I don't know, 10, 20 tries in a normal run, then it's a reset. But, you know, blessing and curse that it's the very first thing you do in the run.
Yeah, and we should note that the particular route we're doing is important because you do need a weapon, a melee weapon specifically, to beat the game. And there is one we can get. We're gonna skip getting the first one in this level, the crowbar. We're gonna go straight for the stun baton, and that's because there's an enemy right at the beginning of the next chapter that you can't progress unless you kill him, and we don't have a gun yet either. Also, I don't think we talked about the name of this skip. I don't think. So this is Bruv skip. And it's because one of the main characters, Elias, downstairs in his cell, it's kind of started as a joke. He just says "bruv" a lot, and we skip him in
That
this
can
chapter.
happen,
So bruv skip.
unfortunately, sometimes.
Yeah. This is going to
This
be a
is
consequence
very
a bit like
difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about a few things as we go for it, but another one of the consequences of skipping that cutscene with Elias is that he gives you like a wrench that acts as a shiv, and the thing about this game, it's a bit weird, is that like in other games, if you get to a certain point and you skip getting an item, like a key item, the game will just give it to you. This game doesn't do that. So like when we skip getting the shiv, for some things it's just gonna be invisible for the rest of the game, but for other things, like you can get soft locked in the game, and we'll talk about that more once we actually get to those spots.
Yeah, since we don't have the shiv, you would think we wouldn't be able to cut anything. There's certain parts of the game you got to cut wires, these little animations Jacob does. So in some of those places, the game's not even really using the shiv. It just looks like you are. So like Topher said, it'll be invisible because we don't have it, it just won't show up. But there are
There
certain
we
actions where we
go.
do actually need the shiv. Like, oh, nice job, dude.
Okay,
Like
it's
some
not,
enemies
not
grabbing
over
us.
yet. Not
We'll,
over
we'll,
yet.
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. So now we're on to the second part of the skip. So Sim is gonna look up here, and that's because we need to walk back and have the level load in to catch us, like the floor below us. But it's gonna keep unloading, so that's why you see Sim pausing here to keep letting the level load in. And then the idea is to run backwards. The level's going to deload again. He'll pause buffer, level loads in, and he's going to repeat that process till he gets enough distance, and he can drop into the room right where the stun baton is. The way the level loads in this game is very dependent on where the camera is, so that's the reason why he's looking up so far. He wants the camera to be lower so that this camera angle makes it so that the floor loads in a little sooner than if he just looked straight forward, like straight ahead.
Yeah, there's an obsolete trick in the run where you just get yourself in like a very tight corner in the wall, like underneath some collision, and then you turn the camera so that the camera's out of bounds, which tells the game, hey, we're not in this room anymore. Nice. Yeah, you got that.
Nice. Very,
So, yeah,
very
we-
nice. So
Yep,
that
and then we
skips
go
this
and we get
entire
the weapon.
level. We skip meeting Elias, we skip getting a crowbar, we skip a bunch of tutorials, we skip the whole solitary section. I forget exactly how much this saves with cutscene skips, but it's a pretty significant amount of time. I'd say probably like 8 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, how long is this level? Like if you got Bruv first try, how long is this level? Like a minute or two?
Like 2
Right?
minutes.
Oh, I think it's like.
Okay,
it's
very
bonkers,
important
yeah.
here, guys. We're gonna pick
Yeah.
up this health injector because I'm gonna sell it at the store later in the run to get an upgrade. It's very important I pick that up. Here, these
Yeah,
guys can
there's
kind
a
of
little-
troll me. I'm gonna try and run to the left so this guy here doesn't grab me. Nice, he climbed over that. That's good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
That's really good. We're gonna try and make it to this button before the enemies get close to us, because if they're close to us, I can't use this elevator, and that would be really sad. Because then I would have to kill them.
Nice. Yeah, so there's a little bit of tech with the health injectors. We can talk about it in more detail later, but basically holding the button down for the health injector starts this animation, and we can tap the button to start the animation for a fraction of a second, and that animation can cancel or interrupt some other things, so it speeds a couple things up here and there. But like I said, we'll mention that more later when it actually comes up. You also have to not be at full health too, so it's, you can't use it all the time, and you also have to have one on you as well. But yeah, that's the first chapter. That's Outbreak. Fortunately, this game added cutscene skips. There's normally a very long cutscene there that Sim just skipped, and on launch we did have to watch all the cutscenes. Sim, do you have any idea how much the cutscene skips probably save, like just by themselves?
By themselves in glitchless or in any percent? It's like 30 or more minutes in any percent. It's way more
Yeah,
in
it's-
glitchless.
Yeah, I've heard upwards of like 40 to 45, but I think that's way too high. I think the thing is that like with the cutscene skip mod, they also patched some stuff out, so like it's a bit of a mixed bag for like what it is, but it's definitely a big
Yeah.
save.
Do you want to talk
Yeah,
about
Sim, you
this
wanna talk about this
this
next
rock? Or I'll talk about this
Oh
rock.
yeah. You got it.
So
you got it.
this rock right here did not used to be here in the original patch of the game. And what you could do is you could crouch in that corner and turn the camera, and this room would unload. And you would fall into a room below you, which would skip this entire upstairs section. It would skip getting a gun, it would skip all these cutscenes, it would skip some combat. And I think
Yeah.
it saved around 4 or 5 minutes. Unfortunately, they added a rock there to stop us from doing it. But like Sharkhat said, they added cutscene skips in a later update. It wasn't at launch. And that rock was added before cutscene skips were added. And cutscene skips save more time than the obsolete skips do. So
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could still do it, but the 30+ minute time save for cutscene skips kind of just
that was
outweighs.
crazy stutter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this game does not run very well, unfortunately. It has a lot of, the PC version of this game has a lot of, optimization issues, which most of them have been fixed with updates, but some
Yeah, the game
still-
runs pretty okay now, I think.
Yeah.
I remember watching some of Looney's very old runs where like he had to like tweak his settings to such an extreme extent that the game was just super bright and the lighting looked terrible.
Yeah.
But,
He had the,
yeah,
he
you
had
can
the
really
files.
customize it for
Dude, so
performance, but it'll look really bad. Yeah. So it is actually kind of nice that we have a gun now, even though we can't skip this section. You know, that's unfortunate, but there are some perks to having a gun at this point. You used to still have to buy a gun at some point in order to beat the game, but there'd be a section through this level where you just wouldn't have one. You can still aim, and the power-up grip we're going to get later, sort of like Dead Space Kinesis style ability. You can still use that. It looks kind of goofy because he'll hold up his hands like he's holding a gun, but nothing's there. But there are some enemies later that will just one hit kill you if you don't have a gun or the shiv. Well, if you don't have the shiv, I should say.
Yeah.
Because normally you're supposed to mash out of it and he'll stab the enemy. And in that case, he actually is using the shiv, and if you don't have it, you just can't fight it and you'll just die. So.
Which is weird because those enemies show up like way later than when you get the shiv. It's not even the same chapter.
Yeah, so, but since we have a gun, it shouldn't be a huge problem. You used to not have the shiv or a gun, and so you'd have to grab a prop and then throw it, but you don't have a crosshair, you know, because no gun. So you'd have to grab a prop and with no, you know, aiming reference, like just throw like a barrel at these dudes and kill them, and if you got too close without killing them, then you would just die.
Okay, this room here, I tried to shoot that guy so he wouldn't hit me, but he hit me anyway, which is unfortunate. Most of the enemies in this game, you actually don't have to kill. You can run by most of them. Vulture of the thing. Thank you. Yeah, you can run by most of them, and that's what we are gonna be doing for the most part, since combat is relatively slow, but we can do a lot of things to speed up the necessary combat, which we'll get into later.
Oh, there's the invisible shiv, yeah.
Yeah, there's the invisible shiv.
Do what you gotta do in here.
Yeah. Yeah, enemies are really persistent though, so you know we have some strategies to try to slow them down, like Sim shooting that guy, but they really love to just run after you and pester you, hit you, try to grab you when you try to run away. So you can do what you can to mitigate it, but sometimes they'll just hound you. So we're coming up on that grip ability pretty soon here. It's essentially like Dead Space's Kinesis power-up, except the really broken thing about it in this game is you can pick up enemies, not just items. And the way they balance that is you only have so much battery for it, and it'll recharge very slowly over time. But, well, I guess we'll see this a lot later, but if you reload a checkpoint, you'll actually get your full grip battery back. So we're going to do that a lot because unupgraded, it takes about 3 minutes to recharge the grip after it runs out. And it runs out really fast. If you pick up and throw, you know, 2 or 3, 4 enemies, it's done. So you gotta manage that.
Also, that rock that Symmetry was talking about, you would drop it down to around this spot if you did that skip. So everything that we did for the past couple minutes, we would have bypassed that.
Yeah, unfortunately they added that rock, which makes it so you are not able to do that, which it removes a little bit of interesting routing, because we had to route out where exactly you had to buy the gun and how much money you needed and stuff like that. Now it's a lot easier, but it's also like way less cool.
Yeah, because they used to just drop like, when you buy the gun normally, they just give you a bunch of items so you have enough money.
Yeah.
But you skip that chest too, yeah. Oh, Sim, I'll let you talk about this slow mode.
I don't think it works on this patch. It does. Okay. So you can spam aim and unaim to skip a slow-mo there. That's a tutorial about picking up enemies. I'm gonna pick up this grip battery here. Do you want to talk about grip batteries, Sharkat?
Sure, yeah. So, like I said, you can reload grip by reloading the checkpoint or waiting about 3 minutes after it runs out. But the game also gives you a sort of, you know, not like ammo, but, you know, an item that lets you refill the grip. So you can either use it manually. That's pretty slow, though. You have to actually open the inventory, and you can't move when the inventory is open. But fortunately, it refills automatically. So you do have to be careful because you can waste it on accident. But if you run out of grip and then you try to use it again, it'll just automatically use the battery and refill it to full.
Open up the maintenance elevator. I'll get you up
So
here,
that's why I said you got to be careful. You got to know when it's about to run out. If you spam, if you're spamming grip, you might accidentally use it when you don't want to. But they are very good to have.
I invis shift the bot. Nice. I do have chat open, by the way, guys. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, and either me or Sharkette or Topher will be able to answer.
That loading screen. Oh, that's the enemy, by the way, that can grab you. We probably won't see them jump out because
Hopefully not.
We can expect where they're gonna be, but
Yeah, one of the things that the checkpoint or the the cutscene skip really helps with is the fact that before it existed, with that elevator sequence that we just had, it took about a minute beforehand, and the checkpoint was at the top. So if you messed up with that enemy at the bottom and it actually grabbed you, again, it's an insta-kill because you don't have the shiv, if you don't kill it with like throwing something at it or shooting it. So if you got grabbed by it and automatically died, you would lose a minute because you'd have to spawn at the top of the elevator again, and that's happened. I've lost a run that way.
So Sim did kind of a funny kill on one of these guys here, so I want to explain that. So you saw him throw the enemy on top of a box, and he just instantly died. So if enemies stand on particular geometry they're not supposed to be on, the game just kills them because it assumes they're out of bounds or they can't get back to you or something. So if you just throw the enemy on top of those crates, it just instantly dies, and you don't have to waste any resources killing it.
I'm trying to save my ammo here. Unfortunately, this guy got too close to the fuse gate, which means I'm not able to use it, so I have to kill him. I'm trying to save my ammo here because if I don't have 3 bullets at the end of this level, I'll soft lock. So I need at least 3 bullets. So I'm trying to make sure I have that. So yeah.
Yeah. One of the chat questions is about why we don't run on an earlier patch, if they patched out a lot of the glitches. But the reason for that is that it's been more than offset by the cutscene skips that were added later on. So that's the main reason, is that overall it's faster on the newest patch. But yeah, it's like kind of a mixed bag, but overall worth it.
Yeah.
And also it helps that since the newer patches have come out, we've actually found alternate ways to do some of the things that got patched. So there's still, the main thing is just this level, the skips, we haven't found a way to do them. If you could get on top of the rock, it would still work. For example, like there are some possible theories, but yeah, this level is way slower, but in general we've found a way to more or less do what we used to do in the other levels, plus the cutscene skips, so overall it's a lot faster. Before we knew how much the cutscene skip saved, we actually weren't sure if the new patch was going to be fast, because they did patch out the biggest skip in the game. Though, like I said, we were able to figure out some alternate ways to do some things.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that a bit later on.
Yeah.
But here I'm gonna be using the store. This is I'm gonna be using the store twice, once here and once in below. Here I'm gonna sell that health injector I picked up, along with these 2 others, and buy the energy upgrade for the grip, which is gonna give me a little bit more energy on the grip. Which lets me throw more enemies, pick up objects for longer, things like that. The good thing about this is we have to wait for this gondola to get here anyway, so using the store doesn't actually lose any time. So it's very convenient that we can upgrade there. Using the store anywhere else in the game loses time. So we want to try to go to the store the least amount of times as possible.
Sam, are you gonna be pulling these enemies onto the platform, or just throwing them off the edge? Oh, I see. Yeah.
Here, in this fight coming up, I'm gonna be throwing the enemies into the fans. You'll see.
Right.
This is the first proper combat room with grip, so we're gonna see how that looks like.
Right.
The enemies here all have set spawns, so if you know where they come from before they come, then yeah, you just gotta memorize the patterns, which I don't know the patterns, so I kind of know them. Not really though.
Yeah, specifically with those first two enemies that we saw standing on the edge when that door opened, you'll notice that Sim just like pulled them a little bit towards us and then let go instead of pulling them off the edge. And the reason for that is kind of like what Shark was talking about earlier with those like pieces of collision. If you throw an enemy on top, they just die.
The door won't open until the power finishes cycling up.
On the edge of that, kind of edge on the edge right there. And if you pull them just a little bit, those enemies both drop, I think 100 credits or something worth 100 credits. So for money routing, it's very useful to get that from them.
Yeah. Luckily in this fight, we don't actually have to use that many bullets. So we're good on the 3 bullets right now.
Yeah, that was a nice ammo drop you got. They also give you some free grip batteries in this room too, so they were definitely intending for you to spam throwing them into the.
I need one more bullet, which I should get. There we go. I got 3 bullets. So I'm good.
Yeah, with the old route, if we were able to do the gun skip earlier, we would be buying it after this room, and because money grinding was a bit tighter back then, where like if you just didn't have enough, I believe, to get the grip upgrade and the gun, if you were going for a top time, it might be a reset at this point.
Yeah.
And even though it looks like it's only 20 minutes into the run, that's with cutscene skip, so it was more like, I believe, a half hour into the run beforehand.
Yeah, and we haven't even gotten to Habitat yet, which has its own set of problems.
I think every chapter. Well, no, I was gonna say every chapter has its own set of problems, but Tower 2 is okay.
Yeah, Tower 2 is okay.
Well, actually,
I know.
Well,
I had to catch myself. If y'all know meta, like Tower 2 is a chapter later on, and the name. Like, we have numbers after each chapter for, like, the map that they're on. That's how the auto-splitter is set up. Tower 2 is, like, a cutscene, and the only actual thing you need to do in that chapter is, like, walk, like, 30 feet, and then the cutscene starts. And I think for some reason, like, something will happen to, like, mess up your, like, walk speed, so you can actually lose time just walking for maybe 10, 20 seconds. But
yeah,
it's a very silly way to lose time. Yeah,
it's to the control panel so you can open that cell.
So
yeah,
yes,
before we knew that,
problems.
before we knew that, we saw somebody had lost like 8 seconds in Tower 2, and we were just thinking, how is that even possible?
What did you do?
Yeah, what did you do? Here we're getting to the introduction of another character, Danny. She's we're kind of not friends with Danny right now, but we're gonna be friends later. It's complicated. We're trying to save her so she can help us escape the prison. Unfortunately, she betrays us and leaves us in this cell. So funny thing about these cutscene skips, when you skip cutscenes sometimes, it doesn't skip all of the downtime sometimes. So after cutscenes, sometimes you'll get a checkpoint, which will put you farther forward. So you skip the cutscene, pause the game, reload the checkpoint, watch another loading screen, and then it puts you forward, which is kind of a meme.
Or I love how this one just puts you in the vent where you gotta hold W for a while instead of just
outside of the vent.
Yeah.
My favorite
I don't know
one
if
is
we
the
talked
lost
about
one.
yeah, did we talk about how the game actually moves Jacob during the cutscene skips?
No, we
Like,
didn't. We didn't
it's
talk
not just...
about that yet.
So you would think. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a game programmer per se, but you would think maybe it would load like a checkpoint or something, like load like a predetermined position or whatever. It seems like when you skip cutscenes, the game will literally move Jacob very slowly from where you started to where he's supposed to end up after the cutscene skip. So that's why some of these cutscene skips on elevators take forever, because the game is just slowly moving him all the way down to where he's supposed to be, even if like the next area is loaded already.
Yeah, the one in Colony is almost the loading screen is almost longer than the cutscene. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and it's because the next area is like way above you, and they just have to slowly move it all the way up.
Yeah.
We found that out because we have we have like cheats for like testing things. We can see our player coordinates and stuff like that. And we noticed during some of those load screens that the player coordinates were just moving very slowly. And we're looking at this thinking, no way, this is how this works, right? But I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Which is pretty silly, but yeah.
Coming from a programming background, I feel like they saw a few of us complaining about Twitter, seeing us complain on Twitter about wanting a cutscene skip functionality, and they just said, "Hey, new guy, you work on this," and then they just gave it to him to work on for a bit. So maybe that's why it's a bit janky.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was easier to do it that way. But the game also has checkpoints. When you reload them, it'll put you in a specific place. So, I don't know.
So the weird thing is the cutscene skips actually work better on console. Like, it's not as
that vent in the far corner will get
like
you
it's
to waste
different for
processing.
some reason. I don't know why. Like the loads don't take nearly as long. It's so weird. Like the one in Colony on console takes like 3 seconds, and it takes like 50 on PC.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they did it differently. Obviously, we can't really check with cheats and stuff as easily, but who knows? So these robots are really dangerous. Actually, you can kill them. It's a little tricky because you have to stun lock them. You have to hit them in the weak spot a few times. And the reason they're so dangerous is because they just kill you in one hit with their gun.
To the tram.
So we have a predetermined path we can go through there, especially after the checkpoint restart. That makes it pretty easy. There is going to be... Well, actually, you're going to do oxygen skip, possibly. Well, depending on how that goes, we may see another robot. We may see another robot in Habitat, and there's a similar situation, but you have to actually... you do have to actually kill him if you want to get past it quickly.
One last thing. There's a trap in there to keep
Okay, up here there's a trap. The trap insta-kills you and all enemies, so we're gonna try and not walk into the trap. It's actually very easy to accidentally walk into the trap, so let's not do that.
Yeah, Sim is gonna try to not have what I call getting Callisto'd, where you try to dodge something and you just die anyway. There's a little bit of jank with the enemies attacking you, so you kind of lock onto them too. So sometimes in this area, you'll try to be running away, and an enemy will come at you, and it'll force Jacob to turn in a weird way, or you try to dodge, and you'll just go straight into the trap and die. Some did not get Callisto'd, though.
I didn't get Callisto'd, but there's many more places where I can get Callisto'd.
Yeah.
I feel like getting Callisto'd can mean like a million things. This game has a lot of memes that are like, they can just make the run a really terrible time.
I feel like you can kind of say that whenever anything jank happens in this game, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Now get to the window.
But we are
Tell
coming
us
up
what
to
you
the end
see.
of the second chapter, and we're moving on to Habitat, which has a few really big skips. Back in the day, I think the biggest skip was.
Just get a move on, yeah.
Which
Should be a
skips
hatch
are you going
nearby.
for in Habitat?
And,
I'm doing skip and slide and sewer skip.
Okay. Yeah, that skip and slide's, I think, the best balance of like difficulty and time save.
Yeah, there is another skip called Habitat Launch, which skips pretty much the whole level, but it's extremely hardware dependent and random, so it's
yeah, if you just think bruv skip at the beginning of the run, but way worse. Partially because you need to get stuck in. You need to have the level unload and then load back around you and get stuck in a very specific part of the floor. And then you need to flick the camera so the level unloads again, and then you need to stomp as it's unloading to get a very specific launch to get to the end of the level. So if all that doesn't work out, then it just doesn't work. So
yeah, as a reminder, the camera flick is because what is loaded and unloaded is based on where your camera is. So you have to do the stomp while you're stuck, and then as you're about to launch, you have to be moving the camera to unload it so that Jacob doesn't just stay stuck. So it's what you saw at the beginning of the run, just a whole lot worse, like Shark was saying.
Yeah, and speaking of deloads, you're going to see another example of that here. So Sim's grabbing this box here, and that's going to let him climb on some geometry here to get closer to this wall. And if you aim up you can push the camera a little bit through the wall, and once the camera gets far enough out of bounds, it'll just unload the whole level. And the idea is we're gonna skip the first big chunk of the sewers here and just land later in the level.
All right, so fair warning, my computer can sometimes troll me here, so let's hope it doesn't happen. It trolled me. That's unfortunate. To fix this, you can run up here. This sometimes fixes it. You can run up here, back to this ladder, and then run back, which resets the load. This also moves the box back. You know, I'll try it without the box.
Yeah, boxless is a lot faster, but it's a little more inconsistent.
Yeah, I'll give it one more go.
Yeah, I was gonna say this game is very hardware dependent for a lot of things. Where like you can watch the videos to like learn how something is done, and then try it and do the exact same inputs, and it just won't be the same. Like load times, how good your computer is, things like that. They'll all impact. You know, like you have to figure out exactly what works for you and your computer.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was joking at the beginning of the run. This game is fun sometimes. It's just because, you know, sometimes things are a little more inconsistent. The game has cool tech and cool skips, but when it feels like it's sort of out of your control, things not working, it's a little frustrating. But, you know, like with all PC runs, there's certain things we can do to try to mitigate that so that things are a little bit more even for everybody. But, I mean, the game just... a lot of the tricks are based on the level unloading, and that, you know, that load speed is
you know
a
what?
little bit
I will just go
dependent.
through the level normally.
Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, sometimes when you just load in here, it feels like it doesn't work.
Yeah,
and, you reload the checkpoint, come back.
Usually in runs, I would restart my game here to help the load be a little bit less bad. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. This skip only saves, I think it's like 2 or 3 minutes, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, the other skip in Habitat saves a lot more time, so. That one will be. Well, actually, I guess there's 2 more you could.
Yeah, marathon luck. Okay, I gotta actually remember where to go here. I haven't played this in a long time.
So
all this guy's gonna pop out of the water here. There he is. We'll throw him back there. He can still troll you. Go away.
Yeah, if you're watching this and you're like, man, I would love to speedrun Callisto, but my PC can't, you know, like, get up super high FPS, there are filters on the SRC board to make things more fair. So we do have a cap. Well, there are 2 caps that we have, one at 60 and one at 120 FPS, because I think there were some people who had FPS that, like, much higher than 120, and a lot of the tricks just were, like, they were more consistent.
Like Radish, for example, could get like 400 FPS, and like they were like way easier for him. Yeah. So here we're actually coming up on the introduction of a new enemy. This is the Invisible Guy. I don't actually know the official name, but I call him the Invisible Guy.
That's it.
Yeah. They're invisible. That's their whole gimmick. They're invisible, and then they'll appear and they'll attack you. That's their whole gimmick. We actually will not see. We actually won't see much of those guys. I think pretty much.
Was that a joke?
For sure.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if we didn't touch on it. Oh, actually, yeah, you explain this first. Actually,
I gotta get the fuses first.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, real quick. So to answer your question, so between 60 and 120 FPS, it's mostly that stomp launches are very FPS dependent. So, for example, Bruv skip at the beginning of the game, I'm pretty sure the huge launch... Actually, the huge launch in this level might still work, but there's a few stomp launches that only work at 120, and at 60 you just don't get enough speed. So,
the one in
it's
Lost
mostly
is
that.
A lot harder at 60.
Yeah, and what is it? There's a skip in this level called Oxygen skip that wouldn't work at 60, but otherwise it's fairly similar. You've done a 60 FPS run, right, Sim?
No, I've done 60 FPS glitchless.
Oh,
my any percent 60 FPS time is a glitchless run.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
Okay,
so these fuses,
it's actually
right?
very important I grab these fuses. Now,
Yeah.
Whenever you pick up fuses, they stay in your inventory until you use them, even if you go on to the next chapter. Obviously you aren't expected to keep fuses like this, but since we're going to be skipping a pretty large section of this level, we're going to keep these fuses. Now, these 2 fuses I picked up are very important. We're going to use them in the final level in the game, an hour into the run. We're going to use them to skip a boss fight and skip a long hallway. Do you want to explain skip and slide, Sharkette?
Yeah, sure. So Sim gets up there and dodges that enemy so that he'll get stuck on that ledge. So we're gonna do a piece of tech called a Goomba Stomp, I think is what we would generally call it. So you can, if you bounce on top of the enemy's heads, you'll actually bounce up and gain some height. And we're gonna try to use that to get out of bounds here. So first, Sim's gonna do a particular setup so that when he runs off this ledge, he doesn't get the normal drop down animation and he can just run off. And then he's gonna bounce and land on a railing on the lower level. Then he's gonna grab the enemy, put it in a particular spot, and try to Goomba stomp off his head to get all the way out of bounds. Because he's kind of stuck in a corner, he can't just walk off the railing here. And he got a first try, that's really good, nice. So now,
Awesome.
this trick is called skip and slide because we drop right into the sewer pipe where there's the big slide section. So that was really good. That trick can be really annoying because of the fact that you got to deal with an enemy. Sometimes the enemies don't like to cooperate. Sometimes Jacob likes to bounce but not go in the right direction. So yeah, that was really clean.
Alright, so here we're coming up on our first auto-scroller of the run. Fortunately, there isn't many of these, but I can't speed up or slow this down at all. Actually, I can slow this down if I die, but I'm not gonna die. I hope I don't die. But I can't speed this up, so yeah, that's pretty much it. We just gotta dodge these fans, not get hit by them as I, almost die. The other skip in this level, habitat launch, would put you would do that same out of bounds that I did, but you would get stuck in the pipe, do a stomp, flick the camera down, and you would launch all the way to the end of the level. It's really bad, so we're doing this one instead. Oh, I died.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So,
I thought I could make it.
So the current world record actually, the current world any percent record by Sim actually does not do habitat launch. The old world record actually did have it. Looney, his run, Looney does habitat launch. I forget the exact route changes and things that that occurred, but eventually Sim decided not to add habitat launch in just because it's such a huge reset point.
It's so bad. Like 99% of runs you get to habitat die to habitat launch. It's so bad.
Yeah, and even with cutscene skips, it's a fairly large time investment to get all the way there. Plus the fact that you have to actually get past Bruv as well, which is also a reset point.
Yeah, if Aftermath had grip skip, I would consider it, but it doesn't.
Yeah, even like on current, even with cutscene skips, I think Aftermath is like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's
or like
20 minutes
16.
with cutscene skips.
15, 20, somewhere in there. It's a long level.
Can we get a Callisto
There is a theoretical
counter? How many times have I gotten Callisto'd this run?
You haven't got
that's the
everything you've done.
first.
Well,
Everything
sewer
that has
skip
happened
was
so far is your fault.
Oh no! Sewer skip, I got Callisto'd. I got Callisto'd.
Yeah, you got
by
Callisto'd
sewer
there.
Skip.
The fan blade. That was all you though.
Oh,
The
right.
fan blade was me.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Okay, so one Callisto.
one Callisto'd. We haven't even gotten to the blind enemies yet. Oh my! You guys aren't ready for the blind enemies. This is so frustrating.
You'll have to wait and see.
Oh, speaking of enemies though, so Sim is gonna we have to kill 4 enemies here to progress. These enemies, we skipped a tutorial where the game shows you the enemies mutating if they have these tentacles that come out of their chests. And the way it works is if you don't shoot them, they will mutate and become very strong. But if you shoot the tentacle right before that happens, there's like a short window, they just instantly die. And if you throw the enemies against a wall, then the tentacles come out immediately. So Sim's gonna go for oxygen skip here, I believe.
Yep.
So this only works at 120 FPS, but he's gonna try to turn around and get a little boost on this ledge and try to get out of the elevator.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
So we're gonna come up here. The door's
Loud
gonna
and clear, bro.
close.
Good timing, too.
And doing
I'm
this
getting close.
resets the lift down here. Normally you can't take this lift back up.
Not so fast.
And you'll see why.
See that building oxygen processing?
Because I went back there, I'm able
Get
to use
there
this
to
lift
lift the
again,
lockdown in the dome.
and I can get on
Can't
top
stop
of
the
the
tram
railing
until you do.
here. Now, I'm gonna be
Bruh,
very careful
just
here.
keep trusting
I'm
the
gonna
plan,
inch my
yeah?
way
And keep moving. We gotta
over
beat this
here.
storm.
And when the elevator reaches the top, I'm gonna land on this. Now I'm out of bounds. I'm gonna land on this. I'm gonna do some parkour. Who knew Callisto was a parkour game? Am I right, guys?
Just like Dead Space.
Just like Dead Space.
A game where you can't jump.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was very nice. Yeah, Sim's gonna navigate out of bounds and land back in bounds here. It can be a little bit tricky.
Oh, I hit a checkpoint, but I died. Okay.
Which checkpoint is
Wait, what
this?
checkpoint did I hit?
Oh wait, did you hit
Oh,
the one where you can
I hit the
grab
vent. I hit the vent checkpoint.
Oh, that's
Wait,
actually
that's actually good.
kinda-
Wait, that's actually
That's
so
actually
good.
that's actually kind of lucky because I think there's another checkpoint you can hit there that puts you like at the
Yeah,
start.
there
You got to
is.
run all the way around, or you just don't hit a checkpoint at all.
That's actually
Yeah, that was
really lucky.
actually very nice.
That was my fault, by the way. I was aiming a bit too far to the right, I think. But that's okay, cause I hit the checkpoint.
Yeah, that skip is also really difficult. So that was very
Yeah,
nice. First try.
that's one of the smaller skips in this game. Actually, it saves like a minute, a little less, I
I think
think.
it's like 40, 60 seconds, something like it. I'm
Yeah.
kind of just pulling out that number. I thought it was like 40-ish, but I don't know. Yeah, a lot of the skips are, huge full chapter skips at this point, but we have a decent amount of like little skips here and there.
All right.
Um,
So this is a combat section. You're supposed to kill these guys, but you don't actually have to. You can just run them. You can run by them.
This is actually where habitat launch would put you if you get a really good one.
Yeah.
Although you can land in a lot of funny spots. You can actually land in the fan blades that send through some of those enemies in, and you just die
And then
instantly.
you either die instantly or the game crashes. It's really
Yeah.
funny.
One of the things, I forget if we said this about the habitat launch skip, but in addition to everything that was said earlier with having to do, like, getting a metronome out to time the launch and the camera unload, you also have to pause the game at the correct point to allow everything to load in. Because if you do it too early, you hit the outside of the dome and bounce out. If you do it too late, you just won't hit anything. You have to, like, while zooming across the game in, like, darkness, have to know when you're in the middle of the dome and then pause the game and have everything load in. So I forgot about that aspect of it, but
I don't
very
think
spooky-
that
very spooky
we
moment.
mentioned it, but runners actually do use a metronome to time the stomp for habitat launch. That's how bad it is that we need to bring out the metronome to be able to time the stomp.
what I will say is that if there's ever a summoning salt video on this game, which there won't be, one of the biggest drop moments is going to be Looney getting his metronome out, looking down with his eyes closed, and then having his game paused for 10 seconds before loading into that room there. Chills every time I watch it.
Yeah, shoutouts to Looney. We mentioned his name before, but he's been one of the biggest glitch hunters and runners of this game.
Yeah.
Had the record a bunch of times for a while.
Unfortunately, he can't join us today because it's like 6 a.m. where he is. So
It's like super early in the morning for him. I think it might be like 3 or 4 a.m. or something like that. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, shoutouts to Looney.
Oh, easiest skip in the game right here, guys. Easiest skip in the game.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can do,
yeah.
You
Oh,
can
you
do
can
this
try.
at
You can
home.
try this at home.
You can try this at home. Okay. We're gonna run up to this rock here and stomp. That's it. Watch this. Let's go!
If you messed that up, that would be the funniest thing. Anyone can do this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I kind of wish
that
stomp launchers were more
saves
like
like a
that throughout the
second.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish there was more of that. There's that one, and then there's the one in Outbreak, which I didn't do. But yeah,
Oh, that
there's
one
a
also saves like
yeah.
a
There's
second.
the
That one's actually a little harder. Yeah.
that one's like way harder than this. I didn't even try it. Okay, so this section where you can't really see. Why can't I grab this guy? Okay, that was very
Hey,
weird.
yo.
Yeah, they try to bait you here and make you think that that's your friend Elias, that dude
Sorry.
walking in the distance. I don't know about you guys. I don't think it was. I think it was pretty obvious it was just an enemy.
Help me.
I was
I
a
mean,
little
I
confused
think
at
it
first.
was too.
Elias,
I wasn't scared.
if you can hear me, activate your emergency beacon.
Okay, so story update. One of the wardens of the prison, Captain Ferris. We thought he was dead, but he showed back up, and he threw us out into the snow without our suits on. Fortunately, Jacob was able to put his suit on before he suffered air loss, suffocation. But Elias, on the other hand, is not so fortunate. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh man, this cutscene is so long.
This
too. I'm
cutscene
really glad we get
is
to skip
so
this one.
long. This is
Man, what? Oh,
this is Elias's death cutscene. It's supposed to be really emotional and stuff. And then Danny shows up from
Yeah.
earlier and ruins everything.
oh, it's a good cutscene. It just this
Yeah.
level glitchless with before cutscene skips was so slow. It's over 30 minutes, I think, because
Yeah.
you have a huge like a 3 or 4 minute cutscene, maybe not that long, but it's like really long before you even get into Lost, into Habitat. Then you got to run all the way over here. Then you get that cutscene, which is multiple minutes long, and it's just a lot of like running.
I'm pretty
I mean,
sure
it's all fine.
Elias's
Actually, this
cutscene's
level's
like
great.
5 minutes.
This
Like,
is like
it's
one of the
crazy.
best levels casually, I think. It's a good level, but it's one of those levels that on repeated playthroughs you kind of wish you could get through it a little quicker. Like I want to just
Okay,
get to the
guys,
action.
we are coming up on the hardest skip in the game and also the biggest skip in the game. So wish me luck. If you guys want to explain Lost Skip, there's many steps. So I'm gonna focus and hand it over to Sharkat and Topher. Let them explain this.
Yeah, we'll just mention real quick that so this is, yeah, like Sim said, this is the biggest skip in the game. I think this saves like upwards of 10-15 minutes. They did patch it, we thought, initially, because you used to be able to just walk out of bounds here, but then we were able to figure out an alternate way out of bounds. So first he's going to do something called an inventory hover. So I mentioned earlier, if you use the inventory, it stops all your momentum. So if you open the inventory when you walk off a ledge and then you land on something right as it opens, you'll just float in midair, but if you have forward momentum, you'll maintain that, and so we'll just float forwards until we land. You can close the inventory to cancel this at any time, so we have a little bit of control over it. But yeah, now we're out of bounds, and we're gonna make our way up these rocks. Topher, if you want to talk a little bit about what's coming up.
Yep. So we are. Sorry, I was checking on something, but yeah, we're out of bounds right now. Just climbing on these rocks. The way you're supposed to go is just to go across this bridge over to the next part of the game, and underneath the bridge, there's a lot of kill planes that if you somehow got out of bounds, would just kill you. But if you do one of these inventory hovers, kind of where Sim is now, you can hover to the point where there is no kill plane, stop the hover, and then fall down into the little cavern below. It's pretty tricky, but we should be able to get it.
Yeah, I would say this is the first really difficult part of the skip. Oh, and he got
Good.
First
good?
try.
Nice. Okay, that's really
Okay.
good. This inventory hover is pretty difficult. So he's gonna wait till he gets about halfway under the bridge, and then he can just close the inventory to cancel the hover. You'll see, like Dead Space, Jacob doesn't really have a real falling animation, so it loops every second or
Yeah.
so that's kind of funny.
Wait, that's actually so unlucky. Wait,
Oh, did
no
you fall?
way!
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I've never
Oh, no.
seen this. No. Okay.
Marathon
Okay.
moment.
Okay. Marathon moment, guys. Marathon moment. I've never seen that happen before. Okay, I got stuck. I've never seen that happen. Luckily,
Yeah, I
there's
don't know
a
if I've ever
checkpoint
seen
right
that.
there.
Yeah, so Sim can just do this again. You can see what we were talking about. I might call that getting Callisto'd, maybe.
I got Callisto'd.
I think that counts. Yeah, that's 2. Okay. All right. So yeah, same thing again. We're gonna walk off this invisible ledge. yeah, this was a bummer actually. This patch before we found this, because and, you know, to be fair, the thing with the rock earlier and you know with gun skip and then you know patching walking out of bounds here, there were a lot of videos of casual players doing these out of bounds. So I'm assuming they patched them just because they didn't want people randomly, you know, falling out of bounds. Totally understandable. Obviously, it sucks for us when, you know, it makes the run slower. But, oh, it was such a huge find when, Sam, you found, was it you or Looney that found this hover?
I found the
I think it was
hover.
you, right? Yeah, we were freaking out.
Yeah, we were freaking out.
Because they didn't patch anything else with this skip. There's a lot of steps to this. They didn't change any of the out of bounds stuff. They just made the invisible wall bigger in that one spot. But since we found this inventory hover, then we just do everything else like we used to, and the trick works as normal.
Yeah, it's kind of like putting the rock in that one spot where it's like, what's the easiest way to like stop this from happening? And
Yeah,
then they do that.
And honestly, like I assume even if they have seen Lost Skip, they're probably not. I would assume they're not too concerned with us doing this. They probably just don't want regular players like falling out of bounds randomly and getting confused. You know?
Okay. So
Yeah,
now
that
I'm
makes
out of
sense.
bounds. Do you want to talk about navigating the out of bounds, Sharkcat?
Yeah, so as you can see, if you just run into these slopes, you can climb up them, you know, unless they're too steep, obviously. But we are going to be doing a stomp launch later on, kind of like the one we mentioned that's possible in Habitat. But we need to get up, we need to scale the mountain first. So you'll see Sim. It may not look like there's too much to it, but a lot of these sections you have to move in very specific places. We actually have lineups for where to move specifically. The part he just crossed a couple seconds ago, you need to cross across a very specific point where these two edges meet, these two planes meet, and if you don't do that, you'll just slide off or get flung off. There's some invisible collision that loads in here, so that's why you see him crouching. Sometimes if you are, you know, standing here, it'll also load in and fling you off. So all of this has been, you know, very meticulously like worked out so that we know how to get up exactly. If he does fall off here, it's actually all right. Unless he gets super unlucky again and lands in like a pit he can't get out of, but that's pretty rare. If he does fall back down, he can just climb back up.
Yeah, it is a big
Yeah.
time loss if I fall, but I can recover it. Okay, so now we're on to the stomp. This is the hardest part. Every time you mess up this stomp, you lose like 5 minutes. So, as to not uh go overestimate, I'll try it a couple times. If I eventually don't get the stomp without cheats, I will open up cheats and I will save my position here and I will try the stomp over and over again until I get it.
Yeah, again, this game has a lot of. This game doesn't have all like, you know, compared to some other games, maybe a lot of huge skips. But the ones it does have are pretty difficult and are just huge run killers. There's like 3 or 4 points in the run where, yeah, my run's probably gonna die. You know, especially if you're going for world record or something.
Oh, that's
But,
not
you know,
good.
I wish some
That
luck
that
here.
no, that stomp's not it. I stomped too
It was
early.
close.
I stomped too early.
Yeah, that was close though. It was a good try.
Yeah, have we explained what the ultimate goal of this skip is? Like what it is we're doing by getting out of bounds and going for this spot and doing the stomp?
I don't think we mentioned specifically. If you wanna talk about it.
Yeah, so this map is a bit of like I think it's like a C shape or it's kind of a curve where if we get out of bounds and just try and run to the end, like kind of going across from one point of the sea to the end of the sea, there's kind of a kill plane in the middle, so we're not able to just walk all the way there. There's like, you know, reasons we can't do that. So we have to do the launch to get over the kill plane, which is what that last stomp that Sim's trying to do is. But you need enough speed to actually get over there and the right angle. And I mean, you saw all the stuff that was going into it. But if we can do that, we skip basically the rest of this chapter.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, we
this
have to
is the
obviously
biggest
do the
skip
little
in the
intro part of the
game.
level, but yeah, because so if you play this casually, if you know this level, so this will put us all the way at the point in Lost where we would normally be getting out of the snowcat with Danny, and we'd be going to where Jacob's ship crash landed. So most of the entire level, we're gonna skip getting the the shotgun actually from Danny, which does also affect the combat routing a little bit because you get it for free watching a cutscene with her. But it skips the whole Snowcat facility, taking the tunnels to get there. Just a lot of just running and things like that.
Yeah, this first hover is actually not too bad. The second hover is the worst one of the two, and also the launch is kind of bad. Luckily with the better setups that have been found, the launch is actually way easier. This used to be like such a huge reset.
Yep.
It still is, but now it's not as bad with better setups. Um, for example, getting stuck in that rock used to be like really bad. It used to be really, really bad. But I found a setup that gets you stuck in the rock pretty consistently. The problem is timing the stomp, which is still very difficult. Alright, nice.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the timing of opening the inventory is pretty important too. It's not, you can't just run off and open it at any time. It needs to be opening as you hit the surface to stop your momentum.
Let's hope we don't
But
get
that
stuck
was
in
very
that
nice.
spot again.
Yeah, we didn't get stuck. I have never had that
Nice.
happen. That was some marathon luck. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, because usually you can just run in the same path here, but I mean, you never
Yeah, I
know.
mean,
There's a lot of geometry out here.
yeah.
It's
So,
lucky for us all this is solid in the first place. We can actually walk on it.
yeah, true. I don't know if I missed this, but in case anybody's wondering, we're not able to run to the end. There's a big gap. That's why we have to do the stomp.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, I said kill plane. I meant there's just nothing there.
Yeah, yeah. There's
Yeah.
yeah. You just
Well,
you just
there
fall.
are also lots of kill planes around here too, to be fair.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, Sim's gonna do the same movement, using some crouches to move a little slower, wait for the level to load in, and then be able to crouch and walk around some more of this geometry.
Yeah, I might want to save the location on this one.
Yeah. How are we on time? I don't have the timer up.
We're at 55:05.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, before the cutscene skip stuff was added in, I think like the first big breakthrough was about 2 hours or so. So
Yeah.
it was a longer run before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this run was I think it was in the 150s, 140s, even maybe for
It was
a while.
It was
and
147 was the world record before they
yeah,
added cutscene skips.
yeah, now it's all the way down to what, 116.
Okay, I'm going to save my position here. Let me open up the trainer. Okay. Just so we aren't here all day, because like I said before, every time you mess this up, you lose like 5 minutes, give or take.
But yeah, if you get everything first try, it's like a 15-minute time save. So like 5-minute time loss on each one sounds bonkers, but over glitchless or over just doing like not doing the trick altogether, it saves a lot.
What just happened to me was unfortunate. The rock loaded a little bit too fast, which means my angle wasn't good. So I have a very specific lineup here. I'm lining up my crosshair just below this black spot in this texture. And then I'm aiming here and then backing up. Okay, that was a late stomp. Like Sharkat and Tofa were saying earlier, the timing on these stomps is very important. If you stomp too early or too late, you don't go as far. You don't go where you
Yeah,
want.
it can mess up your angle as well, I believe.
Okay, this maybe will work.
That looks pretty good.
No! What is that? Come on! Come on. Okay, well, you saw where we wanted to land. Unfortunately, I went too fast that time.
Very silly.
Yeah, sometimes you get baited because you see the collision flying near you and you think you're gonna land on it. And
This
then you
should
bounce.
work. There we go. I landed in the safety net. We call this area the safety net.
Let's go.
You can actually get farther than this, but it's a lot more riskier. It's
Yeah,
this way,
at this
right?
point,
Yeah.
we just gotta look for the tower in the background and run towards that.
I don't see
Yeah,
the
as
tower.
difficult as this stomp is,
No!
fortunately, there's
No way! Okay, I
Dog.
ran the wrong way. I was confused. I didn't see the tower. It was to my left, not to where I was running.
So, yeah, fortunately, there's a lot of collision you can land on here. So, it's still really difficult, but it would be way worse if you had to land in a very specific spot. Fortunately, there is a lot of collision you can land on. If you do get really lucky, you can even land almost right near the ship. That's really, really fast.
That's really
but
fast.
it's
Yeah.
it's pretty rare to get a launch like that.
Okay, that's
I should learn
unlucky.
this setup for the rock.
This setup
You're
for the
doing.
rock is so much easier than whatever we were doing before. It's actually so much better. The only hard
Yeah,
part is the stomp.
You know, even with the memes, you know, watching you do this is actually kind of making me want to do any percent again.
dog. I don't know what's I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Where like I see this and I'm like, we're not convincing anybody to want to learn this game, and then you're like, you know what? I want to do this.
I don't know. Sometimes
It's cool.
you know,
It's cool,
it-
but yeah,
it is a cool run. It's just sometimes
that
you
was
get
late.
cold-stowed, man.
That might still work though. Oh, it worked.
Yeah, if anyone
I
does
landed in the
want to
safety
learn this
net
game,
again.
or you know, or even just run like you know, I mean, because we have categories for glitchless, you know, 60 FPS, any percent. We got the DLC as well. You know, if you're interested in trying to run the game, it can be pretty fun. You also don't have to do all the hardest skips. The route I do is easier than the world record route that Sim does. There's a really difficult trick in one of the later levels that only saves like a minute or so. I don't do it. It makes the level a lot easier, for example. So
Wait, where is the tower? That's what I want.
it's pretty fun. It's a pretty small community too. It's pretty chill.
Dog. I think it's
But
you were going that way, weren't you? Oh, wait,
I
no, it was
was.
a small delay. Never mind. Oh no.
Don't know where the tower.
I think
oh,
it's
it's
this
this
way.
way.
Yeah. I believe. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, when you see the tower, that means you're going the right way. Okay, I landed at a bit of an awkward part of the safety net, so I was a bit confused where I was, but I found my way. So right now we're just running to Jacob's ship. So this is the first part of Lost. The second part of Lost is basically all unskippable cutscenes, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I'm gonna show a funny thing in the cutscene coming up.
Yeah, I guess
Somebody
for
in
this.
chat asked about the glitchless run. Glitchless in this game is it's okay. It's okay. There's some hard parts of glitchless. Like this level kind of sucks in glitchless, to be honest.
this level is just really long. But I mean, overall, I think glitchless has a pretty
Where the
chill
hell are you
time.
going?
Okay, so that skips all of Lost. So even though I messed up like a lot, I probably did still save time. Probably.
Yeah, I don't know how long this level is glitchless now. It's probably closer to like
Danny,
20
where are you?
I think it's
or more
around 20
minutes, but
minutes.
it used to be 30 or more.
All right.
around 30.
You guys want to see something funny? Let's look at this. Look at this. So Danny's supposed to be here in this cutscene, but she's not.
Hey,
Instead,
what are you doing?
um,
Medical supplies?
She's just a wrench.
What?
I don't know why she's
Wait,
a
where's
wrench.
the wrench?
At the
Oh.
bottom.
I see.
I don't know why she's a wrench, but
I think she's holding one normally, or is she?
I don't
no,
remember.
Thanks for ruining the joke. Wait, were you
Well,
being
no, I don't-
serious, Sam?
no.
You didn't know?
I have no
Who
idea.
were you expecting to find?
I mean, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
She's holding a wrench.
Well, no,
trying to pry the
I
box
wasn't
open.
trying to, I wasn't trying to ruin the bit. I was genuinely curious. Like, I was like, I don't. Is she holding a wrench? If not, then it's even
I
funnier.
mean,
guess.
probably. I just like to
Probably, I
I
don't
just
know.
like to imagine that she is the wrench. I haven't
since
seen
it-
these cutscenes in so long.
Yeah. So we've done it a little bit. I don't know if we've explained it, but in some of these sections where you get slowed outside in the snow, kind of sort of similar to Dead Space 3 actually. If you aim with your pistol, you walk a little bit faster.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think it works with the pistol. Doesn't it need to be the shotgun?
I think it's same speed, I think, but it's faster with the shotgun, which we don't have the shotgun.
Right.
Speaking of
Yeah.
that, Danny gives us the shotgun in this level, but we skipped it by doing lost skip, which doesn't actually matter that much for any percent. In glitchless it matters a lot more because you use the shotgun way more. But in any percent it kind of sucks because it makes the final boss a lot more difficult. But that's it. We don't use the shotgun anywhere
Yeah.
else.
Well,
Oh,
don't-
actually, go ahead.
yeah. There's one spot in below that we use it to we can use it to get in front of Danny to like get over this one. I don't know what to call it, like a checkpoint or something. But
You
like
can
if you get behind
do
her,
it with the you can do it with the pistol. It's just a bit harder.
oh okay.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, so you can use that to get over that, and the reason that's important is, well, it's not as important now, but you could reach a checkpoint if you got there before Danny did, because normally when she gets there, it pulls you into a long, well, maybe not super long, it pulls you into a cutscene. Now we can skip the cutscenes, but when cutscene skips weren't a thing, that saved a lot of time, and if you messed it up,
Yeah.
it felt pretty bad. Oh, with the shotgun, I wanted to mention, speaking of glitchless, there actually is some tech with having both weapons. If you move sideways and you let go of aim, press the switch weapon key and re-aim, you can actually swap your weapons a little faster. So as you're moving sideways, you can shoot pretty quickly with both guns back and forth. So in glitchless, for example, you can do that. It speeds up some of the fights quite a bit. So that's actually like a glitchless, I don't want to say exclusive piece of tech, but yeah, without the shotgun here, it's, you know, you obviously can't do that if you don't have a second weapon.
Funny thing here, if I look up, you're gonna see you're gonna see when we teleport to the next section of the level. It's gonna be a
It'd be
bit
funny if
closer
you
to
said,
the top.
"If I look up, you'll see this," and then you just don't look up.
Yeah.
Like, don't even show us.
Couldn't have made it without you.
Wouldn't
I'll
it be
show
cool?
it.
I know.
You don't seem too surprised.
Yeah, so unfortunately this is Lost 2.
Whatever the hell's going
This
on.
is technically the same chapter, but it's a different map file in the game, so we can't skip from the first section of Lost to here.
The news report said that was all.
So
Yeah,
and nobody's
most of the
found
chapters
any.
are in one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most are in one map file, but this
Yeah, one
this is
contained,
the
like, chapter,
exception,
but-
and Tower. Alright, watch
Yeah,
this.
Tower has 3 sections for some reason.
Alright, that's when we
Although I think
teleported.
Tower 1 and 3 either overlap or are similar, right?
Tower 1 and 3 are the same map, but Tower 3 is like way above Tower 1.
Right, it's the same map, but it switches back and forth for
Yeah.
the cutscene, basically. Yeah, it puts you in a
Yeah.
different map file for a cutscene, and then it just puts you back.
Yeah. It does that here too.
Yeah. So for this section, it's pretty easy. You just move left and right, and you have to dodge the debris, which I'm pretty sure kills you instantly.
Yeah,
I don't
it kills
know
you
if I've ever
instantly.
actually.
You want to find out?
Maybe in a casual playthrough I did. I mean, kinda. I'm a little curious. Oh, this is kind of a small detail, actually. There's the settings with the QuickTime events. You can set them to a couple different settings for accessibility. There's the one we have on, which is, I think, one tap, like one press QTE, which is if you just press the button once, it completes it. there's actually an autocomplete feature where it'll just do it automatically, and we actually turn it off. Although I think with the cutscene skip, it doesn't really matter.
It
But,
doesn't matter with the cutscene skips, but on
Yeah.
old patch it did matter.
Along with the
Yeah,
rest
because
of us.
there's actually a quick time event during that cutscene there where Danny tries to grab your hand.
Somehow.
And if you do that, she will grab you, but then she'll drop you, and then you go into the falling sequence. So you actually don't want, in that case, autocomplete QTEs on, because no matter what you do, you'll always get that time loss and grab Danny's hand. So that's why I mean, it doesn't really matter now, but that's why we usually have one press QTEs
On the
on,
map, there was
so
a
that
service
you can
route
just
a
press
few
it
levels
manually.
down.
You know,
Yeah.
to
Might
grab
be a
the
faster
grab the
way to
thing
reach
when you're
the colony.
falling, but not actually
I hope this
get the one with
plan of
Danny.
yours doesn't get us both.
Are you gonna be going for the hover right here, Sim?
No.
It's getting worse.
I unfortunately didn't get in front of Danny here. I was a bit too slow, but that's okay because we can just skip this cutscene. And I'm gonna reload this checkpoint. What that does is that lets me run during this section. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to run, but if you reload the checkpoint, it gives you run back, which saves a ton of time.
Yeah.
It's
crazy how much time this saves.
It is crazy how much time it saves. There is a small skip here that I could go for. I'm not going to because there's a chance it can soft lock the game. If I do it wrong, and it also doesn't save that much time. It's like 30 seconds, I think.
Just make a manual save. You're good. Just do it.
Are you talking about the hover or?
The cutscene at the bottom doesn't play if you don't hit all the triggers, and I don't know what they are.
Yeah, you gotta like hit some triggers falling through the air, I think, right?
Yeah, I don't know the lineup for it or anything. I haven't.
Yeah, I actually haven't learned this skip yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, this hover only saved about 20 seconds, I believe. It
Yeah,
was
it's
the
about
first
20 or
one that was
30.
found.
We actually thought they patched it, which is crazy because
Think about it.
before I think Sim learned it at
Yeah.
some point recently, Looney was the only person I think maybe in the world that actually had done it, or at least had done it in a run. And we thought they patched it because a new patch, the old lineup just doesn't work. I don't know what they did. We thought they just completely patched it, which was just insane to us because there's no way a casual player is gonna get this inventory hover. Like, it's hard to do when you're trying to do it, you know.
Yeah.
It turns out it does still work. You just have to do a different lineup. So again, I don't know what they did, if they changed the collision here for some reason, but we thought they were coming after us. We thought they patched below hover on purpose.
Yeah, we started having to do some Among Us style voting in the Discord server to try and find out who the hidden dev was and get them out.
We didn't figure it out.
Yeah, no, we didn't
haven't
figure it
we haven't
out.
found them yet. Yeah.
Glenn is just hanging out in our Discord.
That would be pretty cool, actually, if that were true.
Would be. Yeah, like I said before, this cutscene right here can soft lock if you don't hit all the triggers. I don't know why, but it
I think if
does.
we said this, we saw it a few times here, and you'll see it later in the run. But you'll see Sim like run sideways off of ledges, and the reason for that is if you run straight towards it, there'll be like, I don't know, a getting down animation, like where Jacob like crouches down, puts his hand down, whatever. But if you hit it sideways, he'll just run right off of it. So
yeah, like that.
small time save throughout the whole run.
All right, so these
Yeah,
are
you
the
keep the
introduction
momentum
of the
running
blind enemies. You want to talk about the blind enemies, Sharkat? These little rats.
Well, you have crouch on control.
Yeah.
I guess it's not that bad. I don't know. I don't. Anyway, I don't like it. On... Anyway, yeah. So these guys, the stealth is interesting to say the least in this game. So these enemies can't see, but a lot of times, once one of them detects you, they will just home in on you. They'll go through vents. They'll find you in another room. They'll travel in a pack, and they will just not get off your trail. Sometimes that's not the case, and they will actually just lose you. The way they detect you is also a little interesting. It's usually just if you're like running past them, or if you get too close to them in the front. You can actually make or I think if you shoot, they'll also see you, but you can make a lot of noise. Like, you can stealth kill an enemy. You're slashing him, throw him on the ground. You can even stomp his body for the credits, and they just won't hear you. But if you walk right next to them, they just instantly, they all know you're there. It's very odd. I don't know why it's that way, but yeah, Sim's gonna be selling a bunch of stuff here. You wanna talk about the upgrade stuff?
Yeah,
you're doing?
I'm gonna be buying the second grip energy upgrade. This is actually not faster. It loses probably about like 20 seconds. But it's a lot safer. It makes the final boss a lot easier. I don't have to worry about getting trolled as much on the final boss. Which the final boss is actually really hard. I have a skill issue with the final boss, so
It's definitely a lot harder in any percent, at least just to get through the boss, because it can have the shotgun.
In glitchless,
it's too slow
so free. It's actually so
yeah,
because
again you have the shotgun, and I don't know if the record for glitchless gets any damage upgrades for the guns, but
yeah, they do.
Even without that, with quick swapping, you can just unload so much damage. You have, you know, a lot of grip. You can throw explosives. It's pretty comfortable, but you know, obviously in any percent, you know, grabbing extra stuff is, you know, there's always a trade-off with the time loss. You know, to run shorter. So
yeah,
that's
the one part where not having the shotgun actually matters is the final boss. It's a lot slower and it's a lot riskier.
Yeah, I've even found recently. Yeah, even like playing the harder difficulties in this game, a lot. If you know what you're doing, a lot of the combat sections can be either you know, sort of circumvented by running past the enemies or using grip. You know, a lot of sections in this area you can just kind of run past the enemies. So the actual, you know, main time you need ammo doesn't really come in until, I would say, probably Colony, which is the next level, and that's actually the second to last level in the game. So yeah, again, having grip is... I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. I don't remember where I was going with it. But yeah, grip is broken, and you can run past enemies. I guess that's what I was going with. Yeah.
Yeah, there is one room, though, in this chapter, the generator room, where it is... Like, a lot of things you can just plan on how to get around the enemies. It'll be pretty similar each time, but that room... Like, it can mess with you over and over and over. Like, there is, like, a way you can get past and not get detected or have a great time, but you can easily lose a lot of time because these guys will hear you, hunt you down, and just keep attacking, so...
Oh, and when you get hit, fun. you get stun locked.
Yeah.
Yep, you just get stun locked, and then you immediately die, and it feels so bad.
Yeah. Because when the enemies chase you, hit you from behind, they don't change up their combos. Like, they'll still swing at you 3 times, and if you don't turn around to face them, you can't dodge. So sometimes you'll just keep getting hit, and it's not as bad. I don't know if we mentioned explicitly, but we are playing on minimum security, which is the easiest difficulty. The main reason just being it's faster. So it's not as bad.
Oh man!
But oh no!
I got Callisto'd.
That's unlucky. Yeah, Sim is trying.
What's the Callisto counter at now?
Oh,
it's at least 3 or 4.
It's like 4, I think.
Yeah,
Bangers is gonna make that. Is gonna make that way more.
Yeah. Okay, that works. So we don't want enemies to be here when we're using this key card thing, because it'll prevent the door from unlocking. Whoa! Play the animation again.
I've never seen that.
Dude. Okay, that also That's we'll say that's 4. We'll call that 4, I think.
Yeah, you know, we'll say that. I got Callisto'd there again, so is that 5?
Yeah. Oh, we'll call it 5, sure. So yeah, he reloads checkpoint there. 1, to get grip, because again, doing that refills the grip battery completely. And 2, it'll sort of reset the enemy spawn, so it gets those guys off of him. There's enough enemies to deal with in this section. This is a pretty difficult section in terms of getting past, and one of the main reasons Sim got the medium upgrade on the grip battery, because again, you run out very quickly even with the small upgrade. Picking up enemies and throwing them uses a lot of grip. Which makes sense, because it's very broken, as you can see. You can kind of just run past all the enemies.
Yeah, and like, even though we're on the minimum security difficulty setting, this is still a very tricky run. It reminds me of when Radish got some world record in Dead Space. Someone was like, "Oh, you're doing this on the casual difficulty?" He replied with, quote, "You do it then, you fucking loser." It's one of the funniest things he's ever said.
Yeah.
Anyway, game is still hard.
Yeah, well, because it even though it's on minimum, going out of the way to grab health and to actually watch the heal animation, takes time. And if you're trying to go for an optimal time, you really don't want to stop and heal. So trying to do the game without basically healing at all is still pretty difficult when you're just running past stuff. And a lot of the difficulty then also comes from, if the enemies are easier to deal with, then things get more optimized, and then it gets harder to save more and more time. But I don't think we haven't really added a harder difficulty category to this game yet. If people are interested in running it at some point, we might. But it honestly wouldn't change too much. You might have to be a little bit more stealthy. You might kind of just die more.
I don't think it would
routing,
change that much. I think you would just
You
die
might have to get
more.
some more upgrades. Yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, when the game came out, we had a certain pool of players, and then you split that by console and PC, and then you split the PC by who's doing glitchless and who's doing 120, and then glitchless and then any percent, and then that by 60 FPS and 120. It's like by the time that we start talking about actual difficulty levels, it's kind of it's like too small of a community to want to split that. Yeah.
I can get.
There were a couple people that wanted to do like merchantless or like maximum difficulty runs when the game came out, but no one really did runs, or maybe a couple people did.
I mean, that guy was just shooting me during the cutscene.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Yeah.
I mean, like, what is that?
Yeah. Like, here's a section where on maybe maximum security or contagion mode or something like that, you might want to be a little bit stealthier, for example, because you can't instantly kill these enemies by sneak killing them. But,
I have seen Looney get like stun locked, even when he tries to sneak. But when he gets off the ladder, he'll just they'll be coming at him immediately.
Oh,
so.
yeah,
it's so bad.
The way they detect you is just really weird in this game. It's hard to explain. It feels very inconsistent at times. Oh, one good meme that'll happen is sometimes you'll be trying to crouch and they'll just spawn out of vents, but they can do it when you're just crouching and walking over the vent. So they just spawn on top of you and then they all just know you're there, and it's like that's fair. Yeah.
I saw that happened in your stream yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't know they could do that because I'm used to playing, like, most of my hours in this game are doing like any percent, right? So. I was going through playing the harder difficulty. I didn't know they could just spawn on top of you. Oh, and that guy's just there he goes. Okay.
That was good.
Power's on.
Yeah. So if we didn't mention, contagion mode is the hardest difficulty. So
Jacob?
we were possibly thinking it could be interesting because harder difficulty, enemies aside, it actually makes it so that there's no autosaves, no checkpoints. Except for the beginning of each chapter. So that could open, some interesting routing ideas. You have to do skips without reloading checkpoints. But then the more I thought about it, I don't know if that would really make the route any more interesting. It might just be, if you don't get the skip first try, you got to replay the whole level.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot of skips where you... Oh, well, I guess bruv skip you couldn't do. You can't reload checkpoints.
You can't do bruv.
Habitat, I think you could still...
You can still do habitat launch, though.
You can still do habitat launch, but you just can't retry it if you mess it up. So, and lost skip would still work.
Yeah.
So.
But you need to get it.
But anyway, yeah, that's basically why we run on minimum. It's faster, and the other difficulties don't offer too much in terms of different routing. Like, it really wouldn't make the run that different. Maybe in glitchless it would be more interesting, glitchless hardest difficulty or something.
I think it'd be a bit more interesting.
Since there's
in glitchless.
more combat. The combat is really where you would see the harder difficulty making a difference. Oh, speaking of combat, someone's gonna do a very difficult combat section.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult, guys. So all the enemies spawn on the same, once one enemy spawns, you know where the other ones are gonna spawn for a bit. I think there's four enemies that spawn per side, and we gotta kill each side. So this is 3. And this
you might be
is
looking
4.
at this and be like, yeah, you might see this and think, wow, Sim is really cheesing this fight by throwing them off the edge, but it's like, this is the best way to do it. You know, they give you the grip batteries, like enough to actually throw everyone off. They make it so that you can throw them off and just insta-kill them. So, I mean, I don't know. I can't see myself actually like succeeding any other way except throwing them off.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they all mutate to their stronger forms, so, and they all just swarm you, so this would just be really tedious and difficult if we didn't do it this way. You might be able to shoot the tentacles, so I guess you could just blow a lot of ammo on it before they transform, but, you know, that's a lot of resources too. Using, like, 2 grip batteries instead is, I think, a better use of items.
Yeah. Also, if you think that this is cheesing it, wait until the little boss shows
Oh
up.
yeah, wait until the boss shows up.
There's a great edit that that Carsey made of
Yeah,
of Glenn talking about, you know, oh, this boss, you know, is really you know, really cool, and like the players gonna have a lot of fun like fighting him, and he's like difficult and scary and all this stuff, along with the strat that we do, and you'll see why it's funny. Yeah. So this enemy coming up the 2-head, you normally have to fight it 4 times. And on minimum, it doesn't one hit kill you most of the time, but on medium and up, it pretty much just 1 hit kills you if it hits you. It's actually kind of frustrating, and it will usually just cut. Sometimes it cuts to like a separate camera angle where you just die. It's very disorienting too. But
all right,
there's a lot of
watch
jank
this,
that
watch
can
this,
happen
guys. Watch this,
with
watch
it
this
as well. But,
watch this. This is the boss.
You can't mess it up after we've talked it up so much.
See ya.
So it turns out he can also fall off the drill here. So there he goes. It's actually really good that we can do that because killing those enemies or that mini boss takes a lot of ammo, and again, ammo is pretty scarce in any percent since we skip so much stuff. In fact, I said normally we have to fight 4 of these guys, but with the route that Sim's doing, we're only gonna fight 2. And spoilers, we're fight is a strong word. We're for both of them.
You're almost to the colony.
Yeah,
I
fight
think
is
the
a bit of a
second one
strong
is intended.
word.
I'm pretty sure the second kill is intended though, because in
I think
riot
it's
mode,
intended.
there's actually like an achievement or something, or like a challenge to kill one of those guys with an environmental hazard. So I think they kind of intended for you to do the second one, but I won't spoil what it is.
See that
The
light
colony
tower?
one. Are you doing the colony
there.
one?
Yeah, I'm doing bangers.
Got it.
Okay, well if you miss bangers, we get to cheese that one.
We do.
I think they might have patched that,
Wait, did
or
they
it's like
patch it?
different.
I think they patched
Every
it.
single time
They
someone
either-
has
Also, guys,
Well,
if
I don't
somebody,
know
if
for sure.
somebody
I have-
finds a way to get over this gap, I will love you forever.
I'll give you
Put your wallet where your
$100.
mouth is.
No, if
100?
somebody finds a way to get over that gap, $100.
Sim and
I
I will
swear.
both give you $100. I'm not even joking.
No, not even joking. Okay, if you can get over that gap, you can skip the entire level. But nobody's found a way to do it.
And it would obsolete. I know we keep saying like, you know, oh, this is the hardest trick in the game. This trick is really, you know, inconsistent, whatever. This trick coming up in a little bit is probably the worst trick in the game.
Oh, this is by far the worst trick in the game.
I don't do it. I don't even do it. You know, I think. Well,
this
okay,
is by
Habitat
far the
launch
worst
might be
trick in the
worse.
game. Or Habitat launch is probably
Habitat
worse.
launch has got to be okay. Habitat launch is worse.
But
This
this
skip's
is up
really
there.
bad, though.
This is up there.
It's pretty up there.
Yo, pause. Okay. I don't know why.
So
it's being weird.
So yeah, the skip. We'll start talking about it now. So it's called Bangers. The name comes from it skips the area of the level where there's a song playing on a radio. It plays like the final credits song. So we call it Banger Skip or Bangers. It skips the banger. But the skip itself entails a pretty annoying out of bounds. Again, the way the game loads is pretty hardware dependent and sometimes seemingly a little random. But if we get an enemy to hit us in a certain way, it'll push the camera out of bounds, unload the level, and then we can do some out of bounds platforming to skip a mini boss and a pretty big chunk of the level.
Why can't I use the
Oh, dude,
panel?
I had this happen to me. I don't know why this happened.
Why can't I use the panel?
Restart. Checkpoint restart.
That's so weird, actually.
That happened to me a couple times. It might be a new patch thing.
Is
But
that
one of the
that
times I
doesn't happen on old patch?
one of the times I did it, it did work the first time. So I'm not sure.
I've never seen that. Yo, so many things that I've never seen before are happening in this run. That's kind of insane. Like my marathon luck this run is kind of insane. Oh, that's not
I
good.
call it not practicing.
Yeah, not practicing. Also, that enemy being behind me right there is actually really bad. Can you, like, go away? Thank you.
Yeah,
That
like
guy
other
being there
prompts in
is
the
so
game.
bad. Can I actually
Yeah,
use
because
this stuff?
if you get hit while you're in certain
can't use
animations,
What the heck?
if you back out, the door should close, and then you should be able to use it. That's what happened to
Yo.
me. I'm pretty sure this is a new patch thing.
I've never seen this. Why can't
Because I like stepped out of the elevator, the door closed, and then when I went back in, it worked.
Just do a lap.
But one
do
of
a
the
lap.
one of the times
Yeah,
it
let's
just
do a
worked,
lap.
yeah.
Let's do a lap. That's so weird. That doesn't happen on old patch.
We might have to check my highlight from yesterday where it didn't happen the one time. I don't know, man. But yes, Sim and I will both we'll both give someone $100 if they find that colony skip. By the way.
How much money you got for original Dead Space 1 Chapter 5 consistent?
Okay,
I'd say about the same, probably.
Just get up here.
Really?
I will try
Nah,
this one
maybe
more
like 50
time
bucks.
if actually wait, that's if this doesn't work, I can't load checkpoint forward because then I won't have the fuses.
Just kill the enemies. That should work. I mean, I was able to get past this casually every time.
Yeah, let's kill
It
the
just
Yeah,
wouldn't
kill
let me
it,
do it
just,
instantly. No, I mean like I'm pretty sure once you kill the enemies, it'll work too.
I really hope they didn't.
Oh, maybe you have to kill a certain number of enemies for it to
I
work.
would be so mad if they did
Because
that.
when I was playing Contagion yesterday, and I was
Where's the
killing a lot of the
spikes?
enemies, or like I'd
Oh, here's
sneak
the
kill a lot of
spikes.
them. Maybe they did
Spike's
change
right
that.
there. Yeah.
Because you used to be able to just run on the elevator without killing
No,
anything.
they changed it. What?
That's actually what it is, right?
Wow.
Yo,
Wow.
why did they change that?
Heading up to the tower now.
But I think if you kill, maybe it's if you kill a certain number though, because I did have one time I swear where like I didn't have to kill those guys and I just ran right on it.
Okay, for context, this is not the patch that we usually play on. I'm playing on most recent patch because I haven't down patched. That doesn't happen on old patch. Oh, this is bangers, by the way. If you guys want to explain.
Oh yeah, now we're to the actual
Now to the bullshit.
random.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this guy, if he doesn't hit Sim in the right way, he won't flip out of bounds. It's a little random,
If he grabs
or he can just
you-
grab you, which is you can reset it, but it's a little obnoxious. Yeah.
Yeah, if he like grabs
hit
me, I
me.
just do the checkpoint and restart.
Okay, my game just didn't pause that time. I don't know why the game is not pausing when I'm pressing escape.
I thought we called it banger skip because
Yo, what's up, Meta?
we had for Bruv Skip, we had like a community member from England who thought that we were calling it Bruv Skip because he was English. And then we also I thought we called it bangers because that's like the sausage that they have for their fry ups, and the extended version is called bangers and mash.
Hey,
Well, once you said that, then we started calling it bangers and mash for that.
Okay.
'Cause, like, yeah, because he was like, oh, is it because I'm British? And we're like, no, but now it is.
You guys are making fun of me.
Hey.
Okay, Meta, you can't just show up like halfway through the stream and start explaining things we've already talked about. Can somebody ban
Yeah,
Meta?
come on, Meta.
Yeah, then we just started calling it bangers instead of it was bangers skip originally. But then bangers and then yeah.
I forget, like, who's in the community who quit running when bangers became a thing? I want to say it was Distortion, but I can't remember. If he actually
No, it
ran
was
this game.
Spice.
I mean, I
Spice.
did. Spicy probably did
Oh,
too.
Spicy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I started learning this and then I was like, nah, I'm good. No, I stopped running for a while. I mean, I came back. I just don't do it anymore.
Hey, I don't know why my game is not pausing.
Casual moment.
You know, we're just gonna kill the two-head. Fuck it.
Oh, also, I should mention, we, speaking of funny, skip names, then we started calling it Bangers and Mash after he said, oh, is it because I'm British or whatever. But the second half of it is really inconsistent. Nobody does it, so it's Bangers and Ass.
Yeah, it's called Bangers and Ass. Because it's ass.
Oh, Sim, do you want to show off the fuse dupe here on the gate?
I have no idea.
Maybe if the enemies are behind you. Oh, you just take it out twice and then just run through the door.
Oh yeah, this is a glitchless strat. I think I gotta kill the enemies.
Oh, I mean, if they're like right behind you, you don't have to do it. But it's actually not technically a fuse dupe. I guess we're not duplicating the item. There are fuse dupes in some parts of the run where you can actually get a fuse to duplicate. But this is a pretty silly strat that was found with the fuse there, the glitchless strat. So if you just take the fuse and put it back in a couple times, you get off cycle with the door opening and closing. You know, every time you put it in, it'll like oscillate, like it'll open, close, whatever. If you just do that enough times, you get off cycle where you can just run through the door and it won't block you. Because, you know, obviously the idea is the door's supposed to close when you pull it out to prevent you from just keeping it and running through. But yeah, you can kind of just get out of sync with it and then keep the fuse. You can actually do that in a few different places. So in glitchless, you get to keep a bunch of fuses and still skip some things.
I can probably show it off the tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of places you can grab fuses and keep them. In any percent, we only need a few of them, so that's why Sim just gets the ones in Habitat earlier on.
I don't think the insta-kill works on this badge.
I don't think so. So when we're actually fighting the two-head normally, there's a little bit of a weird thing that happens where, well, I mean, it's supposed to happen, but when you do enough damage to him, he'll fall down, and then you can melee him, and he'll rip off one of the heads. What sucks about that is it's seemingly random which one he does. Ideally, you put a bunch of bullets into one to do a bunch of damage to him, and then he'll decide to rip off the head you weren't shooting, and then you can kill him in like 2 hits. Nice. Okay, so Sim actually got pretty lucky there. He actually did do the one we wanted.
Okay.
Whoa.
That guy just like one-shot me. That guy just one-shot me.
Yeah, so having the other enemy here makes this fight really annoying because if you dodge an enemy, sometimes the second enemy will also just still hit you, and this guy does a lot of damage. He won't one-shot you per se on minimum, but pretty much every other difficulty is just a one-hit kill, no matter what. It's pretty cool and fun and fair, I think.
Yeah, I don't think we mentioned this, but the dodging in this game, all it is you have to hold left or right. But if there's like multiple hits for a combo, or if there's multiple enemies, then you hit left, then right, then left. But you can't dodge in the same way more than once. So, like, if it can set you up in some weird things where, like, if you don't want to go in one direction, but you already dodged in the other one, it's either you gotta tank a hit or, you know, go where you don't want to go.
Yeah, and the game doesn't really give you iframes that I'm aware of. So again, if you dodge and a second enemy decides to swing at you, you're just gonna get hit. And if you happen to get hit by the actual mini boss here, then it's really bad.
Yo, okay. I thought I got stun locked. Yo. See, this enemy here is so annoying. There we go. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, so there used to be an insta-kill on this guy, but I'm pretty sure they patched it.
I'm pretty sure they patched it.
Like, well, I don't even think it's allowed in glitchless, but yeah, if you get the two-head to stand in like a very specific spot in one of these door frames, he just instantly dies. It's the same thing as...
It looks like he bonks his head and then immediately dies.
Yeah, it's like how other enemies will die if they stand in the wrong spot. The game just decides, yeah, you're not supposed to be here, so let's just kill the enemy so the player doesn't get stuck. But you know, it just happens to still be in the arena, and it looks very
Okay,
silly.
I just looted some ammo, just because I used a bunch. I actually have a lot. I got a lot of ammo
Yeah.
from that. If you did
that's good.
bangers skip, it would actually put you right here. It would skip that boss.
They used to be the miners.
And then if you do the extension, the second half of it, the mash part, I think it skips this little area as well.
Yeah, it skips
Right.
this area and it puts you in the next area with Danny.
Yeah. Now this area Sim's dropping into, way back at the beginning of this level, we mentioned that panel you could get across. You can get all the way to this area if you can just get over that small gap. You can walk all the way here, and from here it unlocks a door to get to the final boss of this level.
Yeah.
And so you would be able to just walk straight to the end.
Gotta find a way.
The upper level, Jacob. Look
Sim,
for
is
the
it
clinic.
bad that even after the bangers troll, I actually do watching you play this still kind of makes me want to pick it back?
Yo, I'm getting Callisto'd!
Oh,
Oh
no,
my
dude.
See, it's like, see what I mean?
no.
You get hit once and then you just get stun locked. It's like, well,
Yeah, you don't run particularly fast in this game too, so and the enemies do, so it's a little tricky to get away from them if they swarm you.
yeah, that's like 6 times I got Callisto'd this
Yeah.
run.
Didn't have much.
What are
Pretty
we,
much
what are we-
any
what
time
are,
you're
what are we looking like on time right now? Because we're getting kind of close to the end.
about 139.
That's not too bad. We might be a little overestimate, but that's not too bad.
Up to the surface.
Why would they cover it?
Dunno.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if you get, you know, some of these tricks first try versus, you know, missing them each a couple times, it can be the difference between, like, I don't know, 2 hours versus an hour and a half or something. The range of which, like, you can actually get is pretty big.
It's called the Callisto Protocol. It's also 2 L's, yeah.
Yeah, we usually just call it Callisto when talking about it, but I guess that is like the full name of the game, yeah.
Yeah. I actually have the record in this game. I think it's a 117, I think, or 116. I don't even remember. I won't lie.
116, I think, yeah.
It's something like that. This game can be sub 110 with habitat launch, but yeah, so far there's
just-
no other leads on
it's hard.
skips. It's also
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Ferris. He takes 14 baton swings exactly. Unless I get trolled.
Yeah,
to-
like most of the boss fights in this game, we can kind of cheese it a little bit. Although it's a little difficult to do. It's a little harder than it looks. But if you finish your combo, then he will retaliate and attack you. But if you aim, you can cancel the combo, and you can just do the first swing over and over again, or the first 2 swings. And yeah, that was nice.
Yep.
Oh wait, sorry, he grabs. Yeah, he usually
Yeah,
grabs
he
you at
can
least
do that.
once.
He can do that.
It's a little random whether he like when he does it. but-
13, 14. This should be it. Okay, so
Yeah, nice. There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw the grab. I thought it was over. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, that just speeds it up a lot.
Platform.
Glitchless on old patch is or sorry, they added cutscene skips in a later update. So we added glitchless before they added cutscene skips, so there was a much bigger difference. Before glitchless was like 2 hours, like over 2 hours, like it was like 220 or something like that, and I think any percent was in like the high 140s. So it was a bigger difference before they added cutscene skips in an update.
Oh yeah, because I mean now even though we skip huge parts of the levels, those sections also have cutscenes, so being able to skip those is really nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's the glitchless record now?
I think it's like a 139.
Yep,
Rampancy
yeah,
has it.
39.
Yeah, what'd you say? It used to be like 220. It was so much longer.
Yeah, Fiery
Yeah.
had the record before cutscene skips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the time difference on like the date on which they were run. Fiery got like a 223 back in like 10 months ago, and then We have like a 156, a 146, and 139 on the, I believe, since cutscene skip was added.
Sharkat, do you want to talk about this meme that happens in this cutscene coming up?
Oh yeah, I don't know if I remember the exact number, but so this is a product of cutscene skips here. But if your FPS is, I think, too high during the loading screen when you skip the cutscene, you just lose 40 seconds here. Like the prison cell gate just doesn't open for a while. If your FPS is below like 60 or 30 or something like that during the load screen, then it just works normally. But if it's too high, then it just doesn't work.
Yep, and
you're not soft locked, but you just lose 40 seconds.
Yeah, watch this. My FPS during the loading screen. Watch my FPS in the top right if you see it. I don't think you guys do.
I don't think we can.
I don't think you have it showing.
All right, I'm 120 FPS in the loading screen, so I just have to sit here for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So there is a way to fix this if you use Bandicam or Rivatuner or something like that. You can toggle your FPS. I think the game actually has a 30 FPS cap, but you might have to go to. I don't remember if you have to go to the main menu to do that.
It doesn't. The thing with the FPS cap is it doesn't cap it during the loading screen, only during gameplay. So you can have it capped to like 30 FPS, but the loading screen will still be like 100 FPS.
Is that the in-game cap or with Bandicam?
The in-game cap.
Or both?
You can can do FPS switching is allowed in this game because of stuff like that.
I'm opening the way ahead.
What most runners do is they have Bandicam or something open, Rivatuner, and what they do is they just toggle to 30 FPS during that loading screen.
Yeah, that still works, right?
Yeah. Alright, so those fuses I picked up in Habitat, I can use them here.
Yeah, so this skips a two-head fight. Really nice, saves a bunch of ammo.
That saves a bunch of ammo and a bunch of time.
I believe that's where we actually figured out the glitchless fuse dupe method, where you just put the fuse in a couple times and keep it, and it just skips. Yeah, you can just, not only can you skip the two-head there, but you also get to keep your fuse, and then you can use it to skip later section of this level. This hallway is pretty annoying. There's a lot of enemies, and again, they really hound you. It's kind of hard to run past them. They like to grab you.
Callisto'd. Callisto! Let me play! Let me move!
Bro, playing is killing them. You're trying to not play them.
Down the stairs.
Bro! Okay, that was bad.
On the radio.
That was bad.
That's great.
That was bad.
Sim, have you seen in that hallway where he'll just say like the same dialogue line over and over again?
Yeah.
Or he's just like, this part's older than the rest of the prison. I don't know what triggers that, but he'll just say that like over and over again, like if you play do it normally. Okay, so yeah, this area isn't as bad as that last hallway, but there's still a lot of enemies. Fortunately, we can just throw them out of the way. And then we're gonna use the other fuse we picked up to skip a sort of long section here, where you normally got to go through a vent, grab a fuse, and then slowly walk all the way back.
Just a reminder, if you guys don't remember, or if people are just coming in, earlier in the game we did a glitch that skipped a big part of the level, and we picked up 2 fuses in an earlier level, and since we never used those fuses, we still have them and we can use them, and so we just use them to skip these sections. All right, so this two-head again.
Yeah.
We're gonna throw him into the fan.
Yeah, so I'm actually pretty convinced this was intended. Maybe not like what you're supposed I think you're really like supposed to fight him, but I think they knew you could do this, because I'm pretty sure there's an achievement in riot mode.
I got absolutely rolled.
Dog.
I have gotten Callisto'd so many times this run.
It's the new patch. It's the
new patch. It's the new patch.
Yeah.
Not my skill issue.
I'm sorry to not believe you. When you talk about like, hey, this game can be fun, it's like, if you had fun once today. Alright, he's got his flip spots with him.
Okay, it's pretty difficult to get him in there. Oh, there we go. Now we're in a good spot.
Nice.
Okay, but
Callisto
this
runners
enemy
when they
shooting
can't
at
move,
me is
getting
being
hit
really
by 10
annoying.
enemies, be like...
There we go. Okay.
I want to find a clip of you just getting Callisto'd and just be like, Callisto runners be like, this is the fun part.
We did have a helmet. We did have a helmet, but it broke off in a cutscene. We didn't see it because I skipped it, obviously, but his helmet broke.
I don't know if we answered it. I think I saw a question earlier, maybe in this level of the last, asking if the glitchless run was fun. I think it can be pretty chill. I've only ran it a couple times, not as much as any %, but yeah, I mean, if you enjoyed playing this game casually, you'll enjoy glitchless. I guess I'll just say that. If not, then maybe not. There's not a ton of tech for glitchless. There's, well, I mean, I guess that's not completely
weapon
true.
swapping, and I guess that's
you got
about
you
it.
got quick swapping with weapons. You actually can keep some of the fuses. We call it fuse duping. It's sort of a misnomer, I guess. Like you can duplicate fuses by pulling one out as soon as you get a checkpoint. But obviously that duplicating items is not allowed in glitchless. But we just call it fuse duping when you're able to keep a fuse and you're not supposed to. You know, just the glitchless classic is putting it in, take it out, put it in, take it out until you can just run through the door.
The original method when this game first came out back in December of last year was we would actually physically duplicate the fuses. They fixed that long ago, but we can just do that method instead.
Most of the methods for just taking them with you still work. I think one of them they might have fixed. There's one where you used to reload a checkpoint. Like when you put the fuse in, it wouldn't let you take it back out. But if you reloaded a further checkpoint and then backtracked, you could take it with you.
Yeah, they fixed that's in Lost, I think they fixed that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if it's really gonna come up, but I was gonna explain this in a little more detail earlier. I don't know if we got back to it. So with the health injectors, when you press and hold the heal button, you go through this animation where he'll inject himself with it and you'll heal up. If you have a health injector and you just tap the button, but you don't fully hold it, he'll start the animation. You can see Sim was like spamming it here.
Yeah.
Using the health injector animation will actually put away your weapon instantly, which is really good because whenever you interact with something like, a ladder, a door button, whatever, he'll actually sit there and you'll lose about a second or so because he'll sit there, put away the weapon, then do the animation. So if you're not at full health and have a health injector... Oh, we got the random time save.
We got the random time save. Let's go.
Or is it random? Didn't someone figure out why it happened, or do we not know still?
I have no idea.
A diluted test sample.
I haven't
from
been
one
on
of
the
our
Callisto
labs.
Discord server in months.
I feel like somebody maybe had a theory, but I don't remember. But yeah, so that's like a small detail. That's another thing that's useful in glitchless as well. That's why you actually don't want to be at complete full health in this game. Actually, kind of similar to how healing works in Dead Space games, where you can heal some slowed effects. But yeah, so you'll see people do that a lot. You want to be just under full health, have a health injector, and then you can put away your weapons instantly. It just saves a few seconds here and there over the whole run.
All right, so it looks like we are overestimate. That's okay because we're in the last part of the game. We're in the last I'd say about 5 or so minutes, maybe a little more.
They just got the last boss fight here.
Yeah, this is the final boss. All right, so this is a rematch with Ferris. It's the exact same. Nothing's changed. He still
Do you know if
takes
it's the same
14
number
hits.
of swings? Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's still 14.
So I think somebody asked earlier when we fought him if that was the final boss. We did have to go through this last level still, but it is pretty much the same thing here. Then he's going to do a big transformation, and that's the true final boss. It's going to be the second phase here. This is kind of just a warm-up.
Okay, this is the real final boss. This is hard.
Yeah, again, without picking up any upgrades for the shotgun, this can be pretty tricky.
I also
that's another reason why
situation.
You still had a lot earlier. I'm sure you're probably good.
Probably.
Yeah, this is another reason why Sim grabbed a grip battery upgrade earlier. we want to throw some of these explosive enemies as well as these explosive barrels at the boss to help save some ammo, and it also, you know, just does a lot more damage than a regular pistol shot. But it's pretty easy to run out of grip here. Again, picking up enemies uses way more grip than picking up a regular item, so we have to be careful with how long we hold on to them and how many we throw in them. But that medium upgrade pretty much guarantees we're not going to run out. Yeah, I think it's pretty tight with the battery,
really tight with
the management with the small upgrade. Yeah, it's like really easy to run out.
Yeah, you do need to take care of those guys that are crawling through the walls, though, because I forgot, are they like one-hit kills if they get to you?
They're not one-hit kills, but they do a ton of damage.
Yeah. It's probably not as big of a deal on medium, or minimum, I mean. But obviously we don't want to get hit too much still. So yeah, if I remember correctly, it's you got to break the shell open twice, and he'll regenerate it. But once it breaks the third time, it'll just stay open. That's how we know we're pretty close to the end of the fight.
Yeah.
So that he's almost dead. Yeah.
All right, he's almost dead.
How many times have we got? Okay, cool.
Oh! I accidentally swung my melee. Oh god, I might get Callisto'd. Okay, I didn't get Callisto'd. I almost got Callisto'd.
Dog.
Okay, time is coming up. Time is coming up. I'll give a countdown.
Oh,
dude, the jump he did.
the way he just jumped upwards.
Dude, he just ragdolls when you kill him. Most of the time he just crumples to the floor, but yeah, I guess he can jump. I don't know if I've seen that.
All right, there is a small time save here. If you can get in front of Danny, let's go. I got it. All right, now we're just running to the end. Callisto'd means I got rolled. I got trolled by the game. That's what we called Callisto.
Yeah, we just call it getting Callisto'd when there's some jank.
Yeah. Okay, time is coming up in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Woo! Yo, GG,
go! Woo!
Good job. Oh, what a run!
Well, what was the time on that? 1:54:33. That's not too bad. I know you guys. First of all, shout out to the entire Callisto community, such as Looney, Topher, Sharkcat. You know, all of the guys in the Callisto Discord. We're a pretty small community, but shout out to all of them. Do you guys have anything that you wanna say?
For everything.
You go.
You go first. Oh, okay. Well, I think I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, we do have a Discord server where we discuss, you know, strats and runs and things like that. So if you're interested in, you know, trying any of these runs, running glitchless even, or, you know, just trying to learn some of the skips for fun, you know, that's a good place to join. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. If you're interested, come check it out.
And this is not the last time you're gonna see me today. I'm gonna be back later tonight playing Outlast Trials. So if you want to see more of me, make sure you're here tonight.
Yep.
I know everybody wants to see more of me.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for everyone for putting this together. I know we're just getting started, but it's always fun to have these marathons.
Yeah, thanks for having us, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I hope you found some peace.
Okay, that was such a sick run to kick this marathon off. That was so good. Congratulations, guys. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the Wheat Harvest Paradox by Lick. Okay, welcome back. Up next we have the Wheat Harvest Paradox by Lick. Any percent. So when you're ready, Lick, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and this couldn't be like a worst game to showcase after the insanity we just witnessed, but I will try my best. This is like the total opposite. So get ready, like to, grab your teas and coffees because this will be like super chill game. This game is by Ken Forrest, and he's made few games. You can find him on itch.io, and we just need to save the world because there is a time paradox, catastrophe that is destroying our world. The premise of this game is super simple. We're just harvesting wheat, getting V-Bucks, getting gold, and saving the planet. Couldn't be more simple than that. Okay. We're just going outside because we don't have any money. I will just explain the only glitch that is in this game currently. After we just enter the tractor. And we are in. Beautiful wheat fields of gold. Every day we're just harvesting however we like. The minimum required is 40%. And this is what we will be going for day 2 and day 4. Most of the strategy and optimizations came from not using cheat engine or messing up with the game files, but with good old Microsoft Excel and spreadsheets. So this is what I was doing to root this game. And yeah, we're going for 40%, trying to keep good line, because on the next day we will see ourselves. I mean, you will understand what I mean on day 2, because you can see that current direction of time is backwards. The next day will be forwards day. Whatever that means, you will see. And for this coming, yeah. Now, there are like this black screen fade outs that you can walk through. And yeah, we just use the only like the little glitch that saves a little bit time. Now there is important moment. We're just buying the upgrades for our truck. I will explain what they are doing. Engine 1 and quality 1. Engine upgrade is just pretty much self-explanatory. Oh, this is what I was mentioning when talking about our phantom or our spectre ghost. This is basically us the day before, and this is how this world is built on. On the one end, there are people that have forward time, and on the other hand, over here on our right, everything goes backwards. And yeah, that's the game. It's wonderful, right? It's kind of weird to not have like country songs, because I was always playing some country songs, like super cheesy ones, during the playing, that help you vibe better with this game. But yeah, sadly we won't have this. On day 2 we are going for 40% as well. I will explain what quality does. On the beginning, without any upgrade, you can sell each piece of wheat for 2 V-Bucks or wheat bucks, or however you want to call it. There is no like name mentioned in the game. We are selling, going to sleep. And what is this? Weird long screen, but yeah, okay. Hopefully it won't crash on us. Okay, now we'll buy in quality 2, and yeah, the quality 2 upgrade, because I was just interrupted. The quality 2 upgrade, what it does is, without it, we are selling each piece of wheat for $2. First level upgrade is like 4, then 8, then 12, and at the very end on the 4th level, we are selling for 16 V-Bucks. On day 3 we are going for 43% exactly. In order to have enough money to buy quality 3 and engine 2 upgrades. This game is not like the first game. When you see it, when you play it, you don't think to yourself like, oh my god, I want to speedrun it, wow! Because it's not like the typical game. It's super fun game to to chill and to vibe. But later on, it became like my inner meme, and the meme in itself, and the game is important to me, like became like a diary that I came back to, and I just really love the graphical style in this game, and I think the guy that did this is super underappreciated, and the next game could be a banger from him. Okay. Now we are buying quality 3 and NG2. Oh wait, go outside. There's not much to, in this game. You can interact with a lot of NPCs here, but this is only like for quality 3 and cut. What the fuck? Engine 2, okay. I should have made my cheat sheet much bigger. Okay, and now we're going for 40%. I'm super excited. I mean, what can be better than so many days in a tractor? I've even I'm wearing this outfit to like fit into the role, like to roleplay the harvester, man. But this game is good analogy of what can happen someday. And then only wheat can save us, so yeah. And we're getting for 40% as well. Whoa! Whoa, whoa. This wasn't the best steering. By the way, I'm playing on mouse and keyboard, but on the controller you actually can turn better. The difference is slight, but worth mentioning. Okay, too much wheat. Long fadeouts. I don't know why is that. Hopefully it won't crash. Okay, and we're going outside, buying the last upgrades we will ever get. And then there will be... Okay, quality 4. And we are buying cut size because we can, and the cut size doesn't do much. Basically, it's like we can grab a little bit more wheat on the left and on the right, respectively, but the difference is just tiny. So the current route that I came up to just was working better. I hope that there is something better to find. Hopefully some new game-breaking glitches, but yeah. This is the great game to like dip your toes into when you're just starting speedrunning, or you want to get someone else to this beautiful world of speedrunning in general. And this is the wheat harvest paradox. We must evade our goals, because if we would hit it, we would get like reverted to one of the spawn points and lose some time in the process. We are going for 67% on this day and on the next day. Yeah, this is the values I've came up to. The reason we are doing this, because if we would like go for more this day, the field would get more sparse, and we would lose time like looking for individual pieces of wheat. Oh, I've talked too much, and we have 70%, so we are not selling this day. That was a mistake. So next day we can like collect a little bit less than 67%. This is the last day. Harvesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, so calming, so relaxing. This is what we need. After Callisto Fellas. This was totally insane, by the way. Kudos to that. 20%. Me and my tractor and all's good. Whoa, whoa! Wow, that was clutch. You gotta clip it. This was like the one of the best Wheat Harvest Paradox moments in history. Oh, and this wasn't. Damn it. We won't get the world record this time. But this is what can happen. In such a sweaty game as this, only the best of the best are brave enough to speedrun the Wheat Harvest Paradox. Okay, we're almost there. Sadly. I will go for 67 just to be sure. And now we're selling all the wheat, and we have 200k of V-Bucks, and then we are ending this. We are ending the apocalypse, the inevitable, the imminent doomsday. Okay, complete time. Oh, I forgot to say the time. Oh, it's good either way. We will watch this cutscene. I forgot to. This is the golden gun we were saving money for. 200k V-Bucks. Now this will shoot in the air and save the planet. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. Thank you, Ken Forrest, and thank you to all viewers and HS for having me. Yeah, this is it. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, that was really cool, dude. Nice chill run. I enjoyed that. Next time we'll tee up an actual country song and maybe an Akubra cowboy hat for you.
That sounds good.
All right, so we're going to take another quick break, and then we'll be back with Wretched Depths, Any Percent by Ms. Truffles. Quite looking forward to this one, so we'll see you in a moment.
Feel my skin ache, you get the bass pumping through my face.
Detached when I snap and take my Titan form. What you thought I'm writing for? Another week of tongue-in-cheek, no cheek to turn. My stomach creaks as empty as a promise from Congress of how my mother speaks to comfort me. Come and see the greatest showman. Childhood no good, look like Damon from The Omen. Bowl cut Beelzebub, grown up and fell in love. Think we got the Bible wrong, so I seen a hell above.
Harry World.
It's a white devil raising up the threat level. Now with triple six is Harry World collecting bezels. Disrespectful, got my feet up where your head is nestled. Pressure wrestle thoughts in my mind to a fucking pretzel. It cannot be the Ayatollah H-E-R-E-T-I-C. Screaming please, won't you stay the fuck away from me? But won't you stay? You might as well, you're in my way. Sacrifice my emotions like every fucking day. I'm in the kitchen, mighty able when I'm whipping cane. I'm all about this pleasure, but this fucking life is pain. I'm cheating on my girl, Mary with a sister plane. Wrist look like California wet with all that rain. So why you hate? What the fuck you got to really say? I'm a walking visual, you're just a chony stain. How you walk with no fight, it do not correlate. How the fuck you think you real, but all your people fake? You do not carry no weight. Fuck up off of my plate. I got no mercy today. Fuck up out of my face. These rappers leave them all slain. So go and try as you may. I get the cash and pussy. Fuck boy ain't come to play. I full of handle the problem. Your people need them. I got them. I crawl my way from the bottom. I call my way to the bottle. You need that paper, we sacking. You need that work, we ain't lacking. You ain't that boy, then we jacking. You ain't that boy, then we back. All my haters on my dick like I got hella boyfriends. Your homie, he don't want no beef. He's eating fucking soylent. All your songs are fucking shit and belong in the toilet. Don't you try step and reevaluate your choices. Down so bad, down so low, still talking all that bullshit. Run that mouth to prove yourself and get your fucking dome split. I go home and get that sucky from a good bitch. Lights out, every world now with triple six, bitch. Lights out, every world now with triple six, bitch. You do not carry no weight. Fuck up off of my plate. I got no mercy today. Fuck up out of my face. These rappers leave them all slain. So go and try as you may. I cash and pussy. Fuck boy ain't come to play. I full of handle the problem. Your people need them. I got them. I wake up the bottom. I way to the bottle. You need that paper, we stacking. You need that work, we ain't lacking. You more than we jacking. You ain't that boy, then we back 'em. You do not carry no weight. Fuck up off of my plate. I mercy today. Fuck up out of my face. These rappers leave them all slain. So go and try as you may. I cash and pussy. Fuck boy ain't come to play. I pull up handle the problem. Your people need them. I got them. I way from the bottom. I call my way to the bottle. You need that paper, we stacking. You need that work, we ain't lacking. You ain't that boy, then we jacking. You ain't that boy, then we back 'em.
And welcome back. We have the Wretched Depths with Miss Truffles. 80% run. Whenever you're ready, Miss Truffles, take it away.
Hey, hello everyone. So we just got a harvesting game just before, and apparently the staff decided to put a fishing game just after this. That's pretty well fitting. So this is Wretched Deaths, a free game which is a mix between horror and fishing game. As you will see, it has great atmosphere, a little bit of flow. I'm gonna explain some stuff during the run. I'm gonna start the run now, so I'm gonna create a new save file. By the way, this is any percent, so the goal is to reach the ending cutscene. There is also a all fishes category where you have to complete the encyclopedia. I wanted at some point to maybe submit this category to the marathon, but so far the game really trolled me in terms of RNG, so I didn't. And you can see there is a difference here. You can take story mode or normal mode. The only difference I would say is that the fishes will fight a little bit more in normal mode. It's not making the run much more interesting. So we are gonna start with story mode. I'm gonna tell you when the timer starts. There is a little cutscene here that I will skip pretty soon. Your character is coming at a town. I forgot the name, but it's definitely a reference to the series Twin Peaks. And I'm gonna skip the cutscene, and I'm gonna tell you when the timer starts in 3, 2, 1, go! So first thing, I'm gonna visit the shopkeeper, which will give us the path to go to the lake we are supposed to go, because it's not well, they are not like any good indication for that. It's a pretty remote village basically, and we are gonna start fishing here. I'm gonna skip the dialogue there. You already saw that I'm gonna do quit and reload to get to the van faster. And we are gonna start fishing already. The goal here is to get 5. A little bit of screen shaking because I'm gonna try to throw the lure as fast as I can. And here I'm trying to look at where there are the most amount of fishes. You can already see in the background that some fishes are looking weird, but we are gonna, like this one here, which is a lionhead fish. This is 3 tracks already, pretty fast so far. The amount of time it can take for the fishes to go to the lure is RNG. Here, since I got 4 medium-sized fishes, I'm gonna go to the inventory and make some rooms, or otherwise I couldn't catch another fish, and I don't think I'm in the right position here. Hopefully one of the fishes will saw me. I didn't got good RNG on the last movement for the fishes. I have to keep an eye on where they are. Yeah, this last one, it was pretty slow, but that's fine. We have 5 fishes again, quit, reload, and we are done with the first fishing session. So far, apart from seeing this lionhead fish which looks a little bit weird, things are going pretty okay, I guess. Nothing too weird to see. So we are gonna sell the fishes there, hopefully get a good amount of money. That's pretty good. And I'm gonna buy the first lure upgrade. So for some reason the progression in the story is tied to the lure you will get in the game. You have 3 to buy, and the last one will be gifted to you by a weird entity. You will see that later. I'm gonna equip this, by the way. The better your lure is and the deeper you will go. You can also upgrade your fishing line, but for the any percent it's not necessary. By the way, the shopkeeper told us to meet a fisherman to hopefully have some good spot for fishing and here it is, and you're not gonna see it, but you're gonna hear it. This is how it goes. So let's continue fishing, I guess, without any advice. So I'm gonna catch, I would say, depending on the fish I will get there, yeah, I'm gonna go with 2 fishes. Because I'm not sure that with 1 bass I'm gonna have enough money. I'm gonna tell you why later. Gonna get 2 normal fish, and then I'm gonna go deeper and catch the first spooky fish in around this place here. They are basically divided in 4 tiers, and you're gonna see tier 1, 2, and 3. Not 4 because it's too much deeper, but you can see them in all fishes category. Here's one. I think this one is better in terms of income, so that's cool. So I have enough fishes for this session, so I'm going back to my van and I'm gonna sell all of that. But you will see that the shopkeeper doesn't want to get any of the weird fishes you can get in the lake. If you try to sell it, it will say I don't want. He will say I don't want to get this kind of stuff. I'm gonna buy the second lure. What am I doing? Because I need to go there. Because this guy you will see in the corner of the street here is actually interested in the scary fishes. Now I can return to the menu. There's a lot of menuing, and it's one of my weaknesses in speedrunning. Dude, that is so similar to Wit, that's crazy. Yeah, I think this is kind of a little block in a way. So this is the third session here. I'm gonna look for, I would say, by the way, there's a little friend there, you might have seen him. At least 2 scary fishes and 1 normal fish, because the shadow figure you just saw in the background, it has to spawn behind you if you want to continue advancing in the game, at least as far as I know. I've checked the world record before just to be sure, and that's what it does. Also, I'm not getting good RNG there with the behavior of the fishes. Okay, I didn't really care about you. It's, for some reason it was attracted very long after. That was very weird. Should I take the risk if I get a parasite mouth fish? No, I'm not gonna take a risk to not get enough money. I'm not on a PB pace right now. And the shadow figure is not here anyway. I should be maybe close to the surface. That should be better if I want to get a fish fast. If I want to be cooperative, this one. Okay, got a trout. You won't see too much of the shadow figure because I'm gonna switch to the main menu again. And as you can see, the more you advance in the story, the darker the sky will be. You can see the difference sometimes when I go to the shop and buy a lure. You might see that just after. I already have enough money for the lure. I won't need to sell the normal fishes I got. The bass and the trout. Yeah, you might have seen the transition. Now it's a little bit darker. And now that's funny because I'm gonna have some time to explain some things because I won't need to do anything there. Because I will just need to wait for a trigger to happen. I don't even need to fish, don't even need to equip the lure. I just need to stay there and wait for a specific audio cue. Basically, the radio will start glitching, and if you're waiting, you won't hear it in in the round, but you will start to hear some satanic occult speaks and stuff. This is a good time to say that you are missing a lot of some little events happening in the run. You have some tapes to find, and there is someone reporting some weird events happening and doing like a little inquiry on his own side and discovering some very weird stuff. There's a little bit of lore about this game, and I would definitely recommend you to give it a try. As I said, it's free. It's their first game, and it already won an award for a indie game festival or something like that. So that's very neat, and I'm very curious to see what their next game will be. Also, one last little detail, you can actually activate the radio manually, so you can have a little bit of music while fishing, and you will hear a little bit of that just after. I'm just gonna now wait for specific sound cue. So I'm gonna stay quiet. Okay, I've discovered that you can enter the van much quicker than what I was expecting, what I knew at the beginning. This is a radio, by the way. And now our little friend in the corner has disappeared, and now this is a shadow figure. I'm calling it shadow figure, it doesn't have a name, officially, I think. And it gives us what is called the core scene. You can't fish with it, but it allows you to go to the deepest point of the lake, and you will start to see some very weird stuff. You will see what is really happening with this lake. So I'm gonna be in a right spot. I think it's around here. There we go. It was a bit slow because since I don't have a good fishing line, I need to be in the right position so the lure will start to slide on the ground. And yeah, basically here I don't need to do anything else. So you will start to see very shady things happening. And yeah, that's basically it for the run. I will tell you when to stop the timer. On my side there is a auto splitter. It's a little bit hard to time, to be honest, because it's a bit dark. As you can see, there's some flash things. I think you can see, yeah, there is an arm here. This is how the lure looks like. It's also very weird. And I will try to time for you the timer. It will be in about 15 seconds. It's when the lure will stop moving and the ending cutscene will start to happen. And time. So it's a little bit hard to time. So this is what lurks at the bottom of the lake, and you will see more about that in the ending cutscene when I'm gonna do the shoutouts. Sub 12, despite having a little bit of bad RNG with the behavior of the fishes, that's not bad actually. That's actually fairly good considering I didn't add the best RNG. It's very RNG based, but it's, I would say 80% is much more is much less frustrating than all fishes. It's pretty easy to grind this game and pretty chill too. And as you will see, you will meet the same fate as the other fishermen. So I'm gonna do the shoutouts now while it's the ending cutscene is continuing. Shoutouts to Indie Horror Speedruns for having me. It's always a great pleasure to participate to this marathon. It was my first marathon ever last year, and it was amazing. You are a great community. Shoutouts to my girlfriend, my friends, my community were supporting me. Shoutouts to Malgov's daddy who discovered the funniest glitch in this game, which sadly is not used in the round, but basically you can stack fishings on the inventory. I haven't even done that on my own tries, but that's something that exists. Two last shoutouts before I finish. That's gonna be loud by the way, so I hope you will hear me. Shoutouts to Nezisov who currently has a world record on any percent and helped improving the route. And one last shoutouts to Sweetback guy who did the auto splitter for the run, which is very helpful. Yeah, we found God at the end of this run. I hope you're happy about that. This is how it looks like. Pretty handsome, I guess. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much again for having me. Good luck to the next runners. Enjoy the rest of the marathon. And twitch.tv/MrFuffles if you want to see more obscure speedruns like this one. Bye bye, see you soon.
Leave it to mild Gothay to find ridiculous glitches. Okay, that was really good. I enjoyed that. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we'll be back with our first ever IHSM race. We have a 3-way race coming up of Escape the Backrooms, Any Percent, Normal Update 3, with Riakeen, User, and Unwalker. So we'll be back in just a moment.
I'm not apologetic. If I was, I wouldn't be doing shit. Think that I'm fading away to tell the truth. I think I like that better. Think that I'm wasting away to tell the truth. I don't know any better. Think that I'm fading away to tell the truth. I think I like that better. Think that I'm wasting away to tell the truth. I don't know. watch it flow. This time I will make you die. This time I will make you fly. 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4 ARPs. 1, 2, 3, 4 melodies. 1, 2, 3, 4 stuck on knees. 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4 ARPs. 1, 2, 3, 4 melodies. 1, 2, 3, 4 stuck on knees.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Giving this pussy as hard as it takes. Wanna know how fucking gun on my face. So I'm gonna save, you ain't safe. Lock it up quick, we all in place. I'm gonna save, now it's safe. Fix it up quick like Apex Rape.
Pain, death, nothing phases me.
Whoa! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Skirt. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Skirt. Boss. Jump, kick, punch. Whoa! Moss. Stick, stick, run. Skirt. Boss. Jump, kick, punch. Whoa! Moss. Stick, stick, run. Skirt. Walking the road, faces staring when I'm moving in. No pillow talking, we just get it in like who? The fuck is this so gangster? He really moving like some pracer, I just might pop a 9 mil, I don't fight. No. The last thing that he saw is like it don't feel right, but I pack that every single night. Gotta keep it tight, the Hulk ain't bustin' with that pipe. Can't get the ducking, bitch, my ammo fucking. Who really wants something? Out here crushing, meet the fucking ruler. He really got something. Get the dumping, keep that finger pumping. He really be stunting, out here hunting. Got my people jumping, every bar be bumping. Walk in the room, faces staring when I'm moving in. No pillow talking, we just get it in like who? The fuck is this so gangster? He really moving like some pracer, I just might pop a 9 mil, I don't fight. No. The last thing that he saw is like it don't feel right, but I pack that every single night. Gotta keep it tight, the Hulk ain't bustin' with that pipe. They think I'm done, I'm never leaving, bitch, you better start that squeezing. Think I'm running, really weaving, turn around, now look who's bleeding. Leading a new pussy to the gun, they never learn, so stop the bleeding. Look bro, this shit funny, rappers cheating. Pick a book up, get to reading. Faces staring when I'm moving in. No pillow talking, we just get it in like who? The fuck is this so gangster? He really moving like some pracer, I just might pop a 9 mil, I don't fight. No. The last thing that he saw is like it don't feel right, but I pack that every single night. Gotta keep it tight, the Hulk ain't bustin' with that pipe.
I'm the reason that they walk around with a pipe. Can't hold themselves up in a fight. They get to jumping with their guys. So I always keep a knife. Fuck around, you're getting sliced. Might fuck around and take his wife. Off that good shit, Walter White. Claim he a demon, that's a lie. Just a bitch, I'll buy no pipe. He not run no ride or die. Time to snitch to save his life. All my brothers get to smite. You talk too much, you catching rounds. You talk too much, you getting loud. I've had enough, I'm heading out. Some low-key shit, don't fuck a crowd. Got the stick and we can joust. Say he gon' run up in my house. But he don't know where I live. Beat him till his body limp. With some bush feel like a bed. Still light him up like some flares. Act is tough, but now he wimpy. Off a crack, my brain is itchy. Pull a bullet like he's swimming. I don't need to keep a blick. Got my brothers, they riding with me. I gotta go chase a bag. I'll be back in a jiffy. Talk about smoking packs when you letting gas give him hickeys. The fuck is that?
Walk in the room, faces staring when I'm moving in. No pillow talking, we just get it in like who? The fuck is this so gangster? He really moving like some pracer, I just might pop a 9 mil, I don't fight. No. The last thing that he saw is like it don't feel right, but I pack that every single night. Gotta keep it tight, the Hulk ain't bustin' with that pipe. Fading away, all the driven pulling on my string. Helped to find my heart, but just realized she was a summer fling. And now I cannot feel a single thing. And now I cannot feel a single thing inside of me. Fading away, all the driven pulling on my string. Helped to find my heart, but just realized she was a summer fling. And now I cannot feel a single thing. And now I cannot feel a single thing inside of me. Do you remember what you last said? That you had gave me everything I read. Now it's so easy to say she met her end. Now I'm stuck in a time warp, I really miss my best friend. Everything reminds me of you. There
stay around, been wasting my time. Little bitch, give me back my clocks. Ho, I done hit your bitch, I don't need her no more. You can have her back, bro. Fuck your bitch, then I threw her in the trash. Like, damn, this bitch really crazy. Hit my phone, say she love me. Goddamn, think she wanna have my baby. I ain't got no time for you guys, she do for my own self. Ex-bitch think she calling me, but she hitting my old self. She don't get my new shit, cause I've been trying to cut her off. Hit a friend with no rubber, yeah, you know I hit her off. I don't give a fuck about a bitch, and you know I never will again. She took my heart out my chest when she left. She took my will to live. How the fuck I'm supposed to live when I don't even got a heart? Chasing bands, chasing rats, mama think I'm living large. Bitch, I'm in the hills, probably fucking on a blown whore. I do this shit every day, treat it like a fucking chore. Weed in my lungs and I'm itching for another hit.
You said you wouldn't cheat on me.
I guess I broke my promise. Picked up her best friend and then I took her to the mountains. Gave her a whole bottle of champagne and then she downed it.
LaVerys won't be famous.
Well, that bitch, I hardly doubt it. Give her this good dick, make a movie, she be shouting. She said she want more, I'ma give it to her, she be like the Nick, think I'm addicted to her, can't be stuck on a bitch. She gon' be stuck on me, she a freaky little bitch. She wanna swallow seed, purple all up in my cup, but I ain't sipping lean.
What the fuck is it though?
Bitch, these Jamaica leaves. Smoke a G, get high as fuck. I think I'm in the stars. They say I'm a rude dude. It's cause this life is hard. I've been hella numb since like age 9. I can't never open up, that's why I gotta lie. Drinking so much now, I can't see through my eyes. Verses almost done, so it's time for me to say goodbye. Last girl I treated right, that was the last time. Said I love you, said I hate you, really was your last line. You stay around, been wasting my time. Little bitch, give me back my clocks. Ho, I done hit your bitch, I don't need her no more. You can have her back, bro. Fuck your bitch, then I threw her in the trash. Like, damn, this bitch really crazy. Hit my phone, say she love me. Goddamn, think she wanna have my babies. I ain't got no time for you guys, she do for my own self. Ex-bitch think she calling me, but she hitting my old self. She don't get my new shit, cause I've been trying to cut her off. Hit a friend with no rubber, yeah, you know I hit her off. I don't give a fuck about a bitch, and you know I never will again. She took my heart out my chest when she left. She took my will to live.
Puff kush clouds in the fast food parking lot, snot clogging nostrils. Cold air stars in the sky make you reconsider the gospel. But nah, you ask about the ethereal, everybody conjure up novels. But the realest shit is what'll really have you lose your marbles. Your peers slipping on a mass hysteria seems common. The 1% got money snipers, shit they're all marksmen. Fuck, it doesn't matter what you believe will never be pardoned. Your Bible claims I'm born with sin, I think the world hardened me, goddamn. Formerly religious, lost faith, wandering his path. Search for purpose, consume some shrooms, let my feet touch grass. Pocket vibrating, I'm always casting stones, but never avoiding glass. Trying to figure out what happens to my soul if I die while at an impasse. I used to talk to God, now I wonder who was really listening. I know those stuck Christian despise my overcoming conditioning. I'm just desperate for salvation, walking purgatory soliciting. But for me to believe in the deity, I'd have to directly witness it. Shit.
Okay, welcome back. Apologies for that slight delay in setup. Up now we have the Escape the Backrooms three-way race between Ryokin, User, and Unwalker. When you guys are ready, take it away.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So we'll go ahead and start the race in 3, 2, 1.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say you put the wrong Twitch channel to the name. You put someone's. I'm Ryakin 1, not Ryakin, not just Ryakin.
It's fine. We just have to. I think we gotta restart the timer then.
Алло, не раньте,
this is
алло,
so stressful.
выключите рано, алло. Okay, you can continue.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, start.
Oh shit.
There you go. Alright, Scuba, do you want to introduce the game real quick? Scuba? Alright, well, I guess I'm introduced. Oh, you got it? Alright, okay.
Yeah, I got it. This is Escape the Backrooms. It's a horror game themed around the backrooms, and yeah, that's the game. And this is a race against Radican Unwalker and User. And first off, bee hopping. Shit. We should probably explain that.
I'm sorry for starting.
Oh yeah, you're all good, Ryokin. Okay, yeah. So Ryokin is a little bit behind right now.
Yeah, because I was checking my settings.
Okay. Yeah, settings were messed up, so we had to fix them. So yeah, we have Unwalker and User. They're going on to level 2 right now. And this one, you're basically just guessing the code. Like, yeah, we see that Unwalker got it like really fast. Most of this game is RNG. So Unwalker got pretty good RNG right there. Ryokin is a little bit behind. A little bit is an understatement. He's a minute behind. But yeah, basically one of the main mechanics is bee hopping, and you'll see them jumping up and down. That's how you reserve stamina in this game. So you basically just have infinite stamina. But
can you hear my my clicking on stream?
A little bit, but it's not too bad. But yeah, and so the level that Unwalker and User 1 are on right now, this level is heavily RNG. There's like, what is it, Scuba? Like 16 different places the keys can spawn. An ungodly amount of places the keys can spawn.
And there's only 4
you have
keys,
to find 4 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's one room at the very back that is incredibly hard to get to because there's an entity blocking the way. So if there's more than 1 key in that room, then that could slow down the run a lot.
And as you can see on some of the screens, they have multiple instances of running the game. Can you explain how that works, Scuba?
Yes, so basically save files can go between different games. So if you open the same save file on a different game setting, it will, however many keys you collected in one game will transfer over, but you'll be at a different area than in the first save file. So you can basically just respawn back at the elevator, but still have a couple of keys, and that could save some time.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, I don't know what happened with Ryokin. What is he doing right now? It's a little bit dead, but...
I am finding keys on the other screen.
Yeah,
I'm very...
User 1 just died, no. Okay, then we have Unwalker going to the hub right now. So the main skip for
Unwalker is very lucky.
Unwalker, yeah. Yeah, he's gotten good RNG right now. For this one, you have to
I have very bad keys. Very bad keys.
Very bad keys. Oh, nah. But yeah, you have to match, like, these little... I don't even know what they're called, like, codes, I guess, to each other. And you have 3 of them. This one's also very RNG. But, there's a way to guess it. I think, one of our moderators did a deep dive in that. I don't know how it works personally, but... It's a pain to guess, but we have 2 people still on the elevator room right now. Looks like User 1 has found the elevator. He's going down to the hub. And Unwalker just did our skip.
I'll explain it. So if you have your game on a different language and you open the computer, usually you'd have to type in a code to open the computer. But if you're on a different language, you just don't have to do that. It saves like a good 5 seconds, even if you're really, really fast.
And then we also have Unwalker doing the ramp skip, which basically is a route that lets you run away from the Smilers basically more efficiently. It's also known as a one cycle. So there's only one cycle of the lights, and he makes it to the first room. But that first room did not have the hallway that he needs to get to, so he has to run across to get to the other one. But the Smilers cannot keep up with them right now, so he's just able to make it. And this level Unwalker's on currently is just a walking simulator, so he's gonna be walking there for a good like minute.
Yeah, it's just you just beat hop for like a good 2 minutes.
Not a very fun level to speedrun, I can tell you that much. But we have Ryokin about to enter the hub password. He restarts the level in order to go back to the checkpoint, and then he goes back over to the Smiler garage. User 1 made the first cycle. We're gonna see if he gets the first door. And he gets the first door, nice. And let's see if Ryokin makes the ramp strat. And he gets it off, nice.
It was a little bit close, a couple of frames away from the Smilers, but he made it.
Made it nonetheless. I would say
And he got
Ryokin's like
first
what,
door.
about 30 seconds or so behind? Probably like 40.
30 to 40, yeah.
Decent amount. Unwalker is currently in the darkness. You're supposed to have a flashlight for this part, but you kind of just run through it.
Yeah, if you're
And, yep,
you
light up
basically
the
just
tunnel.
point your in one direction and just hop.
And then you have a monster chasing you, which gives you infinite stamina, which is why he's not hopping right now. But he's about to make it to the next part here in a second, which is... Why can't I remember the name off the top of my head? What's it called, Scoop? I forgot.
Electrical station.
The what? Electrical station? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this
Level
is our
3.
absolutely stupid glitch. You
Yeah,
basically
you
just
just
run into a pole and pray. So what he's trying to do right now is this pole has really weird physics, and sometimes it boosts you up, as you can see right there.
Yeah, like that.
He boosts up on top of the map, which skips the entire level. This level can take like what 2 to 4 minutes depending on your luck.
The
It's a
individual
very long level.
level world record is like 2 minutes 40 seconds or something.
Yeah,
So
it's an
yeah, it
ungodly
saves so
amount of
much
time.
time.
Yeah,
And then
Unwalker
this
managed to make
level
it to the office. Nice.
this level just tests your kindergarten grade level skills by counting. You have to count everything in the room and put them on the adjacent vending machine.
Looks like user 1 also got the skip as well. It's very RNG. You can take anywhere from like 2 seconds to get it. It's like a couple minutes. It's very not fun. And it completely depends on your frame rate too, how you get it. And as you can see what happened to Ryokin there, you got stuck behind the fence, which makes you have to restart and you have to go back to the checkpoint, which is really
And
annoying.
Walker miscounted and so has to go back and check everything again. User 1 is now catching up with Unwalker.
But yeah, Unwalker's still pulling ahead about 15 seconds, I'd say. Ryokin struggling a little bit on the skip. It's a very annoying skip.
Unwalker found a juice, which gives you infinite stamina, and I'm pretty sure makes you run a little bit faster. And in this area,
for a few
normally
seconds.
there's
Yeah,
cameras
my
that
luck, my
you
luck,
have to not.
It's just awful.
Yeah. So, Unwalker is doing the safe strat and not the strat that could save a second or so by running through the cameras instead of through the doors. But still doing pretty good.
Yeah, if one of the cameras see you that door that Unwalker just walked through, that'll be closed and you have to restart the entire level. So it's better just to take the safe strat here, honestly. You only save like a second or two without taking the doors.
Unless you're really, really good at the other strategy.
I will turn off my fake webcam because that may be FPS scene.
Okay.
Unwalker is using the multiple games open at a time strat.
Oh.
Just as the same as level 1 because, well, you have to collect moth jellies and put it in there. And if you use different instances, you don't really have to worry about running back to the
They're on
door.
the most stressful part of the game because they will need to perform a skip that is that run dependent skip.
Yeah, it's very lucky to get this skip. You have to frame it up perfectly, as you can see. Unwalker is framing it up right here, and he made it through. Nice. The reason you lower the FOV, yeah, that was a beautiful launch. The reason you lower the FOV is you get the lineup more perfectly, so you can see exactly where your cursor's at. Unwalker was able to line it up nicely and was able to get it through. User 1 did not
User
get
1
it.
did not make it. That means he has to find 2 more moth jelly and do it the slow way, unfortunately. What Unwalker is doing right now is in this level, the code to the door, there's only 3 possible codes, so you can just try and guess what it is.
Yeah, you got it first try, which is really lucky. And he's just running through Boiler Room right now. This room is just a little bit of a maze. If you have it memorized, you literally just run through it. There's a few moths in this level, and as you can see, he'll use one of them right here to gain infinite stamina, because when a monster is chasing you, you get infinite stamina, and he was able to manipulate the mob in such a way where he was able to get infinite stamina, so he was able to run past this a lot faster.
And Walker is on a very good pace right now.
Oh yeah, Walker's on an amazing pace right now.
He is very lucky.
And then Ryo
almost first try
finally
RNG
making
every
it
time.
to the hotel. User 1 made it over to the elevator. Now he has to go in ahead and guess the code.
Walker is almost done with Boiler Room.
Yep, he's just got a few more moths to
worry
walk
about.
those. Yeah, he's using the moths here once again to get that infinite stamina. You just kind of run past them; they don't really bother you.
Faster.
Yep, he hits the steam so they stop chasing him, and then he goes to the door. And then we're back on the pipe
And now
level.
it's time for
Can you check?
Can you
check you can hear me? Can you hear me on stream?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we can hear you on stream. Yeah. Yeah, user 1 makes it to the boiler room. That was what, 2 code guesses? I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, it's just a walking simulator again.
No offense, user.
Yeah, Ryokin is just setting up for the skip right now. Let's see if he gets it right now, because user 1 and Walker are just kind of doing a walking simulator right now. There's not really much going on their streams. And yeah, he's setting it up on all 3 of his instances of the game.
Oh no.
And he doesn't get it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I got the second stream.
Got it in a different instance. Let's go.
You got it in a different instance. Nice.
Yeah. I'm just going to restart on the main screen.
That was clutch. Not gonna lie.
And I'm going
that was really clutch. All right. Now he is on the guessing of the code to get to boiler room. User 1 is about to end in boiler room, and then Walker is about to go to the next level, which is level fun. It being called level fun. Yeah, I think you know more about level fun than I do.
Level fun.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
very
I know
fun
a lot about level fun. Yeah, RNG destroyed Renegade right now.
Oh.
He's just guessing the codes right now, trying to get to boiler room.
Left.
But yeah, my internet died. I don't know what that was about. My bad. And Scuba's internet also died as well. Well, I guess we don't have him to explain level fun.
Oh.
He's back.
That may be a Discord thing because they are.
It might have been, yeah.
My Discord crashed.
Yeah, that's a thing when you're showing webcams.
Did you want to explain what Unwalker just did in level fun for us, Scuba?
Okay, it was. Okay, so in the first room, if you go underneath the table and pop the balloon, the entities are frozen until you get to the very end of the room, where if you move just right, they don't kill you. In the room with the long hallway, in the second room, you stand behind a chair with you stand behind 2 chairs in the middle of them and pop the balloon. The partygoers are frozen, and you can just run past them. In the room with the long hallway, if you run at a specific spot, they follow behind you but never catch you. And in the last room, if you go underneath the table and pop the balloon, it's frozen, just like in the first and second room.
Yeah, it's very, very weird how they the balloons and the mobs function.
Yeah, the AI is very broken.
And he's on level the pool rooms right now, which is very, very easy level. There's no mobs, no entities in this level.
The only difficult part is that you have very, very little stamina.
Yeah, so when you're maintaining your stamina, you're slowly regaining it back. And so you can see him popping a juice right here so that he has full stamina so he can just run through this next part. But you have very little stamina to work with, so you have to manage it correctly, and if you don't, then you...
he crouch jumps onto the lifesaver so that it's just faster than running along the edge. This level run, basically you just jump over everything. You just jump, press crouch, and you can jump over everything in this level.
Yeah, he's using
once you get it down, it's not that hard.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy level. Let's see if he goes for the big skip here, does he? And he does go for it.
He goes through the middle.
And he gets it nice. That is a very hard skip to do. It takes a little bit of practice. It's,
And now, this level is definitely one of the run killers.
Oh yeah, you have to go ahead and you have to collect, I think it's what, 32 tapes? While you're
Yeah, you
getting
have to collect
chased by a
32
monster in the
tapes
room.
while you're getting chased.
And he's
Hitting
very
that fire
annoying.
alarm keeps it off of you.
Yeah, so he gets distracted by the fire alarm. So you just gotta kind of pray that his path finding doesn't follow you or try to come to you. So yeah, this entire level you're just kind of praying. But you can use the fire alarms to kind of manipulate where he walks. But past that, you kind of just gotta hope that you get good spawns on your CDs. And it looks like he did get it, and he's gonna be
Walker
teleporting
is
to
on
the
a
next
very good
level.
pace. And now it's time for what most people argue is the most RNG part of the entire run.
And then we also have user 1, he's coming up on level run right now. Ryokin just finished Pipe Dreams, and he's redoing level fun. He was already on level fun, right? Yeah, I think he's just redoing it. What Unwalker
So
is
what
doing right now?
Unwalker
Oh, you got it.
is doing is if you press WASD in a circle while going up the middle of the stairs, it is much faster than running up. And in this level, you have to climb the stairs until every single staircase has a number on the wall. You have to go until, as you saw, it says 94, and it can spawn anywhere. So you just have to get lucky with that, and then you jump down the middle and go to the next level.
It's another walking simulator. Woohoo!
Yeah, you just bunny hop until you reach a car and then go to the end.
Yeah, Ryokin is going to be going on to pool rooms right now. User 1 is about halfway through the end. And it's not the end, by the way. Fun fact.
Yeah, the level the end is not the end.
Yeah, Ryokin is going to be messing with the settings a little bit. That does slow you down a little bit, but it can save you time on other levels. But
we can pause on loading because it still gets cut out of the LFT.
Yeah, in an actual run,
Hello? 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 I think Discord just died again.
I keep lagging out. I don't know. The stream's very,
Yeah,
very
I'm lagging
scuffed,
out
by
a
the way,
little bit.
guys. Yeah, and Walker is just going to keep W keying here and until he gets to a truck. And he's going to get inside of that truck, which is a little bit faster than just running. And in this level, you have...
fell.
Oh, it's not fun. Yeah, in this field level, level 94, you have a minute and 30 to get to the end, I think. It's a minute 30, right?
From what I've heard, it's a minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, somewhere around them until nightfall comes.
Nighttime is, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same, like a minute 30.
Yeah. So you're basically just running against time right now, trying to get to
User got a 44 spawn, which is decent, but Unwalker did get like a 28 in the stair level.
Yeah, that is unlucky. And he's gonna go on top of the truck right here, just because the truck's physics can be a little bit weird when you're inside of it. You can lose some time trying to... Yeah, so it's better just to go on top. You have Ryokin entering the level right now, hitting the fire alarm, trying to get all the tapes as fast as possible.
Yeah, in level 94, what both User and Unwalker are on, there is a strat that you could do, but you need 1,000 FPS to do it, so not very many people can do it. It's pretty much banned from 80%.
I think you need to manipulate the game files to do that now.
No, you can do it. It just is, you need a NASA level computer.
I don't think any of us have a NASA level computer anyways. Yeah, as you can see on Walker, he is running towards the castle right now. That is going to be the next level. So he's racing against time to go up a rope to get to that castle. Ryokin had to restart due to the pathfinding, I believe. That is unlucky.
Oh, yeah. Renikin is getting pretty bad luck. But he could come back. There is still a chance. You never know.
Yeah, there's a slight chance we can see what happens with the next levels. There's a few other levels that have some RNG elements coming up next. We have about what? Oh, yeah, go on.
Unless you're doing like different stuff like category extensions or death percent or anything like that, there's a lot of RNG. Anything could happen. You could be on the worst pace of your life and get world record, or you could be on world record pace and get on the worst pace of your life.
It's not very fun. I can tell you that much. But yeah, he's going to be coming up onto the castle right now. I forget the name
And
of this
putting your
level.
game level 94 castle.
Level 94, yep. And yeah, he puts his frames on 120, right? Is it 120 or is
60.
it
Fastest on
60?
60.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you can push the boxes the fastest on 60 FPS.
On 30 FPS you can.
On 30 FPS, yeah. And yeah, you just gotta push all the boxes on the squares, and this is where it gets even more boring, actually. Isn't
Yeah,
that
you
wait.
just
You have to wait.
AFK for 100 seconds.
Wait until the clown disappears, and then wait for 100 seconds.
And then due to how the clown works, if you just sit in this corner right here and do absolutely nothing, you just he can't get you. Why does that work? I don't know.
Also, I would like to do a couple of honorable mention glitches of ways to cheese the clown in this level. If you double crouch jump onto a table, you can get on top of it. Crouching on a chair on the left side of where Unwalker's screen is, on the left side there, you can jump onto a chair and then onto the railing, onto an invisible wall, and you're like 10 feet in the air.
And another fun one is if you crouch jump into the cart, sometimes you get launched up in the air very, very, very far. It's not recommended for speedruns at all. So far, where like everything renders out, like you literally can't see the map like at all.
Also, putting your shadows on low in the game makes the level look like this. Usually it's pretty dark.
Yeah, usually you can't see anything, but yeah, with it on low, it makes it very easy to see in most things. Then we have user 1 coming up onto level 94 right now. I believe he changed his frames to 30, right? To push the boxes? Yeah, he did. So he's gonna be pushing those boxes. Realkin is coming up onto this next truck.
On Unwalker screen, you can see the clown just moonwalking.
He just kind of appears and disappears. It's very odd. I don't know who came up with this
His
level.
AI is very broken. Like most entities in this game.
Yeah, he just kind of sits there, not doing a whole lot.
Chilling.
And then yeah, he just disappears. It's very weird. And then yeah, after 180 seconds, you hear the car horn, and Unwalker is able to go onto the roller coaster. Woohoo! So fun. Look out of bounds. And then we have Ryokin. He's about halfway through level 94 right now.
Oh, you can see user 1 showing off what I had said. You can get on top of the table.
Yeah, he just kind of... Yeah, it's crazy how broken he is.
Okay, yeah, Unwalker is currently going through a very dark maze. It's not the hardest, but... Okay, here we go. So you collect a LiDAR, and this place is completely dark. Flashlights don't work, and you have to use the LiDAR to illuminate your surroundings, and you can see the entity on the LiDAR, and it's just a giant maze.
And when you're crouched next to him, he will not attack you, even if you. I think
he can't kill you.
On this patch, I believe even if you run into him while crouched, he can't kill you, right? Is it this patch?
On current patch, he also can't kill you.
Yeah.
He can't kill you on every patch.
Oh, he's also showing off what I'd said before of getting onto the railing. User 1 is.
And yeah, most runners have this map memorized. So you just kind of hold down the button and switch between lidars, so you don't have to reset your because the lidar has like a little bit of a cooldown, but if you keep switching back and forth, there's no cooldown. So he just kind of runs through it. He already has the level memorized, and he's able to make it to the next level.
For anyone currently wondering, the world record for any percent is 27 minutes.
And for this next one, he's going to be doing the fast swimming glitch where you go off of the boat and you just kind of run into the water, kind of janky. And for whatever reason,
it's not just from the boat. You can do it. You can just
in multiple different places.
It's the fastest from the boat.
Yeah,
7-second time save.
You run a little bit faster if you're from the boat.
And then we have user 1 coming on to the next level. Yeah, he's just gonna be running around in this little maze for a little bit. Usually this level isn't too bad of a running killer as long as you don't go too risky. If you're trying to do it really fast, then there's a possibility of the entity catching you, but most of the time you're pretty chilling on this level.
Renikin is about, like, I'd say about 2 minutes, 2:30 behind Unwalker.
Oh no, it's definitely more. It's like 4 minutes now. Yeah, Ryokin has just had bad RNG this time around.
user 1 could catch up, but
Yeah,
Unwalker
there's
has
a
to have some
chance.
crazy something happen or really bad luck.
Yeah, user 1 is just gonna steamroll through this level. He has the entity right behind him, so he's gotta go, 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 go. But yeah, Unwalker is gonna be swimming up to the next part of the level here in a second as user 1 gets to the next level. This level is named Thalassophobia, by the way. I wonder why. But what's even more funny though is there's absolutely no entities in the water at all. So you just
Yeah,
kind
that makes
of
spooky sounds, but nothing happens. Alright, so this glitch, you want to put on a helmet, stand right where the gate closes but doesn't push you out, and then you can jump into the water and skip most of the swimming animation.
and you skip
And
the
the
cutscenes
cage going
too.
down. Yeah, the cutscene, swimming, all that.
So you don't even
And
swim
with
in this level; you just kind of walk.
Also,
Yeah,
if you get up from the fast stream and don't press shift, you will have infinite stamina forever for the whole level.
And then yeah, once you get there, you just kind of swim, and then you're gonna be swimming over to a cave entrance, and then you make it to the cave.
level
User
8
1
or
is.
level caves is pretty broken, as you'll see eventually.
This is
But
by far one of the biggest skips. Those walkie-talkies are gonna be a key
walkie-talkies
part
are
of
like,
this.
yeah, walkie-talkies, as innocent as they look, are the key parts to these runs.
And once he gets past a few of these parts, he's gonna run past this moth that is right there. He grabs the juice, which lets him run super fast. So you basically can just outrun almost all of these entities right here.
Also, following the left wall on pretty much all of this entire level will bring you to the exit.
It's very
Grab
dumb. I
more
don't know.
walkie-talkies.
Yeah, you want to have as
Almost
many
has a full
backup walkie-talkies
inventory.
as possible.
You really only need, what is it, like 3-ish walkie-talkies? But the walkie-talkie glitch is a little bit difficult. So he lets the rocks fall down, and then jumps on top of them just right, and
If he gets it, keep jumping up. There he goes. He goes on top of the rocks,
then
and you get
boom, you
flung.
can get launched. And
And
you can
through
just go
this,
to the
he
exit.
skips this part of the level, and he skips 2 other levels as well. Because
Yeah, like 5 sections have been skipped just from this one thing. Just get launched out of bounds and land perfectly.
yeah, there's a few other levels, but you have to do those levels, and then you go back to this level, which brings you right to where he's at right now.
Instead of making it where you can't access this part, you just can. Alright, this is where walkie-talkies will be used again.
Yeah, we have user 1 also coming up about, I'd say, a minute and a half or so behind. Ryokin about like 4 or 5 minutes behind or so, maybe a little bit
I don't
less.
know, maybe Rennekin can win. It's something terrible would have to happen, though. I think the only way Rennekin can win right now is if, like, Unwalker's game crashed.
But yeah, right here is Unwalker's on the final stretch of the game. There's 2 other levels past this. And he's gonna come over to this exit right here. Originally, you need to go get some computers and open up a gate, but now he just jumps using a walkie-talkie. Absolutely stupid, by the way. That
Skips, like,
skips.
3 different sections. Yeah.
That's about
It's
like
like,
5 to 6 minutes.
yeah.
It's a decent amount.
And
Yeah, we have user 1 going for the glitch right now. He gets it. He's going up. Ryokin's still struggling to get out of Lights Out right now. He's got to restart. This is unlucky. The
Unwalker is
nerves are
currently
getting to him.
on pace for a sub 30.
And yeah, you're just gonna go ahead and you just run through this wheat field. And there's like little fences. It's like a corn maze kind of thing. With all this
A
wheat.
fun fact about this level, something I found right after Update 3 came out, is there's a gap in the invisible wall, and you can just walk straight out of bounds and straight off the map, like you just fall into the void.
Yeah, the invisible
No
walls in this
glitches,
game are
nothing. You can just
something else.
you can just walk right out of bounds.
So he's gonna be running towards the last level in the game. Well, last level in quotations because there's like literally no content
Yeah,
in it. But
it's like 5 seconds.
it's a little
It's
cutscene.
more
But he
just
is
the
gonna
ending
use
part.
the walkie-talkies right here to hop over the fence. He lost that walkie-talkie. He's gonna have to use another one. He's gonna run on top of the walkie-talkie. Gives him a little bounce. He's not able to get up. Looks like user 1 gets the walkie-talkie first try, I think. Or is that second try? I don't even know. But yeah, he's made it to the cornfield. The only way that I think user one wins this is if Unwalker just absolutely messes up the walkie-talkie. Yeah, right there, he
But he
freezes the
doesn't,
walkie-talkie. It has really weird physics, and for some reason, if you just throw it and you like kind
and
of
then
hug it for a
stand
little
there.
bit,
Yeah.
it just freezes for whatever reason. You're able to jump on top of it.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know.
safer
All the
strat.
runs are linked. There's a wheat field.
Maybe it takes place in the same universe. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Where's the tractors? Yeah, this is basically just a mad dash to the end.
Yeah, just kind of praying. I think Unwalker wins this though. Yep, he is arriving
Yep,
right at the
Unwalker
arcade.
is just good to go. That's it. We do a countdown?
Go ahead.
Uh,
I don't know the timing for the arcade, but yeah, there's literally you went the wrong way.
That
Very slow but boring ending. I can tell you that
I'd
much.
say about like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
There you
Boom.
go.
There
And
we
that's
go.
time. Nice. Yeah, that's the
30:08.
ending cutscene.
Ника,
He didn't get.
Ника, напиши
30:13.
финальное время в раннер чат. Unwalker will now write his final time, his LRT in chat, in runner chat.
Oh,
Ah,
it
okay.
was a 29:06 because
Yeah, with
it
our
pauses
timing, that'd
for
be
in between stuff.
29:06. Yeah.
Yeah. In game time 29:06.
We're going off of
30:08.
real time for this race though.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
was
he
like
would
a
have gotten if that was an official run.
which is pretty good. That's let's see, what is that? Like
Easily
29:06 would be
Fourth place.
Fourth place. Yeah.
fourth place. Yeah, so that's a really good run right there. And then yeah,
How's
user
that?
one, he made it. Run last final sprint to arcade. He doesn't go the wrong way this time. Good job.
Woo.
And yeah, Ryokin is still miles behind everybody else right now.
Yeah,
Very
unfortunately.
unlucky. A lot of issues going on over there with him that, you know.
I think this is a good example of how runs in Escape the Backrooms are. You could either get really, really good runs, you could get moderate runs, or you could get really unlucky like Renniken is right now. Yeah, good job, Unwalker, for winning
Yeah.
the race.
I think that was a 30. That was a 30 on. It was a 31, and I think 31:20 for real time, something like that. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
It was like a 30:08. I was watching the timer.
Ah, okay. That's nice. And then yeah, Ryokin is just gonna try to run through this as fast as possible. We'll see if he gets it. User one gonna try to beat Ryokin's time. Redo the whole run.
Yeah. Let's see, can user one
Dude.
beat Renniken?
Yeah, he's just gotta pull up some cheats and he's got it.
Yeah, just do just turn on your console and just put open level 3999.
There you got it, yep. But yeah, he's gonna be doing the cave skip right now. Let's see if he gets it. It's very hard to not get, you know, kind of perfected it. Unless you
Yeah,
move
if
the
you know what
rocks
you're
using your
doing,
body. Yeah. There you go, he gets
Yeah,
it.
just make sure the rocks don't fall onto you. Yeah, while this is going on, we do have category extension stuff. We have like death percent. We have item list, glitch list, all that stuff.
Ryokin
We also
got
have
really
soft lock
bad luck.
percent.
That's why he's really far behind right now.
Yeah. Yeah, user one is so far behind, he's still on level 1. He got terrible luck. He kept falling in pitfalls in level 0.
Couldn't spam E fast enough.
Yeah. Accidentally pressing Q.
He didn't even make the cave skip. He barely missed it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what it looked
Ryokin.
like. I think he fell into the void. That'd be crazy, Non.
Yeah,
Renniken's
let's see
game
if he gets it this
crashes.
time. Oh, he's getting eaten by a skin stealer. That's fun.
Yeah, user one did the glitch where the skin stealer just works on you.
Yeah, The AI in this game is very, very good, by the way, guys.
10 out of 10, perfect. No changes needed. And that's how you get the skin stealer stuck.
And then yeah, he's coming up onto the neighborhood right now. Yeah, like I said previously, you have to get I believe it's 3 computers in these houses, and you have to try to avoid the entity in there.
There
But
is a
you just
chance
completely
though,
skip it.
if you have perfect RNG, you can get the computers in houses with no entities, all 3 of them. And that's just like what you want. That's the RNG that you try and get if you're doing like glitchless. But it's so incredibly hard. What is it, like 9 different houses they can spawn in? And only 3 of them don't have entities or something?
Yeah, so you got to get insanely lucky for that. But yeah, Ryokin on the final stretch right here. He's doing it a different way though. This way I feel like is more reliable. It's the most definitely the safer strat to getting the skip right now.
Yeah, going out of
And the
bounds.
first one
Well, not
bumps him
really out
up.
of bounds, just on the other side of
Kind
the
of
game.
out of bounds. It's basically out of bounds. Why there's an
There's
invisible
another
wall there?
invisible
Don't
wall.
know.
There's another invisible wall, yeah.
So yeah, he's hugging up this invisible wall in this fence right now. Oh my god. And yeah, that's another thing about the walkie-talkie launch is very
Oh
unpredictable
my
at
god.
times. You get launched
Yeah.
very far.
Yeah, you can accidentally just go soaring in the wrong direction. Not very fun
There
when
you
that
go.
happens.
And then he gets it, you have to jump up on the invisible wall, and then he makes it to the quote-unquote final level. And yeah, that's basically Escape the Backrooms. It's a pretty fun game to play casually. Speedrunning, it can be a little bit of a pain, I'm gonna be honest.
I mostly just like doing other categories.
Yeah, the subcategories are really fun though. The main game, it's you gotta have
It's a
a
bit
lot of
just
endurance.
yeah. Yeah, user 1 is just dead. He fainted. Yeah, you could downgrade the game to like Gen 2 or Gen 1 and stuff.
Yeah, there's multiple different updates for this game that they add multiple levels. The game's updated somewhat frequently, and there's a lot of different patches as well. Because this game
Yeah.
is very buggy, very buggy.
Yeah, we just find glitches and then Fancy patches them, and then we find more. Sometimes we even find multiple variations of the same glitch.
And at that point, I think he just kind of gives up.
Yeah, like
Because
the
the
level
original cave
10.
skip. Oh yeah, with the which one for on level 10? Oh yeah, the fence skips.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
level 10, Gaming found Fence Skip, and then Fancy patched it, and then Gaming found a different variation. Fancy patched it. Gaming found a different variation. Fancy patched it. Gaming found a different variation, and then Fancy gave up.
yeah. At that point, you fix something, um, breaks again, kind of give up. I feel like that's just game dev, though, you know. Especially
Yeah.
with the one-man team. This is made by one person, and I think a few commissions. But
Yeah, there was it's mostly just Fancy.
yeah, it's mostly just one person working on this game, so you know that's why it's so scuffed.
Yeah, we love it. We like the
And
game
yeah,
because it's nice, and mostly just the glitches.
it's very fun to find glitches, I can tell you that. And Ryokin is going to be making the final stretch. Running up on arcade.
Here we go. Bit of an unlucky run, but it's still not the worst.
And
Definitely going to be a
I
sub
believe,
40.
yeah, it's a sub 37, and you're an idiot as well. Yep, that's a
5,
sub
4,
37 right
3,
there.
2, 1, 0.
All right, nice. Ryokin finished the time, and that's time.
Yep.
Would you like to say anything about the final message, Scuba?
Please help me find soft locks. I'm getting bored.
But yeah, we have a Discord. It's I don't know. Just escape the backroom speedruns. It's on the speedrun.com website. If you want to come by, hang out with us, help us look for some skips.
We also have
if you want to
mods
run
and
the
stuff.
game. Yep. We have a lot of people helping, so if you're trying to figure out skips or anything,
We have
learn more about
Minecraft
the
mod
game.
done.
Yeah, we have a pretty decent modding community as well. We have a Minecraft mod too. You can do some parkour in
People
Minecraft.
speedrun. We have a modding speedrun leaderboard as well. We got main game, category extensions, and modding.
Yeah.
Which you can do some pretty funny stuff with.
We have a backwards mod.
Yeah, I think that's just about it though, guys. GG's. I'd like to give a shout out, to all our runners, Ryokin, user1 on Walker, and Scuba, of course, for commentating. Appreciate that, and everybody else on the team. Oh, thank you, and everyone else on the team. Appreciate it. This was a fun experience, and thank you guys very much.
Yep, that was fun.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a wild ride. Thank you very much. So, we're going to take another quick break. Up next will be Solace Dreams with Linkermeister, New Game Plus. This is also where my hosting duties come to an end, so you won't hear my voice until much later in the event. Taking over for me will be Mild Goth Daddy. So we'll be back in just a moment.
Alright, welcome back everybody. We have Linkermeister here. He's going to be doing a New Game Plus run of Solace Dreams. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to him.
Alright, so yeah, I'm Linkermeister. This is Solace Dreams. This is a Doom 2 Total Conversion mod, inspired by Silent Hill and Dark Souls. So, New Game Plus, it's basically, I'm just going to load a save file. That is basically just at the beginning of the game with everything unlocked. Every weapon, full painkillers and mech kits and stuff like that. So there are 13 stages. There's one extra. There's a secret boss. There's a boss rush, and there's something else. But we're gonna go through 30 stages, and we're gonna start with this one. It is possible that I could die, and it's mostly just bad luck. But I'm gonna give a countdown for free. I'm going to start to run, so we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. So we start out in Hell. This is basically like one of the last bosses if you play this game casually. So I'm just going to go backwards. I'm going to go start with the last ones, and then go do the first one. This boss in particular can lose you a lot of time. So saving is done by doing the Polaroids. I'm gonna switch to the strongest weapon. This is the energy weapon. It does have quote-unquote infinite ammo, but it needs to recharge over time. So, won't be using it for every boss. So I'm just waiting for her to spawn. There will be enemies shooting towards me, so it's just me looking at the boss, shooting, and paying attention to my health that I do heal. See how the boss is gonna be. Is she gonna be nice or not? I'm gonna use this weapon mostly. This one has infinite ammo. It's a unlockable. Also, all these fireballs, each one does its projectile. And it does damage. So if like that, if like multiple of them hit me at the same time, I can just be dead. Like in just one hit, basically. If I just get unlucky. Jeez, I'm getting unlucky here. There we go. She's dead. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna quickly turn the game sound down a bit, so I just have to tap out of it. Just to make sure I can turn it on. It's a little bit loud for me right now. Just let me quickly turn it down if I can find it. No, I guess not. It's well, Windows 11 being Windows 11, not making it easy for me to find it. Never mind. Just gonna turn down my speakers, I guess. Just Windows 11 being just different compared to Windows 10. Right, fast enough, but never mind. I hate when stuff is being different compared to other versions. I guess not. So we're gonna fight a false god. This is Lawrence. Let's hope this boss is being nice to me. It does this attack. There is a dash mechanic that I'm using, but I have to wait till the bar is filled again. I'm stuck at the pillar. Cool. But yeah, dodging every hit is just not really possible. The dash, it doesn't refill as fast compared to how fast he can do his attacks. Can you stop doing this? Casually, this is not an easy game. I did manage to complete it casually. It's pretty difficult. All the ammo and health stuff you find on the ground, yeah, they are there, and if you pick it up, it's gone. And whoa, it doesn't respawn at all. I'm in the light, yeah. Like, nothing respawns. So those enemies, they don't respawn either, so you don't have to worry about them. There we go, he's dead. I have used a lot of painkillers here. There we go. I'm gonna go to the next one, which is gonna be Rory. Go, get in the door. Oh yeah, the only way to save is by using the Polaroids. It's the only way of saving. I'm gonna make sure I save like before every fight. Just to make sure if I die that I don't have to kill another boss. Done it before that I forgot to save and then I died and I was like, oh well, I have to fight 2 bosses now. It's a waste of time. I'm not sure if the shotgun is like maybe really a good use of weapon for some bosses. I haven't tried it out. It does more damage, but I'm not sure if it's faster, like DPS wise. Like if you do more damage like each second. Where are you? There you are. This one's annoying. Whoa, that was close. Oh my god. This will die? Still not dead. Okay, jeez. Where? Oh. being unlucky. Use some health. Okay, these ones are gonna shoot like an after image towards me. As I said, casually, this is not easy at all. But New Game Plus, you have like 99 painkillers and 99 med kits, so you can just kind of spam them. There we go. That's Rory. So the next one, next fight, I'm just gonna save. I don't want to die during the next fight. The next one is 2 bosses at the same time. I'm gonna switch over to my knife to just go a bit faster. I could use this throughout the whole run, but I've just not done any practice for it, so I'm just not gonna do it. Because having to switch fast and paying attention where you go is just a bit too much for me. Alright, for this one, I'm going to use the doppelganger item that I have. For that, I am going to make sure that I equip the knife before I use it. The doppelganger makes a bunch of clones of you. Like, it makes 4 of them, and each one has a weapon that you do not have equipped. So if I equip the knife, none of them will have the knife. So I can have one that has the energy weapon, and I can use the energy weapon myself to basically do a lot of damage. Annoying thing is you can actually destroy your own doppelganger, so hopefully I won't destroy anything. The one that needs to be alive the whole time, it needs to be the one with the energy weapon. That one needs to be alive. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of riddles. Well, it's easy. The left one and the next one is a clown, and I need to choose. I think it's this spot. Not 100% sure. Is it? Okay, that's quite cool. If I'm a bit too much to the left, I will choose that one. And what that does is all the clowns are gonna come towards me. Luckily, they just die in one shot, so. Now the riddle is which one is the strongest. Well, I'm pretty sure this one is the strongest. This one looks pretty big, and this one is small. Are we gonna use this? This one is big. She's a tall woman. Compared to the main character. She's big. Oh, wow. Okay, my doppelganger just died like super quick. That's unfortunate. Can you stop? I got really unlucky with the doppelgangers just getting destroyed too quick. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. They can die pretty fast if you get unlucky with the doppelgangers not getting destroyed and not getting in my way. Because they were in my way. That was also the thing. They were in my way. Unfortunately. There's nothing I can do about it. Need to pick up that present or else I'm not able to go further. There we go. Now we're gonna go do Dylan. So all these characters are like your classmates, but they turn into monstrosities. That's the thing that happened. Where's this one? He's right there. Just don't go towards me. Yeah, they go zigzag, but when they go straight towards me, they suddenly go faster. You can see that they just like speed up. I need to turn 3 valves. I'm just gonna kill this one. See, this one went straight for me and just instantly went faster. Very kind of reminds me of Ocarina of Time, the well. Dodge them. Don't want to get cornered. I want to die if that happens. Here's Dylan. This is the fart monster. One of his attacks is just farting. The normal classmates. Yes, exactly. Just your average normal classmates. Oh, he instantly starts farting. Oh, I died almost there. Sometimes the damage is like random. Still in the fart. Oh my god. I'm not sure how to dodge this attack because you need to... I just don't see anything. Am I in his fart? Like, I'm not behind him. He only farts and stomps with his fists. He's farting a lot. Jeez. Yeah, he's probably the fart monster in class too. I assume. Next one is Nicole. I hate this stage. Stage sucks. This one sucks. So here's Nicole. I'm gonna see her later. Oh yeah, everything is made out of voxels. So this game is taxing. So I'm gonna use the energy drink in this stage. Together with the dash, I can go... If I can use the knife too, and then the alt attack with the knife, I can go so fast. But then again, I don't have anything to shoot these things with. Cool, I went the correct way. The eggs. Get out of my way. Let me save. There we go. Just saving. I can use this one again. Cool. I don't want her to jump at all. So let's hope she doesn't jump. Don't you dare jump. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of spiders following me now. Oh my god, please. There's like so many spiders. Yeah, if you're from arachnophobia, yeah, it's not a great stage. Oh my god, the spiders. And she's pooping out more spiders too. There's a bunch of spooters following me right now. These are all the spooters. No. Oh, let me just dodge them. Cool. There we go. Gonna use the last energy drink. Basically, just gives me a speed boost. Wrong way. I always do that. So far, I have been lucky hitting the eggs with the gun. Yeah, the infinite ammo is one of the upgrades you can find. That's why this one has infinite ammo. Oh, spooters. Get them away. Ah, wrong way. Ah! Stop! Everything looks the same, so it's just... I can't do it without a map. I just really have to use the map to get through it. I really need to use the map, or else I just have no idea where I'm going. Next one is going to be Laura. So now we're at a carnival. Why don't you go that one first or this one? We're gonna use the energy drinks. It goes super fast. We're gonna shoot the balloons. You're supposed to go to the other side, but he already have a gun, so I can skip a part. Alright, here's the character again. Come on, shots, be nice. Huh? Oh, we get a bunch of clouds. Oh, also they honk. Honk, honk. Oh, yeah, these things here are gonna honk too. So normally it takes a bit before they actually start going, but they instantly go now since I already destroyed the balloons on the other side too. I need to watch out. These do a ton of damage. That was close. Open the door. Open it. Let's go. Oh yeah, looks familiar. From a movie. So I'm gonna look down here just to reduce lag. So I'm just gonna go left, left. I said left. And then right. I almost went the wrong way. It's close. And so here's the boss. Here's Laura. And this area really lags still on my computer. It's kind of annoying. I used to have a much less good computer before this and everything lagged, so it was not really fun. Well, not easy to speedrun. Now it's way better. So I can just loop through these mirrors if I want to. So it takes 4 rounds to kill Laura. So I don't want her to teleport at all. Let's hope she doesn't do it. The 3 FPS entrance animation, basically. I was wrong. It was honking. Honk honk. Just your typical murderous clowns just honking at you. Hey, she's okay. She was like, nah, I'm not gonna really attack now. I'm fine with that. Well, sometimes her attack does like a quarter, and sometimes it's just like half my health out of nowhere. I was about to say she hasn't teleported, and then instantly she does it. Cool. Thanks. So I'm gonna look out. If I go, there's a doorway. If I go through the doorway like sideways, I end up out of bounds. I've done it once during a marathon. I was like, okay. I have to kill 2 bosses now again. So let's go through this like straight. Oh yeah, the clowns are now outside the door. Honk honk. Gonna get more energy drinks. There we go. Let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. There we go. Next one. Which one was this? Victoria, I think. Gonna save right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a key that's all the way up top from the bottom. Magic. So yeah, the key is all the way at the top. I can just grab it from all the way at the bottom. So no need to go upstairs. Super easy. Oh, here's a familiar boss. Familiar music at this boss. Let's see how C is gonna be. Yep, it's because it's a Doom mod. That's why it works. Same can be done. You can go at the top and enter the door at the bottom. Let's hope she does not. Never mind, she started blocking. Cool. Can you stop blocking? Something I don't want. Stop! Just keeps blocking. No, thought it was she was blocking. Oh yes, we got some mines now. Cool. Yeah, so this is a familiar song. Okay, stop. Okay. Oh, yeah, now so when she's low health, she starts like shooting out like a gazillion mines. Not that it matters, she's already dead. There we go, that was it. It's Hotline Miami now. So we're out of here. This door can be entered when you're all the way at the top. It does make something weird. It's like you cannot enter or exit or something weird. I don't know. Go to the next one. Next one is going to be Carl. Oh yeah, we need to pick up the phone quickly. Oh, never mind. We just missed it. So it's like Matrix. So there are some Easter eggs in this game. There's like an Easter egg, I think, from the Dungeon Defenders. In this stage, there is a Easter egg from the train section in Final Fantasy VII. If you go back in one of the train section, you get into like the train cart with Barrett and the music. Let me just enter this quickly first. There we go. Done. So, epilepsy warning. There's going to be 2 doors that are really flashy, so... Just a warning for anyone that is not like good with flashy and images. Leave me alone. Everyone hates Carl, I know, right? So here's the doorway, so just warning. It even hurts my eyes and I get a headache from it, so I'm just gonna look away. Right, it's really bright. Yeah, this boss can also kill me. It could. Let's see how this fight is gonna go. Also, I get a free refill for this weapon. Alright, the boss is right there. There it is. There's gonna be another door after this fight, so... Yeah, so this boss is just go in a circle and shoot. So there's a bunch of turrets. So there's a turret that shoots a spread shot. If that one hits me from... If I get hit by like multiple shots, I could be just flat out dead. Nothing I can do about it. Oh, it was close. Oh my god. It was close. That was super close. Yeah, if I'm just really in front of the spread shot and get hit, I'm just dead. There's nothing I can do. I'm just instantly dead. Because each shot does damage to me. Ooh, that was close. Ooh. Girl's dead. Also, warning for the doorway again. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's super bright. Well, we got 3 more stages to go. We're gonna go right. We're gonna go to a... Let me just use my energy drinks. So we're gonna go super fast. And hopefully pick up the key fast. Now we got a bunch of children just crying. I'm gonna ignore them. Shut up. Get out of my way. Nope. Let me grab the key. No, grab the key. Grab it. Oh my god. Grabbing keys is difficult. Jesus Christ. Leave me alone. Oh, we're gonna use another one. We're just gonna go super fast. Just gonna ignore them. Ignore. Come away. Move. Gonna ignore them. Most of them. Oh my god. Where's the bedroom? Did I go the wrong way? Yes, I did. Cool. Cool, I went in a circle that I didn't want to do. So always seems to happen, just go the wrong way. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, we just unclogged the toilet. We just drained it, so we can finally grab a key out of it. Can ignore them. Don't care. Was crying? Nope. Get him away. And here we are. Here is Lee. I can actually die to this boss if I actually get stuck on the trash can. I've done it before. I got stuck in the trash can. I'm like, what the hell is blocking me? And just died because of the trash can blocking me. It's great. And with that, it means not great. It's just flat out annoying. It's like, well, this is like the 3rd boss or something you can fight. So all those children, or the cat there, they can just get around there. 2 more stages left, so let me just Okay, that's correct. If I choose that one, I go to a secret boss that I do not want to go into. By accident. So this is the first stage. And this is the first weapon you get. This puny little knife. That's all you get. That's literally everything. That's what you get for first weapon. And it's not really that useful for like the boss. You're gonna see why later. Also, I'm gonna use this mechanic now. Just goes super fast. Go left. Oh yeah, let me just use energy drink so I can go even faster. Now I'm flying everywhere. As you can see, I'm going super fast. Oh, a bit too fast. Ah, I'm getting stuck on everything. Grab the key. Oh my god, grab the key. I'm trying to go fast. Going a bit too fast. Now we're gonna go to the other side again. Oh. No. Gonna ignore the enemies, who cares? I turned it, okay. I was about to say, I did turn it, right? Wait, the enemy's gonna probably block me. Nope. Dodged. There we go. Yeah, it's probably gonna be way underestimates, so... Gonna talk to this. Then now we need to collect 4 parts. Helmet, gauntlets, leggings, and a really big sword. So, I'm gonna collect them. So this is the weapon of the boss. This really big sword. And you have to fight it, well... In a new game, you have to fight it with this little knife. Yeah, it's a difficult boss, not gonna lie. Oh my god. Yeah, they still move. Oh, let's dodge this one. Oh yeah, that one's just walking away. Cool. Whoa. Get him away. Ah! Leave me. Oh. Yeah, luckily these enemies don't do that much damage at all anyway, so that's perfectly fine. Alright, this one is the Dungeon Defender. I think it's Dungeon Defender or something, or Easter egg. There's a character here that you can go to and that character goes with you until it's dead. Yeah, onto the boss. After this is one more boss. I can actually fight the boss, the last one, if I want to, or I can just go the easy way. So I'm gonna go the easy way, so we're gaining some time. Now, let's see. This boss can actually split into 3. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Okay, it didn't happen. Cool. There we go. No attacks. Yeah. She's dead. Or it says he. If I know, even the character's Ellie. I think that's a girl. Could be wrong. I think it's supposed to be a girl, but just he's down. I don't know. They all turn into monstrosities. Oh yeah, the character you're playing as is called Yuna. Just wait till the last one. That one's gonna be easy peasy. Last one's like super easy. Like I can actually fight the boss or just go the easy way. I'm just gonna go easy way. Now we're in the hospital, so yeah. Yeah, this character is tied to a table and is bleeding between the legs, and boss is dead. The boss is a baby. Is a demon baby, but you can just slash her or shoot her and she's dead. Also, time's coming up. And time. There we go. So you can just slash her and kill the demon baby. You're supposed to go inside of her and kill the baby demon inside. But she still dies anyway. But over here, you just shoot her and the demon baby is just dead. Just gone. The easy way. But there you go. That's Solace Dreams, New Game Plus. I hope everyone enjoyed the run. And Master World Record? No, it's not World Record. World Record is at 29:38, I think. Something around that, so could have been a lot better, but hey, it's still a good time, regardless. Yeah, SRC, I haven't uploaded my new PB at all. I'm lazy. But yeah, if you enjoy this run, definitely try this one out. I think it still should be on ModDB. I'm not 100% sure. I think it should be still around somewhere. But if you want to run this, I'm pretty sure I put a New Game Plus save file on SRC. At least I hope I did. So if you want to run it, feel free. It's not difficult at all. It's not difficult. It's pretty easy. Anyway, that's it for me. And have fun with the rest of the marathon and enjoy the rest of the marathon, everyone.
All right, that was a really awesome run, Lincoln Meister.
Thanks.
We're going to go through a very short intermission screen, and then we'll be back with Vinyana. They're going to be running Blood Rain for us.
this virus. It got so bad, my thoughts, and so I'm fucking on that really ease the brain, and it ain't my fault, bro, cause it ain't gone. Just because got me feeling lost on the road, why you think on the phone, up the top, so that ain't nothing new. The government still on this off receiver torture food. Me, I'm around with my pride in my pack until I'm through. Up in the field, it's striking blood, the creepy on the move.
Alright guys, we're back. We got Vinyata here. She's gonna be running Blood Rain. It's gonna be an 80% easy mode run. I'm gonna hand it over to her.
Thank you very much. So my name is Vinata, and welcome to Blood Rain. It will be easy any percent, and I'm gonna go through it with you so that we can kind of get, let's get the show on the road. So I'm gonna start in 3, 2, oh, lovely, off to a great start, my bad. So 3, 2, 1, go. So, brilliantly. Off to a little rocky start, it's fine. Never mind. Anyway, we're just going to be starting off. We're going to say, go over here. The little skips will be starting them very soon. But one thing you want to know is jump, down slash, and drill. That's what they're nicknamed. We're going to be using that a lot. Also, precursor to this run, just so that if you're interested in it whatsoever, which I highly recommend that you do go for it is a very, very fun run. When you just buy the PC version of it, and when you get that terminal cut, which is going to be the default, you want to have a little gander for Legacy. Legacy is the version which I'm running. You can tell by the water it looks like crap. And also because you can set that to unlimited frame rate, and the frame rate, once it's set to unlimited, the game breaks. It's basically a complete and utter assured way of bricking your game in all the best ways. So we're going to do this, a few little things in behind here, so that we can start going ahead and skipping about 4 levels. This is the first way of getting out of bounds, and then we go and skip all those levels and go here. This is the other level, which is shortly before we go over to Argentina, because we're currently in Louisiana. There's a really weird plague happening, there's all these weird spider creatures, and that one over there has just eaten our mentor. We do not really see our mentor whatsoever, her name is Mince, and we are called Rain. And we are basically employed by this little organization called the Brimstone Society, and thankfully he did not get stuck again. This guy, famous for getting stuck in the tree. Backward slash to his leg is the best way of getting him unstuck, but also you can do this. Just stand on like a corner of the house and then just do that to try and get your frame rate going properly, which is pretty cool. And in general, you also want to be kind of aware of where the spider is in this level because it's an escort mission. Unfortunately, it is one of those missions that you cannot go ahead and skip through. But to kind of go a little more on the lore, Rain is trying to find her father. It's in the intro to the game. And the Brimstone Society kind of is like, you'd be an asset to our little party, and we might even be able to help you then if you do agree to say yes to our invitation, and that's kind of the gist of the story. Our mentor is also a Dampier. They are half vampire as well as half human. And again, you have an array of different abilities. This is one of them. This is to check where your objective is, and for the time that this game came out, it was actually pretty novel. It's about 2002, 2003, so one of those early games, full of schlocky goodness. And this would be the last level then for Louisiana, so we skipped a whole bunch. We were meant to save a whole host of people, and we just said, nah, you know what, this is absolutely fine, I feel like doing this instead. And obviously for the majority of this run, going through walls is one thing, it's absolutely fantastic, but there's another thing about this run, and I'll show you that in just a minute. So we're going to do that, go back over here, and then we're going to go into Rage. So, hi, do you want to attack please? There we go, just go over, well, they're not being very kind. Can you do that? Okay, you just want to get their leg down so that they fall down. And you want to go ahead and do this. So, what is also tied to frame rate in this game? Damage. So that is one of the wonderful broken things about this game. You can go ahead and just destroy, you can annihilate people very, very quickly with this. And especially when done proper. That one is a little awful, I'll admit that. But we'll do better in the next one. So this one, immediately skip the scene. Because when you go over to this guy, attack, and he's instantly taken down. For whatever reason, the game just says he's being taken unaware. And you can get little instant kills due to that, and that was one of them. But again, you have to skip the cutscenes as soon as they're starting, because otherwise you're not going to be able to really do much. Because the whole idea on skipping the cutscenes, first and foremost, that you kind of... There's a really strange timer for things in the game. And if you start like trying to skip things a little too late, what happens? You basically essentially miss your chance to do that. I'm not really sure what makes that happen, but it is just what it happens. It is something that happens, unfortunately. Anyway, that didn't look like a corner so much at all. Trust me. Just trust me. It is. And you're gonna see that little pillar there is the only one really as you're walking that has kind of a shadow on it, it's a little darker. You're able to go across into the room and you use it as a marker just kind of to be able to go through into the next section, next level rather. So we see these guys more and more. They're called Daymites. And the people who were here, the very not so kind gentlemen in this whole area, they've not been digging at all for artifacts, and strange monsters, strange creatures have not at all escaped as a result of that, and they are not at all possessing people. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. This is one of the weird kind of little skips rather. You kind of gotta do a 180 sort of as you're passing through that corner. You're just trying to pass through the corner slightly, go up in a jump, and then just turn around so that you're able to get on top of the entire map. It's a great thing. I genuinely do love it. It's very fun to do, but you can kind of... You gotta do a half jump here and then same thing. Because if you wind up on top here, unfortunately you would have to start the level all over again. So there are little areas where you kind of gotta be careful with what you're doing, because otherwise it's not gonna be good for your run overall. But nevertheless, we're gonna go through here, and there's meant to be a guy getting attacked by Daymites and whatnot, but we've completely annihilated the possibility of getting that trigger just because we've been hopping through walls so much. So we're not gonna worry about it. And to be frank with you, the less men here and the less enemies in general, the better. And in that, this is meant to be commando, that he's meant to just shuffle around by using a little grenade, you know, the flashbang. Yeah, he's meant to use the flashbang every now and then, and unfortunately for him, we're not going to abide by those rules. And just as unfortunate for the Countess, we're not going to be abiding by her rules either, which is getting annihilated because she can really destroy you as a player really, really quickly. And thankfully, all you gotta do really for this run is find triggers to the end of the game, or end of the game, end of levels, etc, etc. And once you kind of hit them, you're done. You're done with the level, you're done with the game as well, and I love that I did that. Anyway, you're just meant to hit that thing up at the top, and then we jump down, and then it's the end of the level, and everything is hunky-dory. There we go. Usually there is no water in this area. It's absolutely fine, don't worry about it. This is completely normal, it's just an average day for rain. I know it says that we need to feed, don't worry about that. And again, there's meant to be more people here as well. That guy's just kind of getting... He's just meant to be there, so he spawns in here. He's an essential guy. Luckily for these things, it's great to have your guns on hand, because getting that, that's the end of that's the trigger for the end of the level, for example, and I'm pretty sure you'll be seeing that a lot. But nevertheless, I might actually feed if things get a little too feisty. But for now, we're kind of okay. Don't go too close to these barrels, by the way, especially these ones with the red label on it. Those are explosive. And obviously, we're vampire. One, we don't like fire, but also two, just in general, even people don't like explosions. So we're going to try and stay away as far away from them as possible. This is kind of the one and only level that we kind of use this trick with, which is going in and out of bounds, which is kind of the strangest thing about this level and in the game in general. We only really use it here. And you can stay in, or you can just kind of go out of doing that little slow-mo kind of ability that Rain has. It is absolutely fantastic, but so I do recommend using it as much as possible if you're ever feeling kind of unsure about your footing, or just kind of trying to get a gist for what to do. About here, you want to jump back in bounds, because it's just, if you do straight forward too much, you just simply fall out of the world entirely. There is an area where eventually you do have to go ahead, and in classic fashion in this, anyway. With that little area, if you keep running, you will eventually hit a little area again, where you will start falling, and in the game it is programmed that if you fall for long enough, Rain does actually die, thankfully, because otherwise you'd be falling for infinity, to infinity and beyond. Anyway, I'm gonna fall down here. There is a little skip, but it's not very marathon friendly, so I'm not using it, which is trying to go out of bounds to the point where you're just able to use your guns to shoot very specifically one little area. Those little things, like weird kind of plant creatures, which are the marker for the end of the level, you gotta shoot that. And it's pinpoint precision, so we're not using it. Now thankfully, all we gotta do is go up here and just hop on over here, and we're almost at the end of this level as well. This whole game is very out of bounds heavy. I love it, it's really fun, and also it's very easy to kind of get into. So again, remember when I said just trust me, it's a corner? This is also another one of those. Don't worry about it, don't think about it, it's fine. So we're gonna go ahead up here. There is a reason why I did kill one guy who had that little rocket. As mentioned, there's a little marker, kind of just one little very specific little thing that you need to end the level with. And hey, it's right over here. Let's get rid of it. So you can use anything, bullets, you can use the radius of an explosion to hit that marker. Once it's hit, you will be teleported to the next level. And that's absolutely okay, because that can happen. You can also restart level from in here if you ever do get into trouble. I got into a little bit of trouble there, but we're fine. Everything is a-okay. So, Rain has all these little abilities that you see on the bottom right. In order to end this particular section, we gotta get a fourth one, and that is the almost useless ability of zooming in to things. And we do only use that about like once, and that's at the very end of the level because it's kind of sort of mandatory. Noise warning just in case. 3, 2, 1. For whatever reason, Terminal Reality or just whoever decided, you know what, it's ready to ship. They forgot about this one explosion, and it will blast your ears off if you're not careful. So if you're playing this game or you're just streaming it to an audience, make sure, yeah, no, just turn the volume down a little bit. And also, one other thing I neglected to mention, if you are trying to stream this game, and while using all these glitches, you want to use window capture in whatever you choose with OBS or whatever else you want to use, because otherwise the game won't work. You will not be able to get these glitches to function as intended. It's very, very strange. I don't know. It's something to do with the hook, I think, but otherwise you're good to go. And this will be the last kind of section, the entirety of the game. You get 3 areas. There's Louisiana, there's Argentina, which we were just in, and last but not least, this is Germany. So we got Beliar's Eye, which is the little ability. No, you are done, Rain. I declared that. It is the truth. There we go. There's your evidence for it. Anyway, Beliar's Eye, that lets you zoom in a whole bunch of times. Yeah, it's an occult little artifact. There's one of these guys that are in these little, all these troops. You got all these enemies now. We gotta eliminate the targets, which is our whole job here, in all these 3 different locations. They're also trying to find the same kind of artifacts, and we're just trying to learn more info about it. Essentially, they're trying to raise a demonic god, so that they can rule the world, etc., and then everything will be absolutely terrible, so we're not going to do it. So you want to jump down here. You want to make sure you don't drop down too much. You want to drop down only a floor, because if you drop down all the way, you'll have to just start the entirety of that level. That is the first time he's ever done that. I got a quick kill. Heck yeah. It's beautiful when you get this sort of stuff live, and things that you've never seen. Also, people will get stuck. Also, those are vampires, they're not werewolves, they just kind of look it. But yeah, things do get stuck generally in the air and whatnot, it's just due to the frame rate. So if you see things kind of floating in the air, don't worry about it, it's completely normal. At least in this realm. Anyway, here's the next section. So, I love the complete difference in the game and the vibe and everything here. With this goddamn mech section. And there's just, as said, there will be people just kind of floating around. This game is very, very jank. I do love it. And he's dead, but kind of just, he's hanging out in heaven. So, one thing even in the prototype, because I was fiddling around with just files and stuff, because I like to do that sometimes. Even in prototype for this game, they didn't take out a little thing, which is when you're in this mech, there is the enemy, I suppose, in the center of all this place. Like, in the mech, I should say. In the very center, you'll be able to deal extra damage. I don't know why they didn't get rid of it, but I'm very glad that they didn't, because it means we can take down all the mechs a lot quicker than we really should be able to. And you get little grenades to kind of throw as well as part of your arsenal. It doesn't really do much, but every little helps. Am I right? So we gotta take down these two. And one thing that the game never really states, see our little machine gun here in our hand, it does actually overheat. And this guy loves to walk in circles. So what we're gonna do is say, we're gonna ignore that little comment that you just made. We're also gonna ignore that one. And we're just gonna pretty much we're just gonna nuke him. Quite frankly. Because quite frankly, I mean, he deserves it. And there we go. We also have to go and eliminate the officer. If you ever wind up here and you're not able to fit through, just go a little sideways. And usually you'll be able to fit through eventually. There we go. Sometimes it actually does just save you a little tiny bit of health, like nearly gonna say health, a little bit of time. Because quite frankly, we're gonna need it. This game in general is really fun, it's really easy to set up for the most part. And hey, we get to see firsthand what you mean with all this health just melting away. He'll start begging for his life any second now, like that. We're gonna say, lol, we don't care. Bye. And there we go, there's another target down. So thankfully, now we're at this part entirely. We just kind of walk back all the way that we came from. We get a little cutscene there, we just skip it with escape. And we continue on our way. I know that this whole machine is starting to smoke, don't worry about it. If you're also going to be playing this game on hard mode, which is sort of the board standard, if you're at this health, you want to be really, really careful. On easy mode, you do not need to worry so much, because you're fine, but in hard mode, you will probably find it very difficult to get over here, which is where we gotta go for some really strange reason. And also, quick exit that little cutscene and do a slash with the designated button. You can customize them. I have them set up to what I feel is very, very comfortable. I play with keyboard and mouse rather than using controller. You can use that if you want, but I find it's more intuitive with keyboard.
Tell me, do I look bad
So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Usually we would have a whole boss fight here. And remember what I said? The corners. That's a corner. Just trust me on that. I promise you it's a corner. And then we just kind of have to go through here. It's a very quick thing. Make sure you don't land in that upstairs region, because you're gonna have to wanna come all the way back down. Let's see. You want to be careful with this guy as well, that you don't accidentally attack him. If you attack him, you cannot use your weapons, like your actual melee weapons. You can only shoot him, and if you don't have any weapons, like actual artillery, you're kind of screwed, and you'll have to start the level all over again. What is very nice is grabbing this over here. Absolutely cool, absolutely fine. And we're gonna go ahead and just start leaving. One of the things about this game is you can kind of just scale walls. It's really fun, actually. But it doesn't make all that much sense, but again, we don't kind of question these things, we just kind of continue and have a little bit of fun. Also, this area was not programmed to have a proper exit, they just figured nobody would see it. And again, this whole level is built around destroying this wall. We simply bypass it, and I found a little skip here actually live when trying to do this from before. Just jump up and that's the end of the level. Usually you're meant to jump over into the windmill. You don't have to do that, and I love that. It's very good. Anyway, this is one of those levels that you just cannot actually skip, unfortunately. You need Hedrox, which is his name. He's Hedrox the Infinite. You cannot kill him by any regular means. If you keep slashing at him, he will just make him more. He will just do that as his namesake. He will do it infinitely, like infinitely. Don't worry about it. Because at the base of this is a bunch of water. And we're gonna go back to our little rocket launcher. Because we need one more use for it. At least for this one. And everything's a minefield here, so don't worry about it. It's kind of explained. You want to aim for over there. Because you want to like blow a bunch of the people up. Just say F. Yep, we're going to take that one because that one is refilled. And good thing as well about these two, if you ever find that you're running out of like your ammo and stuff, and an enemy picks it back up and puts it back down, it will be magically refilled. It is wonderful. And don't try to think about it too much. People are magic in this game. All the NPCs, pure magic. And when we are after going out of that second little cutscene, second light over here, 3/4 of the way, jump. Because this bridge just decides to break itself at random areas. Also, little thing that you kind of want to remember too, don't let enemies go out of bounds. That also includes letting him on the bridge, or don't let him on the bridge. Because as soon as you let him on that bridge and it decides to explode, you will be kind of soft-locked. You'll have to start the game, or the level all over again. And that can happen in the final boss, which is coming up very soon. But you want to go into rage mode here and just kind of circle around, because all that slow-mo is very healthy for us. Nice, that was actually a quick kill. We are getting very lucky in this run, so I wonder how unlucky we might get with the final boss. Hopefully not, but it can happen. Anyway, you're usually meant to break down that door that just kind of fell down. We don't need to. We just kind of say, nah, nothing like it today. And then you just want to get your rage all kind of built back up, and now we're ready for the final boss. There's two individuals here. One's a giant demon, it's Beliar. He wants his body parts back. We both have stuff that he wants, and we're just gonna throw a bunch of stuff down. So I'm gonna go ahead, and while he gets blown up, I'm gonna go over here, because there is, thankfully, a little grenade launcher. So this is when we use the eye. This is the only reason we use the eye, so that we can actually hit them properly, and kind of more on par with where they're gonna go. You kind of have to aim sometimes for where they're going to, enemies are gonna walk. And what better way to do that than with a little zoom in. Also, this is very jank. Don't be surprised if you're gonna feel like it's jank. And time is gonna come up pretty soon. As soon as this guy is falling to the ground, it's time. And time. That's it. That is the entirety of the run. So, thank you very much for watching. I'm not really sure what the time on that was, but hopefully it was low enough. I'm gonna kind of just quickly say big shoutouts to the Blood Rain speedrun community. Big shoutouts to Indie Horror Speedruns as well for letting me do this. I really appreciate it. And shoutouts to anyone tuning in at the moment to watch this run, and hopefully you will consider it yourselves. I do runs like this as well over on my channel, Venata, here on Twitch, and I kind of upload stuff sometimes on YouTube as well, one of them being on the topic of Blood Rain if you want to check it out. But yeah, with that being said, I will pass it back on to your wonderful host, and thank you again.
Awesome, that was another great run. We're going to be seeing a little bit longer one. Nerd Square is going to come on with Scorn, so that'll be right after the transition.
let them hoes say amen. I'm just trying to make it clear, boy, Ray-Bans. I'm a great man, whoa, say friend. I play a whole late night DJ, man, room full of boppers. Tell them give me topper, beat it up, 911, hit the coppers. I'm S-A-G-E, who would like to know? V5-4, thumb, large me in your throat. West side, baby, do what you do. And you got tell what that shit do. It's pretty nigga mild, that's the way that I grow. I be stepping up in the club, they make it drop to my show. Her do mad cause I spoon, but I don't give a fork. Silverware, nigga, out if he acting up or a sport. Use that door, grab a girl and get a yank. Got a booty like Coops, I'm tryna make it wow. She a trick for $1 bill, and a boyfriend a bitch called Tyler Perry. I'm in the black bat looking scary. On my way to the cake, no fake Gary. Oops, bakery, never been no faking me. Lead her to the bathroom, she asks me where you take her. Tell her slow down, baby. I'm too turned up, it's finna go down, baby. When you hit the stage, the people do a 180. When I hit the stage, man, the club wanna pay me. You niggas so fugazi, got a white bitch with me, call the house with shady, Niggas so crazy, got 2 hoes with me, make my old bitch hate me, All about my payment. You say we getting money, that's an understatement.
Denizens of light, answer this. Why do you hate the darkness? Then allow me another question. You accept darkness, yet choose to live in the light. So why is it that you loathe us who teeter on the edge of nothing?
All right, welcome back, everybody. We have Nerd Squared here, and they're going to be doing an 80% run of Scorn. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to them.
Thank you, Goth, for handing it over to me. Hello, I'm Nerd. Fitting with the theme of this marathon being indie horror, I run a lot of indie horror. And I'll be doing a couple of games in that vein tonight. I'll be starting off with Scorn. This is a survival horror slash shooter slash puzzle game. It's a weird amalgamation of a bunch of different genres, but mainly survival horror and shooter. It was made by Ebb Software in 2014 or started development in 2014 by Ebb Software, a small indie developer, I believe in Serbia. And we'll go ahead and get going because we have a pretty lengthy intro cutscene to watch. So yeah, it was made by Ebb Software. First teased in 2014, I think. Finally came out in 2022 after a whole bunch of delays, and it was definitely worth it, I think. Yeah. We'll get intro to the universe we're jumping into here. Basically, this game is very heavily inspired by the works of the artist H.R. Geiger. As you'll see throughout the game, there's a lot of biomechanical type landmarks and stuff in the environment. This is also a any percent speedrun. Typically I run this game, I run a category called DSJ mod, where we use a mod that gives the player double the normal movement speed for both running and walking, and it also gives you the ability to jump. Normally this game is a bit of a running simulator. And have both of those things not only makes you go a lot faster, obviously, but it also allows you to do a lot more sequence breaking. And we'll see some of that in this category as well. But basically with this category, we are not using the DSJ mod or any sort of modding to skip things, although we will skip things. So it's a lot more of a playing it straight kind of run in a way. And I'll get into the nitty gritty of it as we get going. And time will start in a few seconds here. It'll be when I gain movement and start moving. And I'll let you know when that is. Alright, and go. Okay. Alright, so like I said, this game is a mix of survival horror and a shooter. The way I like to describe this game, by and large, is it's basically what would happen if you took the survival horror elements of games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent or Silent Hill, where like in these creepy environments with barely any backstory as to why you're there, and you're solving puzzles in the meantime. But as we'll see later on, once we get to Act 2, which is a little ways from now, but we'll get there, you'll get to see combat with a bunch of different guns. We'll see most of them. There's like one that we'll be skipping, but it's not super useful for us, so we go ahead and avoid that. And I mentioned just now how this game involves a lot of puzzles. This is a prime example of that. We'll put our arm in this machine. This will give us the H.R. Geiger equivalent of a key card. We have this bracelet that we can use to interact with many different puzzles throughout the game. This is kind of a tutorial showing us, hey, this is how puzzles work. Because we get that bracelet from that machine. We interact with this mechanism here, which we're going to use to open this gate. If you time it right, you can let go of the gate a little early before you go to the other side. I like to play it safe though, so I'll just let go all the way to the right before I let go. Here we go. So I let go of the gate, and I have to get right here before the gate closes. There we go. You can let go a little earlier, but I have to be a little safer with that. So yeah, the whole goal of this act, and really of this game, is that we're trying to get to this tower-like area. And to get there, we have to first get past this big door that's blocking the exit. But to get out of there, or to get through that door, to actually activate the door, we have to get a second person to put on a bracelet like our main character just did. And there's all these pods on the wall that I'll be fishing with this hook like it's a crane game. And we'll get this pod right here. Put a little light on the left. And activate the mechanism to grab it, because again, this is much like a claw machine. It turns out that the pod breaks apart, and we have to go fish a different one. And if you ever played this game casually, this is likely the point in the game where you got stuck right away. Because the game, it does not give you any real hints as to what to do, or even a story, for that matter. Because the whole, like, one of the big selling points of this game, sort of, is, and even Ebb Software, the developers themselves have said this, the point behind this game, or the idea behind it, that is meant to kind of draw people in, is you're kind of thrown into the world with no context. Kind of like you're playing a boomer shooter or something. Just kind of have to explore the environment and figure out what to do. But I've done so many runs of the other categories, like the SJ mod, that I have this puzzle, and all the puzzles really, down the pat. I also have notes off to my left that tell me the solutions, so that'll help a lot too. So I just have to move these pods in a certain direction, in a certain order, so I can get this double stack that's pointing up to the other side there where that light is. Because this one has a working pod that has a person inside. Just gotta move these two out of the way. You gotta be kind of careful with your cursor movements here, because if you accidentally let go of interact at the wrong time, you can move the cursor a bit more than you intend to, and you have to move the cursor back to course correct, and it takes a bit of time. I'm used to the physics of it, as weird as that might sound, for just moving a cursor, but there are some like car-like physics to it or something. So we got through it. Got our last man on Earth here, out of this pod. Because what's actually happening in this world, sort of, is there's some biomechanical stuff going on that caused, I guess, an extinction level event in this world. And so we're trying to basically get to a higher plane of existence. That's essentially what our main character is trying to do. And again, it's like I said, where the game throws you into it with no context. The game really does not give you a story, or barely any story throughout the whole game. So you kind of have to make up a story in your mind and make that what you think of it. Because like it's very much open to interpretation, for sure. In fact, even the characters, like that character we just fished out of the pod, don't even get names, not even the enemies. And so, us in the speedrunning community for Scorn have come up with great names for these characters. This character in particular will be fishing out of this pod. We've decided to name Steve. Steve is that other person I was referring to that'll help us get the second bracelet. We just have to go into this mechanism here to direct the rail that will be moving him along on a cart. Just like that. Just like that bottom left rail. And there's two different ways it can deal with Steve, because since he's in a pod, we need to remove him out of it. Or take him out of it, remove him, so that we can actually bring him along with us. And there's a couple different ways it can break Steve out of the pod. You can either use a buzzsaw to break open the pod, therefore saving Steve, and then you wait for him to slowly waddle over to that contraption that we used earlier to get the bracelet, and he'll get a bracelet and he'll help you open the door. But the path that's faster for speedruns is we take him on this alternate path off to the side and try to scoop him out of the pod with literally a scooping mechanism, just like a scooper you would use to take out ice cream. That's literally what it looks like. You use an ice cream scooper-like thing to try to get him out of the pod, but you botch it, he dies, and we use an arm to get the bracelet instead. And since I mentioned that, and since we just saw that play out, it is worth noting, like I said at the start, this is a game very much inspired by H.R. Geiger's biomechanical art style. And so there's going to be a lot of grotesque moments of body horror. I know this is a marathon specifically around these types of games, so that kind of thing is to be expected. But Scorn goes a little far with it, especially in the vanilla run, with some things we'll be seeing later on, particularly in Act 5, in basically the back half of the game. So I know most of you watching are probably fine with that, but just letting you know about that ahead of time. So if you're squeamish at all, you might want to sit this run out, sorry to say. For those that do want to watch, I'll let you know when those happen. Yeah, we fish Steve over to the scooping mechanism. Like I said, it literally looks like an ice cream scooper. So we'll put Steve in this pod, which takes a while, or in this machine, I mean. Which takes a while, because Scorn is a very artsy game, as you've been seeing so far. So the game really likes to do these long and drawn-out animations to show you how pretty the game looks. But yeah. Sorry, my parents are off to the side. But yeah, so we scooped Steve out of the pod. We failed. RIP. And we'll go ahead and grab his arm. It's actually kind of funny for the DSJ mod run. Because with the DSJ mod run, since you're skipping so much, a lot of the geometry for the... Or not a lot of the geometry, but a lot of the textures for the rooms are unloaded. So for that room, the textures are unloaded if you're doing the skips in DSJ mod. And so when Steve's corpse gets tossed into the pit there after your failed attempt at scooping him, he just falls into an abyss of nothingness and looks really weird. So we use Steve's arm to hold open this first mechanism, and then us ourselves are going to activate the second mechanism. Over here. This will actually open the door. It's actually kind of sad if you do decide to save Steve and you bring him over to the door. As you're leaving this area, when you take this elevator in the distance to go up to Act 1-2, he actually walks up to the door, and then once he gets to the top, he just stays there. So it's actually kind of sad. You just leave Steve in purgatory. But yeah, that's Act 1-1 done. Pretty simple level. We just had to do a few quick puzzles there. And Act 1 Part 2 is more of the same. By the way, this game takes place over 5 acts, with the first 3 acts having 2 parts. So we're in Part 2 of Act 1 now, after getting off this elevator. And the premise behind Act 1 Part 2, or Act 1-2, like I said, are first main character here. I specify first main character for reasons I'll explain later. But the goal of our first main character here, since we're in an apocalyptic existence in this world, is to try to get to a higher plane of existence. And our goal is to do that by inserting what I can only call X-Ax, or what I decided to call X-Ax anyway, into this machine. That's in the middle of the area. So I'll be going left here and then right to get both of those X-Ax, and then there's a bit of a puzzle to get the X-Ax in place. Couldn't beat this game because the puzzles are too confusing. Yeah. I mean, for me, it wasn't the puzzles, because the puzzles weren't that bad once I knew the solutions. But what frustrated me most was the combat, because like the combat when you don't know what you're doing is so cumbersome and difficult to get. Like especially if you're going in completely blind. It's just so frustrating when you're doing this blinds that I just could not. I was just dying so often, and the thought of having to reface all those enemies again when I already struggle with the combat, it broke me. I literally could not beat the game. I literally resorted to using cheats to beat the game, which I'm not ashamed to admit. But hey, I know a lot more about the game through speedrunning now, so it's not nearly as hard. Don't get me wrong, there's some hard bits later, but yeah, it's a lot easier overall. Because like when you have set route, it's a lot better. Yeah, even the weapons fight back, yeah. Alright, so we'll go to that central room to activate the machine, where we insert the X-Ax. I have to hit these enemies real quick. I don't know what those are called, so I'll just call them any particular name. But you can see they spray out a puff of smoke, and if that smoke hits you, it does 3 bars of health. And for reference, they have a maximum of 7 bars. Which is a lot in theory, but the game is so brutal with its checkpoints and health. Granted, it's a bit better in more recent patches, but the game is so strict with its health, or so brutal with its health, especially with the mechanic we'll be seeing later in Act 2. You really have to conserve it. In fact, a core mechanic behind, saving time in the run and like routing it is precisely routing out which health pickups you get. Because you'll see later when we get to a health station to get extra health, the animation for the game putting, or the mechanism in the machine, putting more health in your inventory, that takes a lot of time. Which I'll point out again later when it actually pops up at the end of Act 2-2. So we want to avoid taking health stations as much as we can. So it's the second X-Ax. Once we put one of these X-Ax in, we have to go over and interact with these 3 pedestals that appear around the machine. When you see me interact with any object like these pedestals, you'll notice that I'm kind of approaching it at an angle. Because much like in some Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 7, whenever you interact with something to initiate an animation, like turning on the mechanism in this pedestal, Scorn Guy, which is what I like to call the main character. Scorn Guy wants to lock into place so that the animation can actually start. So the optimal thing to do in runs is to try to get as close to the thing you want to interact with, in this case the pedestals, as you can, and then start the animation by interacting with it. Because the more time you spend having Scorn Guy get dragged over to the thing you want to interact with, that wastes time. The more time you waste. So yeah, we tried to use the machine after activating that third pedestal or that third mechanism, but something broke in the machine, and even the building we're in is just breaking apart completely. Keep this area in the back of your mind, by the way, because it's going to appear granted, looking a little different, in a later act. Actually, in the second part of the next act. So yeah, well, essentially what happened there is our main character died. Because the stuff that got poured on us is basically a vat of acid. And, yeah. So, unfortunately, the main character passed away, or at least our first main character. Don't worry, our first main character will appear later. Now we're appearing as the second main character. I guess I'll go ahead and, since I've called the first main character Scorn guy, I'll go ahead and call this guy Jason Scorn. Another character nickname in the community. So wake up as the second character. We're stuck in this pod an indeterminate amount of time in the future after our main character died. It's not explicitly said in the game because the game is very vague about the story. But from some theories I've read about, it's implied to be around several hundred years in the future after our main character died. So quite a long time later. As you can see, several other people met the same fate in this world. Jason Scorn? Yep. Sure is. I was running this game for a different marathon, DSJ mod, and another runner of this game, SharkCat87, who was actually on comms earlier for Callisto Protocol. He mentioned that nickname of the main character to me, because he was on comms for that, and I lost it, because that nickname is so good. Also, graphic content warning right here, because we're basically going to pull an umbilical cord out of her abdomen. So enjoy this. Enjoy this nice animation here. It's okay, it's out now. You can look back at the screen if you want to. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, the crazy thing about it too, Goth, is I'm running this game on the lowest graphical settings, and it still looks beautiful. Like, actually, the year this game got released, 2022, it got nominated at the Game Awards for Best Art Direction, which is very well deserved, because Ev Software did a good job with it. Like I said, it took them 8 years to finally release it after they first teased it back in like 2014, 2017, and it really shows. I call the first guy Scorn Guy. Kind of like a Doom guy kind of thing for Doom. We'll just be taking a quick jog through the desert. Like I said, this is an indeterminate amount of time after our first character died. So we're trying to get back to that tower that we were at before where our first character died. But we have to take a quick run through the desert to get there. So it's a nice effect too, like you run here and then the main tower you're going to gets gradually revealed in the distance, slowly appearing out of the fog. Such a cool effect. Yeah, H.R. Geiger, as graphic as it is with the gore, as you're definitely seeing, it's interesting. It's like a liminal space kind of art, in a way. That probably makes sense, but I feel like that's a fair comparison. Where it's like all these weird geometry and uncanny look, you know? Yeah, so I have the chat down on my phone, so that's why I'm looking down. Hey, Ace. By the way, Ace, running Outlast Trials with a few other people later tonight. Go ahead and watch that. I believe it's the first time, actually, the new trials that released for that game recently are going to be shown the full run in a marathon setting, so excited to see how that pans out. I also play Outlast Trials co-op with him occasionally, and he's pretty cool. Just putting that out there. Alright, oh, yeah. Yeah, the game can hitch sometimes, it just happens occasionally. Because as you can kind of guess with how good the graphics look, the game is very, very intensive, even on really good computers. Like I have a 3060, the 8GB version. An RTX 360 8GB version, paired with the Ryzen 5 5600X, which is a pretty beefy set of components there, considering that the recommended specs for this is an RTX 2070 for the graphics, but it still lags sometimes. I've tried to prevent it as best as I can, which is why I turned the graphics settings down so low. But it just happens sometimes because of how graphically intensive this game is. I think it might be because I'm running a timer in the background in addition to running this game and OBS. It's probably part of it. Alright, so you have a quick puzzle here. Now, the mechanic behind this one is to see these little notches. We have to line up our cursor, that you can see with that kind of screw on the outside of the ring. We have to line that up with the notch and then press down with left click. And once we get 3 notches, we can take that little white dot that's in the mechanism and insert it in our gun here. By the way, I've been calling these objects things like, you know, dot ring, because we have other names for some of these mechanisms, like this thing I have right here with the dots, but it's very much not Twitch safe, so I'm not going to say it here. Just leave it to your own imagination. I'll say that much. Alright, so the goal of Act 2-2, because that's the act we're in now, is we have to get basically this game's equivalent of a key card. I know I was talking about the bracelet, we will be getting that. But starting from here, we'll have to activate doors that have varying levels of security, with the highest being 5. And to actually activate, and to actually get that keycard sort of thing, we have to do 3 or 4 puzzles, like the puzzle I did at the start of the act with the 3 notches. And you have to hit them in a very specific order, at very specific, or you have to get the notches at like very specific spots on the wheel, but I have those memorized, because again, I have those noted down to my left here in like a notepad document. So we should be okay there. Otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward act. There's also a mechanic where you use those little flesh-like tubes, because again, H.R. Geiger inspired game, to get around the different floors in this building. And I have the places to go there memorized and noted down as well. Also, there's our first character. Surprise, surprise. So, because it's been so long since our main character died, or since our first main character died, I should say, now that main character is turned into a parasite, and is going to possess our second main character here, basically leeching off of him, for the rest of the game. And when I say leech off him, I mean that seriously, because starting from here, after that first encounter with him, we'll occasionally get some animations where that parasite damages us and slowly deteriorates our body. And each time he does that, he takes away 1 bar of health. And even with all the skipping we can do in the game now with non-DSJ, it's practically unavoidable having to heal off that damage with the health stations I was talking about at least once. It takes so much mandatory damage from the parasite over the rest of the game. So that's where a lot of the more precise routing comes into play, is tightly managing when you get your heals, and also when you use them after you get them from the heal stations. Because when you use the heals to get some health back, you do slow down a little bit, so you have to be mindful of that. But we won't really see that until the end of Act 2-2, because we don't even get a heal station for the first time until that point. So we'll get another bracelet, which some people in the community would like to nickname an Ezio blade, which is pretty cool. I just like to call it a bracelet because that's pretty much what it is. So we'll go with that. We just have to dip down there to get a bracelet, and then we'll go back up. We got our second dot, so we need 2 more. So we're going back to these fleshy tubes. We're going to go on the right tube this time. Quick left input. And then mash left click lightly to select that tube immediately. And we're on our way. Do another one of those puzzles with the notches. This time it's 2 left, 3 right, and 2 left for the positions of the notches. So 2 left, wait until the notch gets there. Right, and 1, 2, 3 right. And then 2 left. There we go. Like I said, we have all the puzzle solutions and everything, and the heals very precisely routed out. In fact, since you can't really skip much in non-DSJ, which is one I'm running here, little optimizations like that and approaching things at an angle like I was talking about earlier are like the name of the game with this category once you really get the route down. In fact, my PB is like a 120-30 right now, which is 3 minutes behind the record, and that's almost purely because of all the health stations I get for safety, because I get 3 health stations over the course of the run in total. So we got our 3rd dot there. We'll go over and get our 4th in that hallway that we just opened up. Because there's a bunch of bodies blocking the way in that one tube. So we sprayed some acid there to get rid of them. I don't know if it's acid, actually, but I'm assuming it's acid. We got rid of those bodies there to create some room so we can get through. We'll do our last dot puzzle. This time it's 1 right, and then 2 right. They try and make it a little harder here by blocking off half of the puzzle, but since I have the inputs memorized, it's not that much of an issue. Just have to listen for an audio cue when the last notch is hit. There we go. All the notches, and we'll get our 4th dot. Alright, and then we'll go back down. This time we'll take the left trunk to go back. We have a pretty lengthy puzzle with a lot of inputs for it. And actually get our key card to actually unlock the mechanism, or we can get our key card. So I have to concentrate a little bit for that, but it's not too difficult for the most part. Yeah, I think Sharkout was the person that came up with Jason Scorn, or that, or it was someone in his chat. Props to Sharkout in his chat for that one. Alright. So we got all 4 dots. You can see all those pods come up. That's definitely not an allusion to anything. Like I said, inspired by H.R. Geiger's artwork. So there's a lot of those kinds of references. You can probably guess where I'm getting at with that. Yeah, we've got all 4 dots, and we have to do a quick puzzle here with coil. Okay, cool. So the inputs for that are 2 down, 1 left, 4 up, 1 left, 4 down, 1 left, 2 up, 1 left, 2 up. In that order. That'll get the rings in place to activate all 4 of those sensors in the mechanism. So we can get our keycard here, which is this little staff-looking thing. Like I said, you gradually upgrade the keycard with different security levels up to level 5 by the end of Act 5. And we need those to interact with doors, like this door we'll be using to exit Act 2-2. In the DSJ mod run, there's actually a really crazy skip where you can go out of bounds, because again you have the ability to jump in that mod. You can go out of bounds and then hit an elevator that takes you directly to Act 3-1 coming up here. So instead of having to do all that gobbledygook, or got all those dots and got the key card, we don't have to do that at all in DSJ mod. Obviously we can't do that here though, since we can't jump, and we're pretty much locked within the invisible walls of the game for the most part. There's no real the ways to get out of bounds in Vanilla Storm are very limited. We're actually gonna see out of bounds in the next act though, and it was something that was found at the beginning of the year by a runner named Cubo. By the way, here's the first bit of parasite damage. It was found at the beginning of the year, I believe around February, by a runner named Cube03. It was kind of weird when he found that, because the elevator clip, which we'll see later in Acts 3-1 here, it kind of just came out of nowhere. Like, he found it, included it in his most recent PV, which is currently the world record. Didn't share it with anyone, and then just dropped it on the leaderboard moderators. And he was like, okay, yeah, here, have a big sequence break. I mean, like, okay, cool. Why didn't you tell us about it? You know? Definitely a bit of a black sheep in the community, but it's still very advantageous for runs, so we go ahead and do it. Yeah, we're pretty much out of Act 2-2 now. We just have to go on a bit of a walkway to get to an elevator. That'll take us to Act 3-1, and this is the elevator coming up that we would get to if we use Sequence Broke in DSJ mod. It's like something Trough would do, yeah. Pretty much. So this is the elevator we get to if we sequence broken in DSJ mod, but of course we're not doing that. So we'll just take this elevator down and we'll get to Act 3-1. Now Act 3-1 is where the run really starts to get difficult. A little over half hour in. Nice, got pretty good gold. This is where the run actually starts to get difficult, because so far it's been, you know, pretty easy going. You had some puzzles to deal with and some minor optimizations to go along with it. But Act 3-1 is the first point in the game where we really have to deal with enemies. We had that parasite, obviously it's going to damage us throughout the rest of the game. This is the first act where we actually have to deal with enemies. And enemies in this game are brutal. We don't have very good guns at this point. We only have the puzzle gun right here, which not only has a very long recharge time, but it also has a pretty short range. And you can have it where you're trying to shoot at an enemy to like stun them so you can move past them and avoid getting damaged. And then they end up damaging you anyway because like your gun missed. So we have to be very careful with when and how we use it. Right there though, I don't use it. Because, little fun fact, when you interact with these pedestals, in that case it took a while, but that was for good reason. Because when you interact with one of these pedestals, whether it's to open doors like that or for puzzles, you get iframes if an enemy is about to attack you. And when you're interacting with a puzzle, generally the enemies ignore you as well. They just drop aggro. Which is very helpful for that dodging that enemy, which again, game doesn't give you any names for. So I decided to call him a slug. I'll also come across a smaller enemy in a little bit in this next hallway that I like to call a chicken. We'll do a quick dodge with him. We'll take a bit of damage, but it's kind of expected. It's hard to dodge this shot right here. He almost always gets that first shot in. Thankfully though, we get far enough away to avoid a second shot. That's going to be a running theme throughout the rest of this game from here, because since we have to deal with enemies now, we have to do some fairly tight movement to avoid these enemies. I do have extra heals just in case. As you can see there, I have 4 heals in reserve. I'm at 5 bars of health now. So a big point for the run from here is to be able to dodge enemies as much as you can. Because health is a very costly resource in terms of time and also having to go to a heal station, to go out of your way slightly, basically, to get more heals. Speaking of damage, we're gonna get, as soon as we move this, it's basically a tram here, tram car, we're gonna get a bit of damage from the parasite, but there's actually a trick you can do to avoid this parasite damage. So once the parasite damages us, we'll bring our gun out, just like that. I'll put out its main menu, and then hit continue. By doing that, at the very end of the animation right there, where the parasite damages us, the 1 bar of health, we get an auto save so we can continue from there, time to go back a little bit. But we also avoid the 1 bar of health that we were supposed to take there from the parasite does not register. So we can skip a little bit of damage there from the parasite, and it's pretty helpful. We don't really do that in runs, at least at the top level, just because it does waste a couple seconds to do that quit out. But for the sake of marathon safety, I'm going to go ahead and do that here, just so I can conserve health. Because like I said, health is a resource you have to very tightly manage in this. Also, I just want to point out real quick that the environment for Act 3-1 in particular looks so good. Same with Act 3-2 that we'll be doing after this. Because you can see all these, like, fleshy tendrils draped over the environment. Again, H.R. Geiger-inspired game. And it looks so nice. Like, obviously it's a little grotesque, but it looks so nice. It really does set the mood. Where's the part where when's the part where Scorn Guy says it's scorning time and scorns all over the place? If it's a part I'm thinking of, then stay tuned. Because that's coming up in Act 5, where the most graphic part of the game is. But in practice, right now, because yeah, we're playing a little game called Scorn. Alright, so the goal of Act 3-1... Yes, exactly. We are about to scorn. We are actively scorning, because we are scorning right now. It's scorning time, if you didn't know. But yeah, the goal of Act 3-1 is similar to that one tram pod that we grabbed. We need to grab another tram in here, in this building. Nice, we avoid a bit of damage from that slug. The whole point of this act is we're supposed to get an elevator pod, like that tram pod that we got earlier. We use that to get to an exit we're not able to get to at the moment, and go on to Act 3-2. And normally Act 3-2 is or Act 3-1, I should say. Normally Act 3-1 is pretty lengthy, because to get that elevator pod, you have to do a couple of really annoying puzzles. There's also a lot more enemies you have to deal with. Oh crap, got slow animation. I was trying to kill that guy to avoid damage, and I messed it up anyway. But yeah, you're supposed to get an elevator pod by going between 3 different floors, and there's a lot more enemies you have to deal with, and a couple of really annoying puzzles. But Cubo 3, who I mentioned earlier, in his world record run, found earlier this year, I think around February, that if you do a specific set of force quitting, kind of like I did to avoid the parasite damage earlier, you can get out of bounds on this elevator off to my left. And like I said, there's a very specific set of button presses to do for that. So first we activate that mechanism, and then we quit out in the middle of the animation. Each force quit, or not really force quit, but quit the main menu that I'm doing here. Each quit the main menu I'm doing here advances the cycle of the elevator, which is why I'll be doing it quite a bit. Yeah, I'm doing this just so that the elevator moves faster, so I don't have to wait as long. Because normally the elevator would go through all 3 floors, and then eventually come back up to the top floor where we are. You step on this pressure plate in the middle of the elevator, and then quit out. Now that'll make it so that when we go up to the elevator in a second to actually do the out of bounds, that door will close without us having to be in the elevator. There we go. As soon as the elevator goes down, I'll do another quit out. There is a strat here after you clip out in the elevator, which we'll see shortly. There's a strat here once you clip out of the elevator to run on some invisible geometry and get to this switch a little earlier, which was found earlier today by Looney in chat. I'm actually not going to go for it because I have not practiced it, so I'm not comfortable doing it. But yeah, with that specific, oddly specific, set of quit to main menus, we're able to get on top of the ball in the elevator, that little orb, and get out of bounds to the lower floor, where we started the act. So that way we don't have to do any of the puzzles, I can just go straight to this mechanism where we grab the elevator orb. Now we're going to do a quick puzzle well, not really a puzzle, but a quick, basically a quick puzzle, to get this orb to the top floor in Act 3. Because that's where all the tram mechanisms are that we can use to get out of here. So the orb's in its rightful place, and I'm going to move it over to the other side with this mechanism right here. Again, it's going to take a little bit because Scorn likes to be fancy with its animations. Yeah, what's nice about that too, for like say marathon safety's sake, is by doing that elevator clip, we not only avoid the node puzzles, but also avoid having to deal with a lot more enemies than we would otherwise. Which makes health management a lot nicer. Because we don't have to go to as many heal stations or worry about dodging enemies as much. So put that pod in here, and we'll use that same mechanism we used at the start of the act to get this orb in place. Place, and we'll use this tram to get to the other side. And once we get out of here, that'll be the end of Acts 3-1. I'm gonna sneak into heal here. I technically don't need to since my health is pretty good and I got a couple of nice dodges I think I missed in my PB. I'm gonna opt to heal there for safety, and it's a good time to do it anyway because you're stuck in the tram until it gets to the other side, so you have time to heal, so might as well take it. So again, we'll get some scripted damage from the Parasite. Like I said, he takes 1 bar of damage each time he does this. Which is why I healed there. I want to be sure I was topped up before I get into Act 3-2. Alright, cool. Alright, so we're in Act 3-2 now. We're pretty deep in the game, because after this we only have 2 acts left. Again, our only gun up to this point is this puzzle gun, as I like to call it. Although, again, if you're in the community, we have other names for it. You'll see Penetrator in action. Or, yeah, that's what it's called, the Penetrator in the community. I'll go ahead and use the Penetrator there to take out that chicken. Just so he isn't in the way, because he's literally right in the way as you go through that hallway, so you have to take him out with the puzzle gun. But yeah, that's what we actually call it in the community, the Penetrator. We are mature adults. Only the most mature adults play this game, as you can tell. So we'll come across a new enemy here, in this hallway, right over there. That's a kind of a dog-like enemy. He walks on all fours. I like to call it Brute. And the special thing with the Brute is he's pretty slow compared to the chicken and the slug. But if he does notice you, he does a charge attack that does 2 bars of health. And depending on where he hits you in the level, especially in levels like this where there's tight corridors, he can basically stun lock you and drain your health really fast. So you have to be careful around the Brutes especially, because while they're slow, they're very menacing, for sure. The goal of Act 3-2 is to upgrade our bracelet. Because again, will unlock doors with varying levels of security. And right here, I believe we're going to get a 3-star upgrade for, or 3-dot upgrade, but I like to call it 3-star. A 3-star upgrade for our bracelet, or our key card. But there's a bunch of barriers we have to move, including this wheel that was blocking the way. And to actually get over to the room where we can upgrade the bracelet. So that's the point of this level. We just move the bracelet, or barrier there. So we'll go back down. There's a slug that appears here, but he's pretty easy to dodge. I just like to juke to the right to avoid him. Cool. Alright. Go over here, we'll get our bracelet. So I mentioned earlier about how we barely get any guns in this run, because normally we'd also have, in addition to the puzzle gun, we also have a, basically what's this game's equivalent of a revolver at this point. But the place to get the revolver is in the area that we skipped by doing the out of bounds on the elevator. So we unfortunately can't use that gun. Although later on in Act 4, we'll get a shotgun, which is one of the most powerful guns in the game. Not only because it hits hard and has a nice spread, but it also gets to be used for a pretty cool strat with a boss fight at the end of the game in Act 5. I know so far this game has been, like, you know, exploration heavy and like taking in the environment, but we actually get some pretty involved combat at the end with a boss fight, and it has multiple phases too. Each of them have their own unique strats, which is really cool. Actively scorning, yeah. We're gonna be actively scorning here because the parasite's gonna damage us. This is another instance of scripted parasite damage. I believe my health is pretty good, but I'm gonna go ahead and heal anyway. Again, to be safe. Heal in this elevator. It looks like I'm at 3 health, so I'll do 2 quick heals. Looks like we ran out of heals there, but that's okay. Because with my route for Act 4, I'll get another health station there. And there's another one we'll be getting as well in Act 5, just to make it extra safe. Because, like, with how brutal this game can be if you make a mistake or die somewhere, I'm absolutely terrified of being low in health and stuff like that, so I want to pull out all the stops to make the run as safe as I can. My strats are basically idiot-proofing the run to make sure nothing bad can happen, even if I screw up. But even the hardest trick in the run... Oh, I got a little caught in the brute there. Even the hardest trick in the run it actually isn't too hard or too brutal in terms of time loss, because there's like a checkpoint like 30 seconds behind it, so it's not so big of a deal. So yeah, it's we're out of Act 3 too. Got those dodges, which is pretty nice. But now I'll be going to what is probably the hardest part of the run. We've had some out of bounds, right? It was pretty minor. We skipped a little area. Act 4 though skips a pretty big chunk of exploration you have to do around here. It saves around a couple minutes. The point of Act 4, because that's the act we're in now, is we have to get 3 puzzle pillars, which we open the doors to by first activating the switch. We activate 3 puzzle pillars after activating 3 corresponding switches. And then we take this main character, or other new character here, which we like to call Bruce in the community, or some other variation of it, but I like to call him Bruce. Also, game volume's a little loud right now, but we can deal with it. Well, it's not too bad. It's just when monsters like this one, you know, it's pretty loud. But yeah, we're gonna activate 3 puzzle pillars to activate an elevator-like mechanism where Bruce will basically take us up to the surface. Also, that chicken there is like gigantic troll. Even when he's like way off screen, he's like already locked onto you and just takes away 2 bars of health because you have no time to move away. He's such a troll. I hate him. But yeah, I'll be doing that out of bounds I was talking about, because we'd have to do a lot of traversing in this area, including dodging some enemies, to get a 4-star upgrade for our keycard. We can actually, instead of doing that, platform very carefully on some invisible geometry and get in the room where the 4-star upgrade is while it's unloaded. And this part in particular is pretty hard. Okay. That one part there where I'm like climbing on that root, it can be pretty difficult because I can end up falling out of bounds even if it looks like I'm doing it exactly right. Also have to be kind of careful here to make sure I don't fall too early. There we go. So yeah, that's first try on the... Oh, I got a little stuck. Hello. There we go. Yeah, it's stuck on some geometry there. But yeah, that's first try on the out of bounds. That's one of the hardest tricks in the game by far. Because the thing with out of bounds in this game, when you can go out of bounds like I did there in Act 3-1, is since this is not the SJ mod, and this is just a vanilla Scorn game, you don't have any ways to recover if you do fall while you're navigating out of bounds. So if you do end up falling out of bounds when attempting one of these skips, in Act 4 especially, it is brutal. You lose a lot of time. In most of my practice runs, I actually ended up failing that trick at least once. So getting a first try there is pretty good. Alright, so we got another health refill. I'll grab this real quick before we activate the bridge to get our second puzzle pillar. And when I say puzzle pillar, I'm not even joking. Because the mechanism that we use to activate Bruce taking us up to the surface is we guide a ball through a maze. There's like 3 different versions of it we have to switch between to guide the ball through. It's pretty involved, actually. Alright. Alright, so that's Bruce. Whenever we take out one of those bridges, it kind of damages him, so he just like looks at us, scorning us. Hey, look at that, I tied that in. Yeah, Bruce just does that animation every time we bring out one of those bridges. Bruce is honestly one of my favorite non-player character/enemies in the game, I think. Just because the scenery in Act 4 is so cool. And, it's pretty good lines, even though the lines are just all... that kind of thing. Yeah, we activated the second puzzle pillar. We'll be walking down to the lower floor, navigating some elevators, to get our third puzzle pillar. But we'll get some scripted parasite damage in the meantime. There is a way to skip this, technically, which again was found by Cubo, I believe. Kind of like the parasite damage skip in Acts 3-1. But with the route that we do now, where we go out of bounds so much in this act, it's not possible to do that. The parasite damage skip on that spot in particular just does not work. And look at that, we finally have our second gun. This is the shotgun I was talking about. You get to have 3 bullets in the chamber, with 6 in reserve. So we'll get a quick refill here to start up with. We don't need a shotgun right now. We don't really need it until the boss fight I mentioned earlier in Act 5. It's nice to get it now, so that we have the ammo for later. Kind of similar to using health, or a health refill. Reloading the gun takes time because it makes you move slower as well, so I'll go ahead and reload here after I activate the elevator, just to save time. Yeah, he is definitely scorning. He's scorning, we're scorning, everyone's scorning in this household. Yeah, I took the elevator up to get to this floor, because this is where the activation for the puzzle pillar actually is. A lot of winding floors in this area. That's what makes it kind of hard to traverse. Like, if you weren't stuck by the puzzle in the Act 1-1 earlier with all those pods that you had to move around, this is definitely a point where you get completely stuck and look up a guide. Because when you're playing this blind, this area is so hard to play through. Because you get lost very often trying to just find where to go. Also, we're going to see Bruce scorn us again. activate that bridge so we can get to the third puzzle pillar, so we'll take the elevator down. There are some roots and some chickens and slugs, all three. They'll appear here in this hallway, but don't have to worry about them too much, as long as we just go through here fast. So you saw there's a couple of brutes there, crowding around the entrance to the bridge, but if we just go quickly enough, they won't charge at us. And it lines up the cycles well, just ignoring them right there, because the path is open for us right here to get to this elevator, to go up to the next floor. There's that chicken there that's going to get some damage on us, but that's fine. We have plenty of heals, so we can just go ahead and use those. Okay. I thought I saw for a second that the chicken was spitting out at us, and I got kind of worried. I was worried it was going to hit me again and do another bar of damage, but I think it just barely missed. I saw, like, his spittle coming out above me, but it didn't quite hit me there. Alright, so we have the puzzle I was alluding to. Just moving puzzle through this maze. Simple as that. So I should memorize, so I'll just flip it occasionally. And move the dot through the maze. Flip it 2 more times. Here we go. Should I put the dot on that orange dot? The right dot on the orange dot at the end of the maze. And I'll make Bruce access an elevator and take us to the surface. We're gonna have a bit of an unfortunate moment here, because us using Bruce as a bridge here, it takes a bit of a toll, or as an elevator. Us using him as an elevator, it takes a bit of a toll on Bruce. So, in a minute here. There we go. So yeah, rest in peace, Bruce. You did as well. 07's in chat for Bruce. Gone in the game, but not in our hearts. But yeah, we take Bruce there to get up to the surface. Because we're going to take this tram that's up above, right there, on a railway. Which we're going to use to go to Act 5. And you'll see these roots taking root, or tendrils taking root at my arms. There we go. That's the kind of showcase of how far the parasite has damaged us and basically taken over our body, because it is a parasite after all. So our goal in Act 5 is basically going to be finding a way to get rid of this parasite and get to a higher plane of existence, like our first character was aiming to do. So that's the end of Act 4, but we do have a bit of a tram ride while we wait. So you get to see some nice scenery here. I do have to take a minor break while this tram ride is going because I need to get some food. So Goth, or the host, if you have anything you want to plug while I go get food real quick, go right ahead.
All right. Well, that was a bit unexpected. So I guess I'll just talk about some of the sponsors we have for this event. You can see them down at the bottom there. We got Turbo Board. They've been super great to us. Over I guess the past couple of years. Really, they've been hosting most of our competition.
I think I lost you for a second.
So any music you've been hearing in the intermission screens, they've been showing. And then Mutagen Interactive, it's one of our members. It's their dev studio. They've been making some indie horror games. You can go check them out. So
yeah. Alright, so I'm back. I've acquired pizza, by the way. Now we're in Act 5. I did that checkpoint reload right there as soon as the act started. Because occasionally in my runs I come across bugs where the game just completely locks up, like a soft lock. And we do not know at all why those happen. It's basically only ever happened to me, so I'm very scared of it happening again. So I just go ahead and do a quick checkpoint reload there to save time. Or not to save time, but to avoid those soft locks, because it seems to help with that. Might just be placebo, because I've actually done a run without that, and the bugs didn't happen, or the soft locks didn't happen, but better safe than sorry. So yeah, like I said with Act 5, the whole point is to heal ourselves up, get rid of the parasite, and try to get to a higher plane of existence. That's basically what's happening here. You'll see when we get to the end. And to do that, we have to power up these two, basically, clones. With life essence is the only way I can describe it. Yes, we are basically going to crush babies for blood to power up these clones. And that's what I meant with this game getting graphic, because the game shows the babies getting crushed in detail. It's these things you see in these canisters. That's what we're going to crush for our life source. I wish I was lying, but that's actually what happens. Like I said, it's a H.R. Geiger-inspired game, as I've already said a few times. So it's definitely a bit graphic and a tad bit sexual. In fact, actually, in the beginning area at the start of Act 5, and I was like walking up to, I believe Polis is what this is actually called in the game files. There's actually some statues of some people in this civilization or this world doing sexual acts. Because this is like the place in this world, I guess, where new people or babies are made. And like something happened where all the females in this world disappeared, I guess because of all the biomechanical stuff going on. And so they found a way to impregnate males. It's as weird as it sounds. That's why you might have seen with the clones that there's these like red bulges where their belly should be. That's basically the incubator for the new people that the people at the Polis here are birthing. That's also pretty much what the canisters were that we put in that, I guess it's an incubator, I'll call it. I don't know. Like I said, the enemies and stuff in this game don't get names. So we got that first clone activated, but now we need to activate the clone a second time, which we'll do by getting 2 more of those canisters, or actually 3 more of those canisters. Yeah, 2 more, actually, because we just got the second one. And this is the first point where we actually have to fight this incubator. And like I said, each phase has a unique strat to it. With this one, what we have to do is damage it enough so that these, like, pockets of flesh pop out from either side. We have to hit each of those pockets twice. What I'll do here is I'll do 2 shots with the shotgun, and then once those 2 shots pop off, I'll hit the pockets on the side with the puzzle gun. We'll do a quick shot there. I have to pace out the shots a little bit with the shotgun, because when you do a hit on the shotgun, or do a hit on him, either with the shotgun or the puzzle gun, there's a bit of iframes while he's recovering. So you have to wait a little bit, wait until he starts charging up attacks again, like that. You can see him rearing back to do a punch. You wait until he does that, starts to do that again, then you shoot him again with the shotgun. And now him in the pocket, with the pocket of flesh, or pocket of blood with the puzzle gun. I'll reload the shotgun over here, and come back and shoot him again. I'll just rinse and repeat this a couple more times. So I hit him 2 times there. Put this pocket of organic matter inside. I'll switch over. I meant to switch over to the shotgun, but that's fine. So I'll do it now. I'll reload. And with the shotgun there. He's dead there because we hit both pockets twice. I'll go over here for a quick reload and also get a health refill because there's a health station here too. I usually sneak this in here in runs, because he takes a while to actually die once you get rid of the second pocket of organic matter. So we can just take our time to refill on ammo and health. Now we're gonna grab this, try to grab this grenade, because we need it to do a puzzle later on. I was a little slow in reloading, but that's fine. Oh, we'll grab this grenade launcher because we need it. Need it for a puzzle later on. Several puzzles, actually. But the incubator is going to try to defend itself again. So we have to do a couple shots to the canister in its belly. And there's a trick. We can get something here called a God Cycle. Let's see if we get it. Okay, we got it. So what I was referring to with God Cycle is, you saw how when he's about to like rear up to attack you, he occasionally opens up his stomach. Whether or not he does that after the first time is random. And if you get it immediately after the first one, or after the first time he opens up his stomach, we like to call that God Cycle, because that's the absolute fastest kill you can get on that guy. And we just so happen to get it there. So that's very nice time save. Past this point, actually, there's not too much randomness, really, in terms of, you know, time loss or time gain. So once you're able to get past this boss fight, you pretty much know if you have a PB or not. Even though it's like 12 minutes before the run actually ends. And I don't think this particular run will PB, although I'll go ahead and spoil it right now. It's actually pretty dang close. So we get to see another baby smoothie. Just need one more baby capsule there, so we'll go back to get another one. We'll get some more parasite damage though. There is one puzzle we'll be doing after this last phase of the boss fight, when I get this last canister, where we will take a lot of damage from the parasite. So that's why I got all the backup heals I did, because I'm gonna need a lot of health, basically full health, to survive the last area of the game. Moral of the story, it's okay to kill fetuses, as long as it's for progress. Yeah, I'm not joking, by the way, it's what we actually do in this game. You even saw it there when I was going up to the mechanism. So yeah, for this last phase, we actually don't use any of our other guns. We don't even use the shotgun, actually. We exclusively use the grenade launcher, because that's the only weapon we can equip at this point, with how much the parasite has taken us over. And for what's RNG about this phase is you see how this incubator is shooting grenades. It's random. The amount of times he shoots the grenade launcher is random. He can do it. The ideal thing is he only does it like 3 times total, and then he goes back to recharge his ammo. In that case, he's going to recharge, so we can go ahead and shoot him once he starts to crouch down to reload. There we go. So as soon as the his back there lights up red, you can shoot the grenade in there, and I'll go ahead and kill him. And do 2 quick heals here. So ideally want to be at full health for this last puzzle. Because like I said, we're taking a lot of burst damage. Because, again, like I said, the point of this act, or at least one of the things we want to do in this act, is remove the parasite that's been damaging us over the course of the game, right? Well, the puzzles get to that mechanism where you remove the parasite, is you have to go back and forth between a bunch of different points to eventually unlock the room where you remove the parasite. In order to interact with anything in the puzzle, you have to temporarily disable the parasite's ability to take you over. Because once the parasite, in this state where the parasite has covered most of our body, we can't interact with anything. Not even the gates that we use with or interact with the key card. So we have to use this mechanism to temporarily stop the parasite from damaging us. And each time we do that, It takes away a half bar of health, and after that, periodically damages us bit by bit, just a little bit, until the parasite takes over again, and then we have to repeat the process. Whoops, didn't need to pause that. Just looking through my notes real quick. I was just scrolling through my notes real quick, that's what that was. Baby puree, exactly. Yes, this is the mechanism that we use to stop the parasite. So clamp our arm down, and we'll use these spikes to damage the parasite. And there's, again, a specific order we have to do this in order to maximize the amount of time we have before the parasite takes over. So I'm going to go to the right here first, use our keycard to open this gate. Wait until the parasite takes over, because if the parasite takes over while we're on that pressure plate, the cycles of these things that move on the ceiling, these carts, they end up in the wrong spot. So I just do that to make sure the cycles line up optimally. So go ahead and shoot a grenade there. That disables this mechanism, destroys it even, which opens up that gate so we can get our 5-star upgrade for the key card. We stop the parasite again, or damage it, so that we can go over and get the upgrade. There we go, got just in time. I actually had plenty of time there before the parasite took over again, but it always feels like such a short amount of time, so you end up like panicking trying to get to where you want to go. And good luck doing this puzzle if you're playing this game blind, because like I said, the game is very brutal and basically damages you for every action you take. You have to be very mindful of your health here, and if you're like low on health pickups or you have none, you're basically soft-locked. I think that actually in more recent patches, including the current patch that I'm playing on, they're a lot more generous with the health stations, which is good, but even then it's still kind of brutal. So there's the door to the parasite removal room. We'll go ahead and open that with our 5-star key. And I'll stop the parasite, or stun it as I like to say, one last time, so that we can actually get to the machine to remove the parasite. And I will give another graphic content warning once we get to that room, because the parasite will damage us one last time, and it'll damage us pretty bad, to the point where you'll see Scorn Guy or Jason Scorn's insides. So just be wary of that when we go in this next room. So we'll go up to this machine, just in time, before the parasite takes over again. And we'll interact with this machine to remove the parasite, finally, after this whole time. And there's a side effect that can happen here, where I'm just not able to move the cursor and I'm completely stuck. We did not get that here, so we're good. So we just have to aim the cursor for the machine, or aim the claw of the machine at the parasite's head. That'll remove it off our body so we can actually move, finally. We're still not done quite yet, though, because again, one of our other goals with this act is to get to a higher plane of existence. Basically, Nirvana is one way of thinking about it. So we have to haul our way over to that main area we were just in to actually do that. So I have a theory actually for a pretty big skip in this area if it ever ends up being possible. Because the only actual thing you have to do to trigger this end section is to get in that chair where you remove the parasite. Because if you get there without having done anything else, the game assumes, oh, you've done the boss fight and you've completed the baby puree. Continue on with the game, friend. So theoretically, if we could skip down there somehow with like an out of bounds, that would save nearly 10 minutes. No joke. But again, with how limited the mechanisms are for going out of bounds in Vanilla Scorn, we're not able to do that at the moment, sadly. Parasite that type to clap when the plane lands, pretty much. So I'll be hobbling our way over to this machine that we've been activating the clones for. I'll put this life force in to activate the second clone. Take a little shortcut there by going over that rubble. Saves a bit of time. Yep, they sure are. There they are. Like I said, this game gets pretty gruesome because we saw baby puree, we saw our intestines come out. And we're gonna have what I can only describe as this game's equivalent of a heavily botched 1800s surgery. Looking down there because of the statues. We're gonna have what I can only describe as the game's equivalent of a botched 1800s surgery. Because we're gonna get our body hooked up to a machine by that little surgeon bot in the distance, that guy that's hanging out on the platform. Because we'll hook up our brain in a pretty gruesome scene to actually hook us up to that higher plane of existence. And then we'll possess those two clones in a pretty lengthy puzzle to bring our Scorn guy, or Jason Scorn, to the end. I will note, again, graphic content warning, we're going to see some a pretty gruesome scene where a buzzsaw is used to cleave into our head, and you'll even see like part of our scalp being taken off by the surgery bot here. And it's a pretty lengthy and drawn out scene as well, where they show everything in detail. So if you're really, really squeamish, and I mean this seriously, be sure to look away for the next few minutes. So starting now, look away from the screen if you're squeamish. So yeah, we'll put ourselves on the operating table. Get ourselves strapped in. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. I'm not going to comment on that. And now that we're hooked up to the machine, that surgery bot that I was telling you about, there he is. He's going to slide into view. And first thing he's going to do is he's going to do a makeover on our abdomen, where our intestines are hanging out. And yes, it actually shows all of this. I'm kind of desensitized to it now, but when I first played this game back when the game launched a bit over a year ago in October 2022, I was very uncomfortable watching this. I actually freaking cringed seeing this for the first time. So yeah, now we're hooked up to Nirvana, the higher plane of existence I was talking about. Now our consciousness gets transferred to the two clones that we activated earlier by getting the lifeblood out of those capsules from the boss fight. And there's kind of two parts to this, because we have to basically operate these two clones to do separate things in this puzzle. It's a pretty simple puzzle, but it can be a little confusing when you first play this. Man, I can't wait to let my 11-year-old play this. He might get scarred. I would not advise. We'll do one last puzzle where we have to control these two clones I've already talked about ad nauseum. For this first one, or with this first clone, we'll go over and grab this bracelet, very similar to the one we got as Jason Scorn. There we go. Scorned for life? Yep, that's another way of wording it. So we'll get that bracelet there, because we need to activate this mechanism. There's two different mechanisms we need to activate to open this door. So we activate that first one there with the first clone, and then we'll grab Jason's Scorn to activate a pressure plate as we carry him to the end, which will let us go on a runway that leads to the end of the game. And it won't be for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes here, but just give warning in advance. Time ends when I lose control when I carry Scorn Guy on the runway. Is this clone pregnant? He sure is. like I said, biomechanical stuff gone wrong. Females in this world were eradicated, so the people in this universe found a way to impregnate men, and it went about as well as you think. Because I don't think male biology works like that. So I'll carry him over this pressure plate. We move pretty slow with this guy, and he turns like a tank, but it's manageable. I wouldn't count on that, Diggity. Alright, so we've activated both mechanisms, now the door is opened. Take a quick victory lap to the end of the game. That little light you see in the distance, that's the higher plane I'm trying to get to. And again, time ends when I lose control. Got a neat hat? Thank you. It's a little uncomfortable, though. So time will end in a little bit here. Just gotta move it along. Time. That's the 121 as well. I was not expecting it to be that close. Cool. That's Scorn in all its glory. Barely anything skipped except for a couple instances. So yeah, there you go. So it was 121 in-game time because we use local rule for this game. What was the time in real time?
It was 121.44.
Nice. That was well underestimated. I did not expect it to go that cleanly.
Yeah, that was a really good run.
Yeah.
That was the first time I've actually watched that one fully. You know, it was a
Like
good
a
watch.
full Scorn run?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
All right, so we'll take a little bit of an intermission here, and then we're gonna come back with Nerd again. He's gonna be playing Slender.
I'm a warlord, big stepper, use a big bitch, skins on. To the bone, feed my addiction, his wig split. Knife in my pocket, I'ma risk it. He talk shit, he get hit, we knock off his bitch. Torch, the last victim left to visit. Drowning, the bloody lake full of the fishes, the dead way. A walking zombie in the trenches, just bust out the AK and let that bitch spray. Silences be backed up, I gotta hack a loogie, man. Always keep my plate tucked, I'm feeling like the boogeyman. I make him dance like he Lil Wayne, Lois Lane. But I prefer my little Mary Jane. Silences be backed up, I gotta hack a loogie, man. Always keep my plate tucked, I'm feeling like the boogeyman. I make him dance like he Lil Wayne, Lois Lane. But I prefer my little Mary Jane. Pop out with the shotties with bodies just like a felony. After party drinks and hibachi, these bitches feeling me. Roaming out the mouth like a Roddy when I be chasing cream. Scotty beat me up this week, feeling like I stepped in a dream. I gotta hack a loogie, man. Always keep my blade tucked, I'm feeling like the boogeyman. I make him dance like he Lil Wayne, Lois Lane. But I prefer my little Mary Jane.
From the depths of the mighty Amazon comes a creature who has found and terrorized the world. Creature from the Black Lagoon. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Grimly mysterious, but dread world underwater. Stalking a creature of frightening fury. Creature stirs strange emotions by its first sight of a woman.
I miss the days when mama would call me in for some dinner. Now it's a 556 to eat, bro. Pull up in your Sprinter. Della said the rest of me. Guess that this is my destiny. Here to take over that fleet to see with my recipe. But none of y'all can get my motherfucking formula. I done stole the game and you can see it flew right over ya. Big black duke on my head, but it ain't no bruh. Long green bean that I'm packing, it's that okra. I done got pissed, scared them off and they said okra. Do straight to his neck, boy, this that fucking yoga. Y'all got me living gnarly, not really, so I just took up. Finally got some love in my life, I gotta soak up. But I'm still depressed, put me to rest, I got my dope up. Promise I will not end it, I'll put this fucking rope up. Choking the grip in the oxy, I need to heal the pain. Floating and dipping from Roxy, it's only helped me sane. Hoping I have no options to pulling up mobbing with caution. Boy, I told you once, and I done told you this twice. That you think I lost, that I'm moving free precautions up in these streets. I gotta pay my own, cause it's the only way I eat. You can see me creeping, I'm in the Black Lagoon.
Alright, we are back. We're here again with Nerd Squared. He's going to be running Slender the Arrival, any percent this time. So you can go ahead and take it away, Nerd.
Thank you, Goth. Hello, I'm back. I'm Nerd Squared. If you just missed it, I did the scoring run a second ago. But I have a second run up my sleeve, and this time it's on the complete other side of the spectrum. We had Scorn a second ago, which is like this artsy horror game. This time we're going to delve into internet horror we might very well be familiar with. This is Slender the Arrival. As the name implies, it is a indie horror game made by this indie studio called Blue Isle. And of course, as the name kind of implies, it's based off of the Slender Man creepypasta. It's the first full story-driven game. There were some fan games or some other games before this, like the original Slender the 8 Pages that we likely all know and love. There's also a backup maps called Slenderman Shadow that was released by a different team. But this is the first full commercial story-based game, whereas the other ones were just kind of quick one-offs. And I'll be doing any percent, but with a twist. Because I'll be running on the anniversary update. So this game came around originally in 2013. I think early 2013. Got teased in 2012. And it kind of stayed that way for a while. It just stayed at that one version, minus some updates when it got released on Steam. But in 2023, seemingly completely out of nowhere, Blue Isle, again the developers of this, they decided to release a special edition of the game to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. A little late, but it's very much welcomed nonetheless. And this update added a lot. First of all, it completely changed engines. Originally, when the game launched, it was released on Unity. But for this update, they completely changed it to Unreal Engine 5, which completely overhauled the graphics and made it look a lot nicer. We also got some extended chapters in Nightmare right here. We won't be doing it as part of the run, but it's a really nice addition. And they've even said that more updates are coming in the future with more levels. And they're also making a new game that's sort of a sequel to The Arrival, so very excited to see that come out. But we're here to play The Arrival. This is going to be any percent, like I said, for the anniversary update. So we're going to play on the Unreal Engine 5 version with all glitches allowed. There's a couple of out of bounds and even a bit of a wrong warp that we'll be doing partway through, which is part of why setup took so long, because I had to do a bit of prep for it. I'm also playing on CL 46,793. That is the original patch that the anniversary update launched with. Because since the more recent patches for the anniversary update, they patched out some of the glitches that you'll see me do here. So yeah, we'll go ahead and click Start Game. Oh, also we're playing on Easy. Of course, the easiest difficulty. I'll explain the particulars about it when we get into the game. And we'll go ahead and start a new game. Typically I skip this cutscene, but I'm going to go ahead and let it play out so we get the full Slender experience. And time starts when this cutscene ends and I gain control. So we got a bit of a lore update as to what The Arrival is actually about. We play as this girl named Lauren. We get invited by her, I believe it's her sister or friend named Kate, to help her with moving house after some incident that we're not aware of quite yet. And we end up crashing on the way there, which is what this intro cutscene is showing us. Alright, so time ends as soon as this cutscene ends, or time starts as soon as the cutscene ends, which is right now. And we're off to the races. So, I mentioned how this game has a few out of bounds. We're going to come across one immediately. Because you see these rocks off to the side here. There's this branch over here, this stump, that has some really jank collision. So you would think we can't walk on it, when we actually can. So we'll just slope up that branch, climb on a rock, and we're already out of bounds. Not even half a minute into the game. I'm going to take a very particular path here once I get out of bounds. Because since you're obviously not intended to be out here, the developers put a bunch of invisible walls to try to prevent you from progressing further in the level this way. But we can just run around those since we know where they are. So I'll just be running out of bounds for a little bit. But right here, I'm going to start walking for a little bit and go sprint. Because this game does have a stamina system. The stamina lasts for about 40 seconds and takes about that same amount of time to recharge. So a big way we save time in these runs is to tightly manage your sprint as best as you can. Because again, 40-second timer for that. So about 134 on the timer on my side. I'll start sprinting again. Actually, I'll go ahead and sprint right now. So that's the core of going fast in this game. Like I said, it's just managing your sprint really well. Because you technically can sprint when you run out of juice, as I like to say. But you move quite a lot slower when you run with that way. So you really do want to let the sprint recharge. So we'll run out of bounds here, but conveniently we can fall out of bounds or fall back in bounds right here on this little cliff face. I'm gonna try to not fall too far though when I do it, because as you saw there, when you fall too far, there's like an animation where Lauren lurches forward. We get to avoid that by just hugging the cliff face. And by doing that out of bounds, we skip a pretty big RNG point right at the start of the game. Where we'd have to get a flashlight so we can see where we're going, and a set of keys to open a bedroom in Kate's house. So that's 2 big points of RNG gone right there. We can just make a beeline straight for the end. The thing with Slender that makes it kind of annoying for speedruns, Slender the Arrival that is, the thing that makes the Arrival kind of annoying for speedrunning, this might actually be a gold here, hold up. Nice, so it's just barely a gold. So the only thing about Slender, the Arrival for speedruns, which you'll see starting in this level, is if you're familiar at all with older Slender games, you might know you have to collect pages, and each of those pages is random spawns. That's what this level is about. In fact, it's even called the 8 pages, because it pretty much takes place in a more expanded and fleshed out version of the forests that we were in for the original 8 pages. That, again, we likely all know and love. There's actually a bit of a bug with it, though, where you only... Well, it's not really a bug, but it's a feature with easy mode, where if you collect just 4 pages and then get caught by Slenderman somehow, you'll get in this chase sequence as if you beat the level normally. I guess I put that in as a mechanic where you only have to collect a certain amount before the game thinks, okay, yeah, you're probably struggling here, let's just complete the level for you. That's essentially what that's about. You also might have noticed at the beginning of the level I got whispers where the screen just turned gray for a moment. That just happens randomly and it slows you down a little bit. There was speed tech we had in the pre-anniversary update version. Nice, got a page there. There was a speed tech or a glitch tech we had in the older versions, where we could pause buffer to prevent those whispers from slowing us down. But that isn't available to us in the anniversary update. Also got a pretty lucky spawn with Slender there. Slender's AI is a little random, so where he appears at any given time is kind of random. We got pretty good luck on the pages there, so we don't have to worry about that too much. So once we get caught by Slender there, we get in a chase sequence where we just have to run around for a little bit, basically aimlessly. There we go, and we'll eventually get knocked out. And I'll get us to the end of the level. We're trying to reach about your car's extended warranty. Not like this. But yeah, I'll be going to the 3rd level now. This is Into the Abyss. Again, objectives of... Again, this level has another one of those collect a certain amount of things to complete the level. And in this case, we want to get out of this mine by taking an elevator to the surface. And where the elevators, or where the generators spawn for that are random. And also, yeah, that's pretty much it. The places the generators actually spawn at that we need to activate are random. And depending on how unlucky you get with the generator spawns, it can take forever trying to get all 6 generators, because again, 6 is the magic number for this level. So we'll be finding those in a little bit. So I just trying to sprint, I think. Or maybe I just let go of sprint, I didn't realize it. Yeah, we go into the mines here. Want to activate 6 generators. Hopefully we don't get whispers. And no, of course I get whispers. Yeah, I got whispers there, which is a little unlucky, but that's okay. So I'm gonna walk for a little bit. It's like what I was doing in Prologue, where I just want to save stamina. I'll start it up again once I activate this first generator. Alright, so like I said, the spawns of the generators are random, a lot more so than the 8 pages for sure. So I'm basically going to react to whatever spawns I get with the generators, and hopefully we get pretty lucky. So my first train of thought is I move around here, loop around, see if there's any generators, and there isn't. Oh, is this world record pace? Maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah. Loop around here, got a generator there, and a generator there. That's good, so we'll get 4 on this bottom floor. Once we activate 3 generators, a new enemy will appear. A new challenger will approach, if you will. You can hear her grumbling like a gremlin right now. That's Kate. Spoiler alert with Kate. She got caught by the Slender Man, and now she's what's called a proxy. You can see her over there. She's now a proxy, which is basically someone who's under Slender Man's control and does his bidding for him by killing other people. And we have to stun her by focusing the flashlight on her, as the prompt just said, with right click. And we have a couple generators left. We got our 5th one right there, which is good. I think I missed one. Okay, that's freaky. I've actually never seen that before. Slenderman just spawned right in my face. I don't know if you saw that. He started reaching out to me like this. I've actually never seen that before, even in my casual playthrough. I know we're speedrunning here, but that actually kind of spooked me. Yeah, I got a little bit unlucky with the generators, because I have to go over here to try to find more. We need one last one to leave the level, so that's our objective at this point. Oh, man. See, there was one right there, but Slenderman's blocking the way, being a jerk at the moment. I'm gonna risk it. Okay. Managed to slip by that time. So we got caught by Kate, that's fine. So you do have to avoid Kate. It's a little more lenient on easy mode. Because you get caught by him for a few times before game over. But you have to, if you get caught a certain amount of times by Kate, you fail, you game over. And I'm not entirely sure, but I believe for easy mode, it's 3 times she catches you before you die. It's like 3 or 4 times, something like that. But yeah, we'll get to the top of the elevator here, now we're out of the mines. And normally, once we beat this level, we'd get to a big open area where we go to a radio tower. We play a couple of tapes to do the next couple of levels. But before the run started, I did some setup, so that instead of running all that way, bam, we are now in here. So what's supposed to happen there is you do a couple of tapes, or grab a couple of tapes to start the next couple of levels. You do a level called Escape, which is what I'm doing right now, and then you do a level called Homestead. But we really don't want to play Homestead, because it's a pretty lengthy level, and there's not much you can do to break it, in terms of sequence breaking. So what I did before the run started, while I was setting up, is I played through the Homestead level, and then as soon as I finished the level, and I was back in that radio tower, I just quit out of the game and started the run that you're seeing me do right now. Because when you quit out of the game once you finish either of the 2 levels, Escape or Homestead, in the radio tower, the game and this patch does not clear the fact that you've beaten that level already. So when you load into flashback, which is what that open area is called, after clearing out the level like that, it just loads you back in the radio tower with Homestead having been completed already, which is so nice because Homestead is such a long level, and thankfully we get to skip it. So we don't have to do Homestead. We get to skip a pretty long level with that, which is a 6-minute time save, which is pretty dang nice. Now we're on the final level of the game, appropriately titled The Arrival, because this is Slender the Arrival, after all. So we look at those two tapes, minus the one in Homestead, of course. We figure out a little bit behind what's happening. Basically, Slender has possessed, or even killed with his proxies, just about every close friend that Lauren knows, between Kate and another person we'll see once we get to this cell radio tower called CR. There's also another character that we didn't see in a level that we skipped called Memories. It's a character named Charlie. We'll see how he died too. He's like, I believe, a friend of sorts with Kate. And he gets found and killed by the Slender Man. So he becomes proxy too, like Kate does. And we even encounter him a little bit in Homestead, but of course we skipped that. So yeah. We've seen what's happened so far with those two tapes. So we're going to this radio tower on the top of the mountain to investigate a bit further. But we come across a bit of a problem. Literally. Because now the forest is on fire. Just like this run is right now, because we're actually on pretty good pace. And you can see that there's these pathways you have to go through. With Slenderman blocking the way, which is always fun. Ah, got unlucky. So this section of Arrival is every runner's worst nightmare. Because it's basically one big RNG check. You see all these branches of trees that are... You see all these trees that are falling down, right? Yeah, just like that. So you can see all these trees falling down. Which ones fall down are random, and you just kind of have to hope and pray that you get a good pattern. Oh, crud. Slender, better move! I might die here. Okay. Yeah, that's the annoying thing about this level. You can see that the trees falling down, they're random, of course. And whether or not Slenderman is blocking the way is random too. So you can just, block you from moving and waste all your time. Thankfully that branch is the right way, though. So yeah, this is basically a big guessing check to see which is the right way to go. And that's the right way to go, but Slender's blocking the way. So I'm gonna go away to try to lure him, so that he actually flipping moves. Alright, he's gone. That's good. So that's the right way there. That's good. Nah. This one better be the right way or I might be in trouble. Oh, frick. If any of those tentacles grab me, it's game over, by the way. So I have to be really careful about that. It's a really cool effect, by the way, that they managed to do with that in Unreal 5. It looks really nice. Alright, so that one's the correct way. That's good. And we're finally at the radio tower. We have to find a key here to get to a hallway that leads to the end of the game. But that has a random spawn too, so we have to react to what we get. Okay, it's not there, so we'll check in this room. The keys are there. So we'll take those keys and we'll get in this hallway. There we go. And now we just make a beeline to one final confrontation. We'll get a jump scare here. Don't worry about it. There we go. So that's Charlie right there. He likes to jump scare you in this end hallway. You do have to book it though, because if you get caught too much by Charlie, you will die. So you have to be mindful about that. Alright, now we activate this tape which shows what happened to CR, which basically tries to confront Kate to try to help her. But things happen and he burns himself alive. Yeah, we'll see him start to cook alive here. Or hear him start to be cooked alive. And I'm standing at this door, because in a little bit, once the tape ends, Charlie's going to come to the store and charge at me. And by being next to the door when that happens, it takes less time for him to get to me. So we'll get hit by him immediately in a second here. Got a ghost Charlie that appears out of nowhere. And now we got placed in this house, which is a completely abandoned house that we've never seen before. And you're supposed to grab a couple of notes here to get rid of Charlie there on the stairs. But instead I'm going to go over here. There's a trick where if you go over here, crouch, and then just hold up right here. There we go. So Kate's on the upper floor, and the trigger for her catching you just barely extends below the floor, so we can get grabbed by Kate through the floor there. Very neat time save. And time is in a few seconds here once the screen cuts to black. Time. So, the time on that on my side, granted it was a little late, I think. But the time on that was, on my side, 17:11. So that was a world record, my friends. Working wild. Also, I want to shout out Victor Surge right there, Eric Knudsen. Because he is the original creator, yes, the OG, for all the Slender Man related media we've seen the past 14 years or so, because you created the meme in 2009. So, huge shout outs to Victor for doing that. I know Slender Man is kind of dead now, especially with the bad movie. But I think this update, this anniversary update, is going to help revive the community for Slender Man and creepypastas in general. So thank you, Lyle, for putting this update out. And Victor Surge, Eric Knudsen, making the original Slender Man meme.
All right, that was great. I did not expect a world record here.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that skip I did. That skip I did in the house. I didn't do my world record in my previous world record, so it was nearly guaranteed. And then I had really good luck too.
It's still sick to see.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after a brief intermission. We'll be back with Janitor Bleeds.
can't get enough.
I just bought a bag of that gas. Listening to us, not you, cause you trash. Yo shit come on in the whip, I skip that shit real fast.
Siri,
you
next.
act like you the only one with weapons in the dash. 7CE, a bunch of ghosts, the crew smell like manure. And the whole clique rolling with zips, smelling like a sewer. I've been grabbing mics inside, was just a junior.
True.
Yellow glow around me, yeah, I'm feeling fucking super. You see what I'm saying? Horrorcore, bitch, they thinking I'm Satan. I am just an atheist doing blood rituals on occasion. Yeah, so I keep a fucking blade like I'm Jason. Make sure you know I'm a piece of shit, so I can't ruin my reputation.
Circles of hell, where darkness prevails, a haunting abyss, where each soul story tells. This is a stairway to the end. This is a stairway to the end.
Me and the wizard exploring the multiverse of music. We on like 4 journeys at once. We create like 4 projects at once. We hear a beat and we munch. That's all before lunch. Money makes the world go round. I got ways to make you make no sound. I'm too evil, I just keep it tucked. The second I get a chance, I can't get enough.
It's the final destination, see you across the nation. Stop boy and Jade are finally back, but motherfuckers on blast. USA all the way to Sweden, shout out 016. Hometown does never sleeping, cause they always be faded. It's the final destination, see you across the nation. Stop boy and Jade are finally back, but motherfuckers on blast. USA all the way to Sweden, shout out 016. Hometown does never sleeping, cause they always be faded. Always back with a different flow, a different show. Tell me how there's competition when your rap skills are so low. I go goes, I blow smoke, I come back. Don't worry, the flow switch is coming, just know that. 6 months without releasing a track and just rapping like you are whack. I leveled up without trying or breaking my back. Just tell me how the fuck you gonna stay on the grind and also make any racks. It's time to face the facts.
Yo, Doughboy and Jaded back in it. Stay wet and ready. Let's go. Put him in a fight of his life if you wanna see a real one. So tough, they wonder if I'm hero or I'm villain. Chilling in your system like I'm penicillin. Battle royal till the end and I'm still in. I shoot a spell at Red Wizard over the ropes. King Matty running at me, trip over the ropes. Type 1 made a mistake over the ropes. If anyone's still in the ring, then I'm coming for your throat. Been sick, addict, decaying. Miguel O'Hara with the flip, 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 flip this baby, flip this baby, flip this.
It's the final destination, see you across the nation. Stop boy and Jade are finally back, but motherfuckers on blast. USA all the way to Sweden, shout out 016. Hometown does never sleeping, cause they always be faded. It's the final destination, see you across the nation.
Final destination.
Stop boy and Jade are finally back, but motherfuckers on blast. USA all the way to Sweden, shout out 016. Hometown does never sleeping, cause they always be faded. It's the final destination, see you across the nation. Stop boy and Jade are finally back, but motherfuckers on blast. USA all the way to Sweden, shout out 016. Hometown does never sleeping, cause they always be faded.
I thought, why do I love you? And then I felt everything in me just let go of everything I was holding.
Howard, it's Bateman, Patrick Bateman. Hey. You're my lawyer, so I think you should know I've killed a lot of people. Some escort girls in an apartment uptown. Some homeless people, maybe 5 or 10. An NYU girl I met in Central Park. I left her in a parking lot. behind some donut shop. I killed Bethany, my old girlfriend, with a nail gun. I killed another girl with a chainsaw.
Hey.
I had to. She almost got away. I remember someone else there. I can't remember. Maybe a model, but she's dead too. And Paul Allen, 40. I killed Paul Allen.
A break from the ridicule, please. I'm just trying to have fun, doing what I'm passionate about. If I actually harm anyone, I want to take full accountability.
We're gonna let you go, but you're gonna have to do what we say. Go out there and act like you don't know we exist. We'll let you know when.
Let you know when you need it again. You need it again.
Feel the fear that you carry around, and I wish there was something I could do to help you let go of it, because if you could, I don't think you'd feel so alone anymore.
I don't want to leave anything out here. I guess I've killed maybe 20 people. Maybe 40.
Kill. Please tell me what you think. Say how you think I need a shrink, but I got one. I make it to all my appointments unless I forgot one. Then I take a week or so to reschedule, cause I think the man's helping less than the real. I'm busy collecting trophies to make my shelf full, even though Glass Clown the only place I've been successful. So if the class is full of clowns, then I'm certified to lead that. So if the class is full of clowns, I'm certified to lead that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Indie Horror Speedruns Marathon 2023. I'm your new host, Zom Slays. I hope you've all had a really wonderful show. I'll be taking over the next couple games for you guys. So, here we have Janitor Bleeds, and last year Agari also ran this, but I'd like to introduce Agari, who's here again to be running this. So, Agari, introduce yourself.
Hello, Agari and stuff. So, yeah, I ran this game last year. There's been a couple of... Wait. Before I just, say much, I should introduce you to Vac, who's also commentating with me and stuff.
Hello there, everyone.
Hello.
It's good to be here.
Since my last one on IHSM 2022, there's been, a couple of developments over the past months. Is that right, Vac?
Yeah, there has been a lot of new discoveries for this game, and one so big that we had to divide the leaderboards between Glitched and, as Agari's about to run, Lick %.
Yeah, so this...
Named after the person who found the glitch, Mr. Lick.
Yep, so... I'm gonna start a new game, so this trick, it's a bit hard and stuff. So there may be a chance that I could get it or not. So, it's basically taking advantage of save spots and stuff. And we found... You talk?
Oh, okay. Okay, so basically, sorry about that.
It's okay.
It was found that the ending trigger to the game was just hanging out underneath the map, which is pretty insane. So we found out you can just walk to the end of the game, pretty much.
Yep.
And it takes the game from, barely sub 10 to, sub 3 minutes. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And like I said, this particular spot, you could get it or not get it. So there may be a slight chance that I could potentially fail this. So apologies if that ever happens. So
Yep. So time is going to be starting here in about 20-ish seconds, I'd say.
After this amazing cutscene.
Yes, it's a very long cutscene that you get acquainted to if
Yep.
you run this game.
So, what you just saw here, the car crashes, and now we're stranded here with a broken car. So, now we have to look for help.
All right.
So,
Time will start in about 5,
Four,
4,
three,
3,
2,
1.
Go.
Go.
Alright. So usually, we go down here to collect the flashlight, but for this route, we don't need that, so... It's pretty much the same at the beginning until, we get to a spot pretty shortly, so...
Yeah, the game right now is a walking simulator. Normally you would have to pick up that flashlight for a later part of the game, but because we skipped the entire game, we don't need to go down that hill to pick up the flashlight or anything like that. We just immediately go out of bounds by crawling under that, I don't know what they're called, gate, fence, whatever. And now it's just a stray walk to the end, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so normally, it's pretty much almost the same until we get to around this point over here. So I usually walk there, but instead we're gonna walk over here. Stuff, so we'll just keep walking.
Yeah, so...
Sorry,
So normally we would... oh, sorry, you can talk.
no, you can talk. I want to focus anyway, so...
Run just started, so now we walk to the end. Yep, that's this game. So right now where Gari is, we used to actually have to go here for one of the glitched routes. And fun fact about this game, we had like 8 glitched routes before we're on the current one. And it's crazy because you can just completely phase through walls. You can have a crouching collider while sprinting. It's super crazy. Glitchless is around 30 minutes. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then glitched, we skip about 20 minutes of that, and as you can see here,
we're walking up a mountain. We're hiking. Okay. Alright. Let's not screw this up. Fun fact, I practice this a lot and I haven't been able to get it, so we're gonna take some time.
Yeah, it's a pretty inconsistent glitch, but there is a lineup to make it a bit easier. So I'm just going to be quiet to let Gary focus.
And it didn't happen. Okay.
He missed it.
I missed it. So, right. I don't think we have enough time to do another thing, but I'll see.
No, we're going again.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Okay, I did press continue. Keep the time
Okay.
flowing. So just explain what was meant to happen at that part and stuff.
Okay, so what was supposed to happen is Agari was supposed to have hit a trigger, and we would have seen the saving icon at the top right, or top left.
We would have
Bottom right? I don't remember.
Oh, no, it was top left, I think.
Yeah, we would have seen the loading icon, and he could have just reloaded and been right at the end of the game.
And we would have seen, if you look closely, we would have seen the arcade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're gonna try probably get this one more time, I think. And if it doesn't work, then,
We're gonna go again.
Well, then we're gonna go over estimate then.
That's fine. People need to see the end of the game.
Okay, alright, you know what, we're just gonna keep trying.
Yeah, this game, it's a walking simulator where you get to phase through walls. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. I mean, the whole story is just meant to be going into this arcade and there. There's a monster that you have to avoid, and then the point of the arcade is that you have to clean stuff and collect keys. I can't really remember. I'm just used to this whole route. So
So basically, what's supposed to happen in the game normally is there's this haunted arcade machine that just appears wherever you happen to be, and by using it, you can clear obstacles throughout the map. Meanwhile, there's like this entity, I think he's called. He chases you around and tries to kill you. And as the game progresses, we learn a bit more about the history of the arcade and all that. And as you're using the arcade machines, you can even get score, which is how you actually unlock the good ending, since there's 2 endings to the game.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. We haven't even gotten the good ending yet, or like a run for it yet. So we might have to make an.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
No one's ran the good ending yet.
Probably
so if
'cause-
anyone wants, it's free world record.
Free world record, everyone. It's all yours up for grabs. Alright, second time. That failed. I think it's just gonna. I wonder if it's just gonna be me dying all over and over again. I mean, I could do the other. Actually, I think a flashlight would help me and stuff.
Want to grab the flashlight? Then go right ahead.
Yeah, I will.
Come on, you got this, Agari.
That's what they all say.
You're the janitor bleeds runner.
Yeah. Don't tell me. Okay. It just lagged for a moment. I was just worried it crashed. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the game does that sometimes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so you meant to collect the flashlight and stuff.
What else is there to talk about the game? I think
Ah.
glitched is definitely the coolest the coolest
Yeah.
category.
Didn't we say we had like so many routes before?
Oh yeah, there is so many ways to like clip into certain rooms and all that.
Yeah.
The current route, what we do is we clip like into a secret bathroom, and then we clip out of bounds to land in the like end game area, and then we can hit a trigger and what's it called? Re something. I don't know. You just load up and save, and it puts you into another area where we can clip out of bounds again, and then while out of bounds, we go even further out of bounds to clip back into bounds. It's wild. It's wild.
Oh yeah, there's like a couple of glitches, like if I just crouch like that, you can see I'm running like this, but if you're running through like vents and stuff, you could possibly be able to walk or like keep your momentum and stuff while you know. I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it really well, so but it's really
so
cool.
that glitch is called stance stacking. Basically, how you can think of it is we have the collider of one stance while having the speed of another, meaning we can sprint while still having our crouching collider shape. And as you can imagine, that opens up a lot of opportunities for glitches.
Yeah. I think he made like a task or something, like a task route, and there was like a way to like stand stack while you know, being prone and stuff, you know. Oh,
Yeah,
I got it! I got it! Let's go.
Oh,
We did it.
nice. Let's go.
It's the flashlight. The flashlight helped me. All right. Well,
Flashlight is needed.
Yeah. You can do it without flashlight.
it.
Yeah, we got it. Alright. Everyone needs to see this.
All right. Yep. Timing is coming up here pretty shortly.
Yep.
Do the countdown because the stream's been delayed.
Okay. Alright. 3, 2, 1, time. Alright.
There we go.
There we
Nice.
go. Finally, after like, 3 attempts. Was it? I don't know how many attempts it
Yeah,
was.
it was the third time's the charm, you know.
3rd time's the charm. Wow. Wonder what the time was for
Well
it.
done. Your final time was 9:21.
Yeah, that's pretty shit for. Oh wait, am I allowed to swear?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a pretty crap run for lick percent, but you kind of get the whole point. You just like walk up a mountain, go to the safe thing and stuff, and yeah. So yeah, I want to thank Fat for commentating with me and stuff. If this game looks interesting to you, feel free to like run it and stuff, and yeah, that's all I have to say really. So thank you all for watching my run, and I'll see you guys next time.
Well done, my friend. GG. Alrighty, huge shout out to Agari. Thank you for showing off Janitor Bleeds. But up next, we have Lady Killa Tarek, aka Tarek, running all 4 of the Northbury Grove games. Stay tuned as we head into a quick intermission screen.
I believe I became a creative to escape from the limitations life gave me, but not to be evasive of the blame. The case is really that Satan would ask me to straighten out, be taking one look at my situation. Drop out, no graduation, and my wrist is an indication of my fascination with blood. Blinds closed, doors shut. We the demons living in the cut. Mind only silence when blowing on bud. Who remembers the flood? The newspapers don't remember the addicts, they remember the drugs. The kids remember the screaming, it's hard to remember the hugs. Shit, shrug it off. Look in the mirror, repeat, I will have no emotions at all costs. If that feeling switches on, I'll drink the potion to turn it off. My innocence stolen, soul is broken, lungs follow with the cough. I mean, who has the time these days to hang out and just talk, right? Well, I mean, I do, but that's besides the point. Did I get the invite, or did you invite my joint?
What's the point? I've been trying for so long. I was wrong. I pack my feelings in the bomb. I don't like talking about what's on my mind or what's wrong. Don't like to waste any time, that's exactly what's going on. I'm a problem, I'm a bomb. All that yapping you doing is wasting mine. You out of time, I'm a divine and your existence is a crime. So you stepping out of reality if you stepping out of line. I give you straight bars, straight rhyme. I'm not a goat, but these horns growing in. I know you smell hell, I hit the deadly 7 with the sins. I had a journey through purgatory, then I started flexing on my demons. I made it through the fog, just so I could make it even. Don't flex my lungs, I just rap. I spit sick like I'm sneezing. She give me top, I'm a heathen. Your style blends, you need seasoning.
Hey, yeah.
asshole. Killer Michael said he looking for some assholes. On the real, you know I kill it, drive me fast though. Fuck that shit, yeah, I'm waiting on the cash roll. Fuck for them bitches on the right, ayy. Fuck for them bitches on the left, ayy. Fuck for them bitches on the right, yeah, I'm beating on the mother, now she really wanna fight, ayy. What the fuck, bitch, I swing like Mike Tyson. Yeah, he chicken on the low, he just like Tyson. What a cunt, you know, fuck him, I'ma fight him. Her I stalk just like clubbies on a bike, yeah. Gone is gone again, fucking a bitch in the parliament. Audit and audit a bed, murder a fucking, I'm leaving him dead. Fuck on this shit, I'm a real god. What's up, hey, the bloody's looking real sick. Is that every motherfucker? Yo, kill bitch, that's my brother. These bullies carry toolies, hopefully they kill each other. These rappers undercover, dick riding like my lover. Don't say my fucking name, but if you do, then do not stutter. Cut her on my hip, then I dip, I make him sick. Ayy, bark like a bitch, hit the switch, John Wick. Ayy, now a 666, suck my dick, eat my fist. Ayy, lord of the pit, money quick, rest in piss. Ayy, cut her on my hip, then I dip, I make him sick. Ayy, bark like a bitch, hit the switch, John Wick. Ayy, now a 666, suck my dick, eat my fist. Ayy, lord of the pit, money quick, rest in peace. Ayy, who the fuck? Really just an asshole. Killer Michael looking for some ass. On the real, you know I'm feeling drive me fast. Fuck that shit, yeah, waiting on the cash roll.
Harry World.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with Indie Horror Speedruns Marathon 2023. I'm your host, Tom Slays, and we have a special one for you coming up next. So I'm here live with Lady Killer Tark, aka Tark, and Tark is going to be running all 3 Northbury Grove games. Tark, how are you, my friend? Welcome.
I'm good, thank you, Zom. I am absolutely psyched to be doing this today for all you guys. So I guess we'll just hop straight into it. First off, we do have a speedrun mod DLL. So basically, we're just changing the file so we can skip all the cutscenes and all that junk. And the timer will start on first movement. So we'll start in 3, 2, 1, and start. I mean, you can actually interact with Crystal here. You can make her follow you, but we actually don't need her. So we're just do a little F1 reset. It's already built into the game to press F1 and it automatically resets, so it's very nice. And we're just gonna skip Crystal here. And usually you would go with Crystal to try to find your friend Grace Bailey, since she's gone missing at this festival. And you would go and search all the whole campground, right, and try to find her, but you can't find her, long story short. And instead of going around and doing all that stuff, we just go straight to the factory over here. So in an old route we used to take, we would go over to the car parking garage and interact with the lock to actually open the gate to the factory, since that was the only known way in. But now we just actually skip all that, since we have this new little tech called the fence skip. This is the old fence right here. Shout out Old Fence Bandit, Pleasantly GG. But anyway, as you can see from this angle, if I look at it right, you see that this fence is slightly sloped, right? Not perfectly straight. And also, all these fences have like multiple fences inside them for some reason. Like just hundreds of fences stacked inside. So if we actually jump on this sloped fence right here and we move our mouse left or right, you see that we slowly go up, right? And then eventually you just pop right over. That seems kind of slow, right? So we actually have this nice little skip right here on the tree. So similarly to how this is sloped, this fence, and we can land on it, the slope at this tree right here is going all the way to about right where my cursor is, right? So we are basically trying to land on that. Oh, and there's also a very specific mechanic, like jumping mechanic, consistent throughout all Northbury Grove games, if I'm not mistaken. So instead of doing normal jumps like any other game, like doing a B hop, trying to time your jump when you land on the frame, right? Instead, you could just spam jump while you're in the air, and then your character will automatically do a little bounce, a little automatic jump when they land again. So when we are doing these fence skips, it's very beneficial for us to spam spacebar. And you can get this angle right. You could do this fence pretty quickly, and almost like 2 jumps, like almost like so, right? And that is the old fence, pretty much boiled down. So the reason we call that the old fence because it's slightly slower and is also a lot more beginner friendly than these other fences I'm about to show you right here. So basically same concept. You see the slope in this tree right here. You see right where it bends. So we are basically aiming to land on that slope. So as soon as we land, we spam, and we just pop right over the fence. This tree is definitely a lot easier than this tree right here. But however, this tree is probably slightly better for a time, since when you land over the fence, you have to go around this truck, right? And we want to go straight to these doors. But if you take that other tree, you just get a slightly better line by landing on top of this truck. I'll try to hit it right now really quick for the stream. But you can see it's very hard to hit just because that slope is way up there. And you can sometimes get it, sometimes you can't. And if you don't get it the first try, then of course you F1 reset and you can just try how many times you want. But this one is definitely by far easier than one right next to it. So now we're over the fence. We go straight into these doors. Another thing I want to mention is that usually when we, in the old route where you interact with the lock to open the gate, it would be open right now, but as you would walk through it, it would close behind you. So that trigger is still there technically, but we just haven't triggered it yet. So I'll explain a little bit when we get back there. So now we are in the building, right? And you have all these doors to choose from, like this door leads us to nowhere, right? And so is this door, just a little bit lore stuff here and there. So the actual door you want to go through is this one to take us to the second floor. However, if you go up to the second floor, if I went up these stairs right now, there will be a trigger that plays that spawns in the killer and also closes the front doors to the factory here. So I won't be able to open these at all. I'll be locked in and I'll have to collect a bunch of parts and stuff. Like this key card right here, for instance, you need it to escape through this weird door on the second floor while having the killer chase you the whole time. So what we actually need from this area is the bolt cutters. That's all we need from this factory. And all bolt cutter spawn on the second floor of the factory. But we can't go to the second floor because it locks, right? So what do we do? So we can actually kind of peek our heads through the second floor from the first floor. And you see over here, if we the speedrun DLL also sets the bolt cutter spawns to whatever spawn we want, and I have it set right now to the cafeteria. So they are leaning on the wall in the cafeteria up here, and you can see that the text is popping up, and that means I can click it and pick it up. This spot is definitely a lot easier, more beginner friendly to do, because you just look straight, look up slightly, and I'm jump crouching here, by the way, if I didn't say that already. Jump crouching to be able to peek through. But yeah, this spot is definitely easier to be able to grab these, but you can also, what I like to do is just run straight here, not even go in that room at all, and looks to the right. It's a little bit harder to get, but it can definitely get you a faster time. And then, wow, now I got the bolt cutters, now to get the car and get the hell out here, right? There's also another bolt cutter spawn, actually, that is just a second faster. So they spawn in this room right above me, in this bathroom. And the only way to be able to grab those bolt cutters from the first floor still is to jump on this VHS tape and land on that light. So we're gonna do the same thing like the fence method. We're just gonna spam jump, and I'll try to land on here just so the bolt cutter spawn will be right there, laying on the wall. But you can't grab it from just sitting still on the light. You would actually have to do a full jump and try to click it in within a few frames, right, as you're going. And it also saves just a little time because you can turn around halfway in the hallway instead of going all the way over here and grabbing the bolt cutters and coming back out. So now you got the bolt cutters, right? And we're almost done with the game already. So now you see the gate is open before it was closed. So here's where it gets a little tricky. There's 2 triggers. So the first one is the one that we didn't activate earlier that closes the gate. So if we try to just crawl under there right now, we wouldn't, because it would close before we actually are able to crawl through. And the second trigger is to spawn Crystal's dead body, because her body has the keys, and then we take those keys to end the game by interacting with the car. So we hit both these triggers at the same spot. We have to line up with pretty much the edge of these pillars right here, or these tubes, cylindrical tubes. And as soon as we jump on it, you can see that the text pops up. So that's how you know that we actually hit the trigger, and that sound cue plays as well. So now Crystal's body spawn, and spawn all the way over here. So we have to just make our way over here. And another thing to note is that because my graphics are on very low, you can't see this building from this angle for some reason, even though it's still there, right? I'm stuck on it. But about at this hump is where you can turn right and not run into the building. So now here's Crystal. And the thing about these keys is that they're really, really small. Like you see, if I'm hovering over it, the text still says Crystal's car's keys, even though I'm not hovering over the keys anymore, right? And that can be really hard to discern whether you're hovering over it or not. So what I like to do is jump at the black top and let go of all my keys. And usually that can send me far enough to land next to the car keys within reach, and then you just click on the keys, pick it up, and then that spawns the killer to break out of the factory, and then he's supposed to be chasing you or whatnot, and you have to find the right car. So the speedrun DLL also makes sure the car spawn is this car every time, because it's different if you do not have this DLL. It can either spawn anywhere in here, or it can even spawn outside. A little troll spawn that the devs put in. And so this this fence right here, you see, is very laggy when I walk into it. That's because there's, I think, thousands of fences, if I'm not mistaken, placed here in like the actual game, right? Like the devs, I guess, just decided to put a bunch of fences there so you couldn't skip or whatever. So we use the bolt cutters to open the lock, but if we try to run forward while opening it, it'll be all laggy like that. So to avoid that, we just simply walk backwards, and then there's no lag. And like I said, in a normal playthrough, you go through all these, try to open them. It's not my car, it's not my car, I don't know which one it is, but we just sit on this one every time. So timer ends in 3, 2, 1. And time stops on the frame. It says, I have found her car. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is North Bay Grove 1.
Well done, my friend. Well done. GG.
GG's indeed. And I'll be showing King's Comfort, North Bay Grove 2, in a minute.
Right. While you get that loaded up, that was quite the tutorial you put on there. So what kind of time are you looking for in King's Comfort?
I'm not trying to break any records today. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe we'll save that for another day. So
Right.
I'll take my time with this one. It should be about 3 minutes, about as long as the last game took me.
Excellent. We love that.
All right, so
Now, King's Comfort is definitely the harder of the MBG games.
Yes,
One
it is.
could argue maybe the hardest.
Yes, one can argue the hardest. I can attest to that. I've poured hundreds of hours in this, probably multiple streams and grinds of not getting record. That's because there's a lot of weird RNG in this game. I'll explain it in a minute. So in this storyline wise, we are at the King's Comfort Motel, just a few miles down from where we just were in the first game, and we were playing as Crystal's brother, Trevor. And he doesn't know that she died, right? He doesn't know anything. He got blackout drunk, and now he's just chilling at the motel. And little does he know, the killer's making his way over here. So we can actually toggle off this VHS effect just to make it a lot cleaner, and we can actually see what we're doing sometimes. So timer will start on first movement again. In 3, 2, 1, start. So basically there's a set of keys here that spawn the killer, and we do need the killer to actually end the game, but we cannot get into this room yet since all these doors are locked. And to actually open these doors, we just need to grab these set of keys. And a nice way to grab these set of keys real fast is to do a nice little strafe this way and just try to perfectly time it so when the A set of keys text pops up, you instantly grab it. I'll try to get it a couple times. It can be difficult. This key right here is definitely reset sim. It's a lot like the crystal car keys in the last game. Very small hitboxes, right? So now we can open all these doors, right? So now we can get into this room and pick up these set of keys. And what's weird is that we can't open this door either unless we get those keys. But before I actually pick them up and make the killer spawn, I want to show this TV glitch first before I actually do it completely. So if you crouch and walk into this TV and uncrouch, you see that we kind of pop halfway into this wall. And I'm pressing W, I'm not moving anywhere, but if I slowly move my mouse, slowly, I'm holding W still, eventually I'll start moving. And if I look any more to the left like that, then like, oh, I got stuck right there. But that's okay, we just F1 restart just like the last game. And that trick is also just hell, because you have to have a pixel perfect flick to be able to do it right. And basically, right behind the spawn, right behind this pole is where the killer spawns. However, he doesn't spawn in the same exact point every time. He has like a spawn zone almost. So when we are doing this real fast, he can either instantly notice us when we pop through this wall, or he'll be way far ahead. So we just got the way far ahead spawn. You see how far he is already. So we just have to just run by him just to make him start chasing us. And the reason we want to make him start chasing us is that we want to open the last door that we aren't actually supposed to open yet. We were supposed to grab a bunch of different key spawns and everything to open this door, but this killer can actually open any door, whether it's locked or not. I'm getting cut up a little bit. He was a little bit too fast for me. But there's also this other built-in mechanic called slow mode. If you press T on your keyboard, you enter slow mode, and press T, you exit slow mode. So I'm gonna do this in slow-mo really quick. He has to open the door for us, and the door will only stay open for a full frame or so. Oh, and I died, but I'll reset before I actually fully die. And that trick is actually really hard to do because is frame perfect, like I said. Usually you wouldn't be doing it slow mode, right? Usually you'd be doing it full speed. So when the door fully opens for that frame, immediately starts closing again. So essentially, we have to slip in, call the cops, and slip back out before the door even closes to get him to call the cops and actually escape without dying in that room. You can also just jump over the counter in that room and juke him a little bit to make him open the door again, but he can also despawn sometimes randomly, so it's kind of not that consistent. So I'll try this again in slow mode. I think I'm more set up now. So as soon as he opens this door, it's gonna be open for full frame, call the cops, and slip right back out. As you see, I barely slipped right out. And so now he's chasing us, and now we have to pick up this shotgun, and we have to pop a cap in him. So time ends in 3, 2, oh, and he disappeared. Well, well, he does respawn, but usually don't want that in a run, right? Since that can really mess you up. I forget where he spawns actually. He can either spawn in this corner or back in this corner. Never back in that corner, I don't think. So I'll hunt him down really quick. But yeah, this game is definitely the hardest MBG, just because it's so short and you have to have these frame perfect movement, frame perfect driving. You know, it's just overall not a nice time, but it's still a very good game, I would say. All right, so time ends in 3, 2, 1. And also, they change the shooting to be from left click to right click in this game, just to throw you off. You know, Scythe dev team is really a dev team full of trolls. So now the killer is quote unquote dead. You'll see in a minute that he actually disappears. The timer actually used to end on when the cops would arrive. You see in the top right corner of my game that there's countdown going on. That's because it's waiting for the cops to show up, but it's complete RNG when they'll show up. So we decide to remove all that RNG at the end of the game by just having it end on the shotgun blast. And I think they were meaning to add a tunnel here for the cop car to come through, but as you'll see, the cop car will just peek through the mountain, just come out of nowhere. Any minute now, he should be able to show up, and you can see. But yeah, that in the short of it, that is King's Comfort. Yeah.
GG's. Well done, my friend. Well done.
All right, doesn't look
yes,
like
actually.
So I'll just Alt F4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cop mechanic is like super RNG, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, it is complete RNG. I believe it is complete RNG. I think we tried to set that in the speedrun DLL, but I don't know if we ever got any success from that.
Yeah. I don't think we did. That's a great point. I forgot about that. So that was King's Comfort, my friends. Any percent. That was really well done, my friend. Okay, so last game of the night for Tarek is Northbury Grove Entity. So this will be a quick one. What do you think your time's going to be on Entity, Tarek?
I'll go through this slow again. So probably like about 5-ish minutes. Most of the run is like a walking simulator, I guess you could say. So there isn't too much tech, but in the first half of the run there is this cool skip that I'll show you guys, of course.
Right.
All right, I'm launching.
Now, Northbury Grove Entity has actually one of the most annoying main menus that I think I've ever encountered in any game.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I love this song.
Yeah, something about this for me just never sat right.
And also storyline wise, we are playing as a streamer visiting the Northbury Grove 1 map, basically, 1 year after the murders. So, usually right when it says stream starting soon, we would actually start the time, since we can actually move during this blind, but I'm just gonna wait till this is over, and then I can start the time on first movement. So we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1. So you see that we are facing this fence right here. So during this blind, we actually want to hold S to walk backwards, and we want to move our mouse slightly to the left, just so we can avoid this container right here, and we can have a barrel line to this door. So right now, we cannot sprint we can't sprint at all actually during any dialogue, but as soon as the dialogue ends, we can sprint. Right, so this is dialogue, and now we can sprint. However, if we trigger the next dialogue, we get stuck. But you can actually trigger both these triggers while you're still slow from the first dialogue. So when the first dialogue ends and you gain sprint again, you can actually sprint during the second dialogue without having to be slowed down. So the first part of the run is just trying to get through this building, activate as many triggers as you can, so you can start sprinting as soon as you can, essentially. So normally you'd be walking slow through here. So also during the dialogue, this is walking speed without sprint, but during the dialogue you are just slightly slower than this walking speed. So you can practice this by going this slow, but it won't be true practice, right? Because you're not as slow as you should be, essentially. So now we go to the first major skit of the game right here. So essentially we have to go upstairs, or ultimately we want to get into this room as soon as we can. And usually we would do that by going all the way up these stairs and going into the room, right? And activating a trigger, which will slow us down again. And then this door would open, and then we would go inside and activate the next cutscene. However, we could just straight up skip going up these stairs and going slow by jumping on this couch. So you can line yourself up with this side edge of the wall right here. Walk forward a little bit, and we're gonna jump, crouch, and push A, and that usually puts you perfectly on the arm of this chair right here. And basically what we want to do is jump from this arm of the chair onto this light. I know it seems impossible, but it is definitely possible. I can show you right now. If I can actually jump, I can land up here. However, we can't get up yet, exactly just yet. If we uncrouch, we just fall. So we actually had to jump up here. We walk on this door so we can land on these vending machines. And if you let go crouch on any part of the vending machine besides around here, then you will not teleport up. But if I stand right here exactly and let go crouch, you see my head pokes through. So sometimes you can actually warp, like semi-warp into this wall too, so then you don't have to hit the trigger at all in this room. So that can happen, right? So now we are in this room and we have to activate this trigger.
This is the room they supposedly found tons of bodies in, but it looks
But like I said, you don't really have to activate this trigger. If you wanted to not do that light jump, you could just easily go up the stairs and make your way over here without even going to that room.
Okay, I'm
So now we are going back down to the bomb room where we wanted to go. the whole time. So if we crouch into this top wall right here, and we uncrouch, we can just pop into this wall, and we enter the cafeteria, and they left everything pretty much the same. This is pretty much just a complete copy and paste of Northbury Grove 1, since this was actually supposed to be a Northbury Grove 1 remake initially, but they scrapped the idea and decided to make it into this game where he plays this streamer guy playing through going through the Alcanan building. So now we are in this room. So how we get out? We get out by crouching and uncrouching in this pile of trash right here. And as you can see, it puts us straight into this room. And like I said, that trigger up there in that the second floor room was the one to open this door. But if you don't hit it, it doesn't matter, since we don't even need to go through that door anyway. Since we just clip through into here. And then we hit E to crawl through this hole. And we are done with that section. And now we'll go into a sewer system, essentially. And the rest of the run is pretty much a walking simulator. There isn't too much. There is a little tech. I'll explain the little tech. But it is pretty much just walking to the end from here. And the load times can actually be a little different from runner to runner, depending how good your computer is.
Right. Definitely.
Alright, so now we just have to wait till we can gain control, and we're gonna immediately go to the right here where these barrels are to take this path up through these holes. So I can actually trigger this guy really quick, a little spooky jump scare. But anyway, we have to jump through these holes, and if you let go of crouch while you are in the top of these doorways, you can also do this in every doorway in the first half of the game too as well. But if you uncrouch almost at the end, it'll push you forward slightly. So you know, you got to get those extra few frames, you know what I'm saying? Speedrun, of course. So we just take these this path. It'll take you a few times just to remember it, but it's actually pretty easy once you do it a few times. And there's some weird cryptic stuff, basically explaining how the killer is like a ritualist cultist, you know, and kind of explain the backstory of the killer a little bit. But of course we just breeze through all that. We don't care about that. We just keep taking the correct paths. And you can actually go out of bounds with this TV right here. If I crouched and uncrouched, it'll put me on a invisible plane below me, and you just walk to the end. But it doesn't really save you that much time, honestly, just because it's so close to the end. If this was perhaps at the beginning where we spawned at the sewer, it would be viable. But you know, like I said, it's at the end, so we can't really use it. So now we just walk through these holes as so, and now we enter this weird fever dream kind of area with all these creepy figures and everything. You see a little city. I believe the killer named he's dubbed the Slasher, by the way. I believe his full name is Spectre City Slasher. So just some more lore to him, right? Not really anything important. So we just keep walking forward, and then eventually the sun or this light will start getting bigger and bigger. And once it touches us, the game ends. So in 3, 2, 1, and that is about time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will do it for Entity.
Let's go, my friend. GG. Well done. Well done. That was a very informative run there, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we gotta get everyone to run this game. This North Bay Grove series is probably my favorite horror game series. Mild put me on this a long time ago when there was only one run on the board. But yeah, if you guys want to, all these games are free, by the way, on itch.io. So go ahead and play that as
Run them.
as you
Do it.
want. Yeah, do it. Exactly.
Well done, my friend. GG's. So, as we sent Tarek off, up next we have the Outlast Trials 4-player co-op run. Stay tuned. We'll be
Yes,
right back. We're going to go
sir.
to a quick intermission.
Harry World.
Like a flock of bitches. Something is telling me that you don't care, but I guess there is a difference. Harry never changed, nah, I can never take influence. These numbers creating a fallacy that you're popping, but I don't see the movement. Harry, walk, 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 Harry.
Harry World.
Yeah! cheesy, got that flow like it come easy. Yo, bitch kinda greasy, she couldn't free up my weekend. These rappers think they demons, they dig right into eating. I think that they tweaking and just hate for no reason. Ayy. Dark soul, heavy out of London, where I stop now. Now at 666, I'm living like I'm in the doghouse. Big piece, sipping every world till I'm in the ground. Every world peace, smoking threats till I'm in the ground. You ain't my bitch, don't touch me. Run if you want, we either fighting or we fucking. Man down, disgusting. Now at 666, I'm taking over till they love me. If you ain't my bitch, don't touch me. Run if you want, we either fighting or we fucking. Man down, disgusting. Now at 666, I'm taking over till they love me.
I say good morning, what is up? Double cup filled up with Mickey. Let's get bomb on heretics, spill out his